personnel around. They are actually checking the barcode of everybody wearing a tag to certify that the tag that you are wearing is a genuine one before they will allow you entry. They are only allowing a few number of party agents, those who are allowed to enter here. And for the EC officials who were supervising activities at the polling stations, once you bring in your ballot boxes and then you are able to sign to confirm you have returned the material, then you are allowed to leave. The only people who are currently in here at the collation center are the presiding officers of the polling stations, some of the media houses who have accreditation have been allowed here. We have some immigration officers, we have some police officers, and we even have some military police officers around. Outside, we have the ambulance around. We have a police vehicle ready to spray whatever to the first crowd if violence erupts here. So basically, this is what is happening here. Unlike the last election, this time around, everything is coordinated. So just a few number of people are allowed inside the collation center. Now, once we enter the collation center, initially there were long queues of the EC officials trying to submit their ballot papers and their documents. Now they are done, they have all left. Even though it's just midnight, but it looks like we're going to be here for quite a while, because as I'm speaking to you right now, all the presiding officers are cross-checking their pink sheets to make sure that the data they have entered on those pink sheets are actually correct. Now, once all these things are corrected, every presiding officer will have to make sure that whatever information they've entered on their pink sheet is actually the right one. Now, we are informed by EC officials that once all these activities are done, they will now bring back the ballot boxes, which has been packed safely. They will remove the tag, and then they will begin to count every other ballot paper from all the 304 polling stations. From all the 304 polling stations in the Ablekuma Central. We are told that this is to ensure that the information or the figures from the ballot box actually tally with those on the pink sheet. And then once all these ballot boxes are recounted and everything is in line with whatever information are on the pink sheet, then collation of the results will actually begin. So it looks like it's going to be a long day. Luckily for us, the exercise is ongoing peacefully and calmly. A lot of the EC officials have already left, except a few presiding officers who are still undertaking their exercise. The tiredness has set in, obviously. We have a lot of the media houses. We have some who have fallen asleep. We have others who are trying to play on their mobile phones to kill time. We have some interested parties, individuals who have also tried to rest a little bit, awaiting the final results from the EC officials here. So currently, this is what's going on here at Ablekuma Central. We are not sure when counting will actually, collation will actually begin, and we are just here and we are waiting for the final results to be released so that we relay it back to our viewers.
Indeed. Humo, thank you for that rather in-depth report from your collation center. Happy to know that there is a center where everything is going on very, very smoothly and calm. The sheer calmness of those scenes just gladdens my heart, especially after the kind of scenes we've witnessed from Lejo Kuku and the happenings within the University of Ghana area, Kafui, with all these counter allegations and counter allegations flying around. So a good stuff going on at Ablikuma Central. We should all borrow a page from their book.
Indeed. Talking about pages, the National Peace Council has delivered a one-page press release that I just want to go through for the benefit of all of you who are watching us. It's 12:35, December 8th, 2024. The National Peace Council, the West African Network for Peace Building, which is WANEP, and other partners in the election situation room are aware of calls from the two major political parties to their supporters to converge at the election collation centers to protect the ballots, Electoral Commission officials, and security service personnel at the centers. The election situation room is concerned about this regrettable development that could impede the work of electoral officers, unnecessarily delay the delivery of election results, and heighten tension at the collation centers. It is essential that political parties exercise restraint by withdrawing their supporters from the collation centers and allow their accredited agents to observe the collation process. The NPC, which is the National Peace Council, calls on political parties to respect the electoral rules and to allow Electoral Commission personnel to carry out their duties with professionalism and integrity in order to deliver a free, fair, and transparent election. Signed 7th December for immediate release. National Peace Council urging political parties to withdraw supporters from collation centers to prevent delays to the electoral process. Thelma, that's the statement from the NP.
I couldn't agree more. Just a few minutes ago, we're talking about which categories of persons were allowed at collation centers. I was having that conversation with our colleagues Sarah and Maltiti, and the statement from the police reminding persons thinking about going to the collation centers that they needed to have accreditation as journalists or as party agents or as observers or as other individuals duly accredited by the Electoral Commission to be there. So not every category of person can just show up at the collation centers. I think that the Peace Council's call is in order, and we need to ensure that the centers are kept safe at all times, and the polls, obviously, the ballot papers are protected. Barbara Kuma, one of our reporters on the ground, is at Okaikoi North and has some details to share with us. Barbara, thank you for joining us. I know that it's pretty early in the morning, so good morning to you. What can you report?
Well, I am still at the collation center, the High Fitness Constituency, where collation of the ballot cards are still ongoing. And we have about 173 ballots to be counted in the center. So far, some of them have been done, others are yet to be done. And so we are still here. We are waiting patiently for the collation to finish so that EC officials can announce the results so that we can bring to our listeners and viewers. Meanwhile, NDC supporters who are here, who are from the premises of the collation center, are in jubilant mood. They've been dancing, singing, and taunting their zealous and all that in the anticipation of whatever result they think we are expecting or waiting. So this is what's currently happening here. We are yet to get exactly the numbers that have been counted so far as we speak.
So I'm quite, it's interesting when I listen to all these reports about no official declaration being made, and yet jubilant supporters of one political party or the other on the streets. So on what basis are they forming this jubilation? What have you picked up on the ground from Okaikoi North?
So, Thelma, you know that at the polling station, counting was done, and winners were declared at the polling station. So the collation center is just to tabulate all the numbers from the various polling stations for the formal announcement to be done. So Most of the NDC people are jubilating because of the results from the local polling stations that were declared earlier. So they think with the numbers trickling from the various polling stations, they are in a lead ahead of their other contenders.
Barbara, keep safe, and glad to hear that there have not been any untoward or unfortunate incidents at your station. Do keep safe.
Oh yeah, the police, the security here is on point. They are doing their best to keep situations down and all that. So there's nothing untoward happening here for now. Yeah.
Keep at it. We'll get back to you.
Okay. Some more information from the Electoral Commission, who have named persons accredited by the Commission to have access to the constituency collation centers. According to the EC, collation centers are restricted areas, urging supporters of both the MPP and the NDC to stay off these premises. The electoral body added that each candidate has 2 agents represented at various constituency collation centers. This is what Mr. Samuel Tete disclosed in their last press briefing for yesterday, amid concerns that party supporters are thronging collation centers across the country. So there's no need for the collation centers to be overcrowded, says the EC. In case you are just checking into what's happening, elections took place across 276 constituencies in the country. Over 40,976 polling stations where those are the polling stations that were used. Largely peaceful, but there were pockets of violence with people dead. Nyankpala, Awutu Senya East. And the EC is urging Ghanaians to exercise patience as they execute their mandate of delivering a successful election. So, 2 agents represented for each candidate at the various constituency collation centers. Let's make the work easy for us to do, I mean, I can understand the need for vigilance on all sides, but it must not trump security and safety and common sense. Yeah.
And exactly like the Peace Council is saying, if you do not belong to those categories of persons, don't go there, because 2 lives have already been lost. If we add that to the ones lost in the previous elections, it begins to pile up, and we don't want people, losing their lives just to make their voice heard. That's completely unacceptable. But the election day, December 7, has just gone by 43 minutes ago. All over 40,000 polling stations opened across the country, with Ghanaians voting in 2 elections, a presidential and a parliamentary. Collation currently ongoing across many centers. Jubilant supporters of the 2 major political parties hitting streets at different locations, claiming victory, even in the wake of accusations and counter-accusations by the 2 main parties about irregularities and who they think are to blame for those happenings. We've seen the participation in this election going on the low side, and we are going to get an understanding of why that is. I believe CAF, is there some information you'd like to share?
Okay, so the National Peace Council and the West African Network for Peace Building, WANEP, have strongly condemned the shooting incident at Nyankpala, which resulted in the death of 1 person and left another injured. Addressing the media in Accra, officials from both organizations expressed their deepest condolences to the family of the deceased and all those affected by the violence. The National Peace Council and WANEP also reminded all political parties of the peace pact they had previously signed, urging them to fully adhere to its provisions to ensure the safety and security of all citizens throughout the electoral process.
Terms, killing and injuring of any person during elections in this country. We'd like to express our sympathy to the families and the local community in Nyankpala and in other locations affected by unfortunate and regrettable electoral violence. The The National Peace Council also condemns any use of firearms in the electoral process anywhere in the country. At the signing of the 4th Presidential Election Peace Pact in Accra on 28th November 2024, all political parties pledged to foster peace and stability before, during, and after the elections. We therefore urge all political parties and supporters to keep the commitment their party leaders made in the interests of democracy and the interests of a peaceful and stable Ghana. We'd like to urge the Ghanaian forces to respect the pledge they made to the people of Ghana, that no military personnel will be stationed in any polling station in today's election, and that the primary responsibility for election security remains with the Ghana Police Service. So as we come to the end of polls today, the National Peace Council calls on the Electoral Commission's personnel to carry out their duties with professionalism and integrity. And we also urge all Ghanaians to exercise restraint and respect the law and order as we go through the collation and declaration process.
You're watching GBC News. It's 12:46 on the 8th of December 2024, a day after Ghana went to the polls. And I'm now going to speak with Echan and Abuaji. She's at Ablekuma North in the Greater Accra region. She has a report for us this early morning. Echan, what can you tell us from Ablekuma North?
Okay, so currently I'm reporting live from Ablekuma North, and Ablekuma North has 280 constituencies, and currently I'm at the collation center, and it sounds like there's a lot of chaos happening here, and they've deployed some special policemen to make sure that there is peace and order and stability. If you can see me as I've palmed my camera, the angry youth are not allowing anybody with pink sheets to enter the police center at this time. Some of the EC officials have been injured because they are fighting them personally. The police are here to control, but I think that things are getting out of hand, and it's so unbearable that we don't know. Even as I'm reporting, sake of safety, I'm standing on the wall to make sure that I'm not hurt, because we have to get close. It's a whole different story altogether. So the youth are not actually allowing any seats inside. And earlier, there was this man holding a gun, and the police interrupted with him, asking that where is he coming from. He saw a car, knowing that he's a military personnel, and they didn't allow. They beating him seriously with a lot of injuries, so they're taking him to a place. So you can see, these are some of the youth who are not allowing any police to enter at this particular time.
Do you see like an increased security presence there to try and stop this from happening, all this confusion that you describe, Echan?
Please, kindly come again. I'm not getting the question clear.
What's the level of security like? I mean, it's quite loud and quite vigorous, but is there? Do you feel safe?
I said earlier, they've deployed a lot of security. If you can see, there are some motorbikes here. They came here purposely because they've heard there's a lot of chaos here. So they came here for that, to make sure we are safe. As you can see, the youth are still not allowing anybody with pink sheets to enter. And they are just attacking police agents, attacking EC officials, no matter where they are coming from, They are saying that last 4 years they give them, so they're not going to allow anyone enter at this particular hour, because they should have entered earlier, and it's past 12, so they're not going to allow anybody to bring anything. There are dozens of people standing there with pink sheets, but they said no. Even if the police allow them, they said no. They'll just push you somewhere, and most of them are injured because they're not being allowed to enter. They forcefully push them away. As I mentioned, the MP came here, that's the MPP MP came here, Nana Ekuya Olusu Efuye came here, but the youth drove him away. They said they don't need him around. MPP is jubilating as well as NDC. Everybody is declaring itself a winner for Ablekuma North constituency.
I say police, but do you see any military in the vicinity, or is it just the Ghana police who are there?
Please come again.
Do you see a military presence there, or is it just the Ghana police who you see?
Yes. And Ghana police I see. You can see. Just see it from my camera. You can see that they are Ghana police. Some are even wearing helmets. They just drove in, a number of them. I can say there are like 20 of them who just entered because they heard there's a lot of chaos. As I showed you, see, these are their motorbikes indicating that they are here. They are Ghana police. They are not from any other security, whether they are just Ghana police here. You can see immigrations are here. You can see all the personnel, fire service are here. They are all here. Just that the youth are not allowing them to work.
And let's hope this situation is resolved as soon as possible so that we can get some clarity and some movement. But thank you very much, Echan, reporting to us from Ablekuma North. Thelma, I see a wry smile on your face.
You have to love the youth for standing for what they believe in. But I am always quick to say that play by the rules. What are the terms of reference for this election? Who is allowed to enter a collation center? If those people have a legitimate reason to be allowed entry into the center, your resistance or your disagreement or your unwillingness to let them enter is grounds for police to interfere. And we don't want this to degenerate into another matter entirely.
Well, it's interesting. It's well, we hope that peace prevails in the end.
Yes, and I'm happy when I hear, NPP supporters are jubilating, NDC supporters are jubilating, because in the end, Ghana wins. And NDC, MPP, we are all Ghanaians, and peace is all we are calling for.
All right, and talking of peace, we will be speaking right now to the Executive Secretary of the Ghana National Peace Council, Mr. George Amu. Mr. Amu, good morning. Welcome to GBC News, our rolling coverage of the election 2024. How are you doing?
I'm good, Kafui. And what about the hardworking staff of national television? I hope you're also doing well.
We're doing well. We're trying to get through the days and make sure that we get a result that reflects the will of the people. But the National Peace Council has been busy with your statements. I saw one from you and the West African Network for Peace Building condemning the shooting incident in Yankpala, and then another one where you were urging the political parties to withdraw their people from the coalition centers.
Yes.
How worried are you right now?
I think we want to urge all Ghanaians to restrain themselves from any kind of provocation at this time. It is critical in the life of our country. The next, say, 5 hours is very, very critical. And we wanted to call on all our people that there's nothing, there's no place like home. If we dare derail on the path of peace that we have chosen all these years, we are going to have a bitter experience in the days ahead. So we have to do all that we can to avoid violence and unnecessary deaths. We don't need that in our politics. So we are trying to call on Ghanaians, particularly our political actors. If you call on your supporters to march at the polling station, that is the recipe for chaos. Because the other party would by all means also call for same, and the result will not be something that we can all be proud of. So we want to ask our political leaders. This is critical. Yes, we need to watch. We need to ensure things are not done against us, but we also have to measure our vigilance, with reasonability, so that we do not get this kind to a place we don't want to be. Right. We don't need to lose one life because of elections. We don't have to do that.
And we've already lost two, one in Yankpala, one in Awutu Senya East. But I'm wondering, Mr. Amo, yes, do you have Dr. Baumia and Mr. Mahama's numbers on speed dial? So when something like this happens, you hit one and then you get through to them and say, Chief, tell your guys to just chill.
Oh, we have their cruises. I personally have, yes, I can reach them personally.
Have you reached them? Have you reached them, or it's not yet time?
Yes, you need to also measure when to the best time to reach out to them. So let's see how it goes. We are monitoring the events quite closely. We are in touch with people within the parties, the two parties, and let's see how it goes. We hope, indeed, from what I'm getting, I think we should be able to cross over this difficult time.
Right. So not too long ago, there was a ceremony where a peace pact was signed. I mean, yes, does it look like that ceremony was just, for want of a better word, political catch-up?
No, not at all. I think it rather did a lot of work ahead of yesterday's elections. People are influenced by what they see a lot. I mean, psychologists will tell you. And some of the effects, you may not have them as you would want to, want it to appear. But I can tell you, it's already had a very positive effect. At least we have had information, feedback from the political parties themselves, and it's been good. But it is a good reference point, even for us to refer our political leaders to what they've signed and their followers. That your leaders have appended their signatures to, commit to the peace of our country. I think it's a good point to make references and also to remind our people that we have committed to the peace of our country, to live a country that is at peace with itself. Why do we have to choose, the path of violence? I think it is not widespread. I mean, what we are hearing, we have not selected. It's not that widespread. So we pray that it continues. We don't stray. As we are hearing from other places. Kaswa, it's unfortunate it has happened again. Yankpala, we didn't expect that to happen. We hope Ayawaso West will restore. Be restored to decency, and we can have new leaders. We all mobilize behind them. We get our country to where we all want it to be. So we are just appealing to all the political parties. In a game like this, of course, one will lose, one will win. There are no two seats, or how many are contesting 13 seats for the office of the president? Just one. For a member of parliament, just one. I think we should have the courage, the fortitude, to accept the defeat as much as we would want to accept, a win. So let's calm down. We are praying, and let us rally behind whoever the Electoral Commission will pronounce as the next president of the Republic, whoever the Electoral Commission will pronounce as the member of Parliament for the areas where we are all, residing. Let us go by that rule. It's difficult when you lose. No, not at all. It's difficult, but we should all, have some patriotism at these difficult times and cross over this. It will come again in 4 years.
Dr.
If you lose.
I have a question for you before.
Hello, Kafui.
I think the press conferences by the two political parties have affected the mood of the country as we speak.
Hello.
Dr. Amo Estelma here. I'd like to pick your thoughts on what you think the press conferences by the two major political parties has contributed to the mood in the country now.
Double press conferences. If you go through our statement, the latest one, we could have avoided that. I mean, we're calling for your people to go to the polling station to go and monitor. Already you have your agents there. You're going to obstruct the work of the electoral officers. And if you want to get the results as quickly as we can, if you do that, you are even prolonging the declaration time, and also creating opportunities for, if we are thinking of avoiding rigging and all kinds of manipulation, you create opportunities for that to happen. So we should allow the Electoral Commission the space to do what we all expect them to do. If we do that, we must, at the polling station, we are also telling the security agencies, and particularly, we have the military behind what is happening. I mean, I'm saying behind. They are stationed at places that they can be called. When things become very tough, and we don't want the military to be involved in this process. So if we create opportunities for them to come in, we are creating opportunities for violence, for death to occur. I mean, we have to avoid this. So we are appealing to our political leaders. These are difficult times for us. We have come this far. We don't have to, go back to those old days. We don't have to, for the sake of our children.
Beyond the statement that the council has issued, are we to expect any further action on your side, calling on the political actors like you have in this letter? Should we expect any further action from the National Peace Council?
We are come here in the corner here in Accra, and we are carefully evaluating what is happening on hourly basis, and depending on what takes place in the next few minutes and hours, we'll come back again, and we are still talking to people.
Dr. Amo, I think that I would end things here with you, and thank you for your time spent with us this early Sunday morning. I'm sure that we'll have an opportunity to speak to you again, perhaps when Ghana finally wins this election and we are able to sit down to have a more, hearty conversation on how we got to the win.
Indeed. We pray so. It's 4 minutes past 1 o'clock. Yeah, it's almost 24 hours since voting began on the 7th of December.
6 more hours and would have hit the 24-hour mark.
Exactly so. I'm just running through the headlines. Very soon, I mean, the EC will start declaring the results constituency by constituency. She is the returning officer, right? She's for the presidential. Madam Jim Mensah. Yes.
The EC chairperson.
Yes, she is. So
she will only call for the presidential election.
That's it.
But the constituency level for the parliamentary candidates will be called at the collation centers for the constituencies, and that is where the focus is now. Some constituencies have many polling stations. We are hearing of some having upwards of 300, and all the figures from these centers have to come together at that collation center. And our correspondent John Sam Arthur is at one such venues in the Sunyani East constituency. John, what can you tell us about how events have unfolded so far in this constituency, and where do things stand now?
Well, it's very interesting times in Sunyani, because as you would know, Sunyani has always been the World Bank of the NPP and has won all the parliamentary, elections since 1996. But today, although we are yet to have confirmed results, there's widespread celebration and jubilation by the NDC family, because unconfirmed reports say that both the Sunyani West and Sunyani East constituencies have been flipped by the NDC, and this is just unbelievable news if it is confirmed. But as I speak, hundreds of presiding officers are trying to get into the collation center to begin the process of collating the results officially. And the regional collation center is also deserted now because the process at the constituency level has not ended. And so we are in a kind of a waiting situation to get the collation started properly and then concluded so that we can get access to the final and official result. But as I speak, the NDC youth have massed at the collation center because the message is that they need to police their incoming victory. They can smell the victory and they must police it so that nobody can, find any gimmicks or ways to rob them of their victory. And so there was an incident here where one returning officer or presiding officer claimed to have left some personal belongings in one of the ballot boxes, and so he managed to get to where the ballot boxes have been stored and tried to cut open one, and he was caught doing that. He was really given a serious beating, and he was rescued by the police. In the end, he had to be whisked away while his ballot box was returned where it was supposed to be, ostensibly after being checked by the NDC activists to ensure that nothing had been removed or taken away. So, and you can hardly see any MPP people around now. Currently, it's all NDC affair, and it's just unbelievable what is happening. It's really confirmed that both Sunyani West and Sunyani East have been taken over by the NDC. It will be unprecedented because NDC has never had any chance to come close. It's an MPP stronghold through and through, but now it is just unbelievable. Sunyani West, the Ignatius Bafui, who are the Minister for Labor Relations, and then the Majority Chief Whip, Amayao Treme. These are big big MPs. And so if they lose their seat, it's going to be very, very interesting. But for some, this is not too surprising because in the last 2 years, there's been a lot of discontent, among the people of Sunyani about their share of the national cake getting to them from the NPP. So there was even a demonstration there were 3 or 4 demonstrations in the last 4 years, against the NPP for various reasons by the people of Sunyani, which was by in itself unprecedented. So the kind of results we are hearing, as a result, because there are polling stations where we are told NDC have never won, but this time around they won it, and not just by any small margins, but wide margins. So it's really, really interesting times here. We're just waiting patiently for the policing process to start and end so that we can get official results. And indeed, if what we are hearing is confirmed, it's going to be really unprecedented.
John, prior to now, did you get a sense that if indeed the hints that you are picking up on the ground are confirmed to be true, that things were likely to turn out this way, was there any anticipation of, like you're saying, if confirmed, the flip from the NPP to the NDC?
Yes, indeed. I mean, for some time now, you could say that the NDC could smell blood in the water. Because, like I mentioned earlier, for Sunyani people to demonstrate, that demonstration was called Sunyani Deserves Better. For Sunyani people to demonstrate against MPP, it's really mind-boggling. Something that you couldn't imagine, but it happened. And there are a number of projects that have been left unattended to for a long time, and Sunyani people seem not to be very happy about this. For example, the Sunyani Regional Library was started by President Kufuor's government, and throughout the 8 years of the NDC government led by Professor Mills May, to rest in peace, and President Mahama, they didn't touch that project. And so Sunyani people could not believe that MPP government has also been in power for 8 years and also did not touch that project. People are really seething about that. And then also the roads are in such terrible shape. Almost all the roads leading out of Sunyani, the highways connecting Sunyani to the Bono East, to the Ahafo region, to the Ashanti region, all these roads are not in a very good shape. And there are some key roads in Sunyani that were promised. I mean, the MPP government during the 2020 elections, the campaigning for the 2020 elections promised to do all these roads. One such road is the Ring Road from Alaska Junction near Abisim to New Doma. This road is in such terrible condition, and there are so many businesses and homes along that stretch. So there are lots of things that really drive people of Sunyani up the wall about the MPP government. So if these results that we are seeing finally get confirmed, it will be like the warnings had been, made, but the MPP refused to heed them, and now they have been punished for it. Because for Sunyani East and West to fall in the hands of NDC, it is really unprecedented. But we shouldn't be too surprised, because if we check the 2020 elections in Sunyani West, for instance, Millicent of the NDC got very, very, very close to the winner at that time, Ignatius Bafriwa. So if she has indeed gone ahead and overtaken him this time around, we shouldn't be too surprised, because there are so many issues in both Sunyani West and East that make the electorate very unhappy. And there's also this issue about projects, like governments come in, they do projects, and they want to be applauded for that. But people seem to be saying that projects are only good for the people in that locality of that project. For instance, if you do the flyover, the Flower Pot flyover, and I'm traveling from Dege to Biadaso in Dama North, and it's so bumpy, such a terrible road, how would that Flower Pot interchange help me in Jama North? So the message to the politicians is that it's all about the economy. I mean, if you talk to the youth, they're all talking about the lack of jobs, the lack of opportunities for the youth, and so this is like a message to the politicians. Henceforth, it's not just about projects. They need to focus on the economy and make the youth feel that, yes, indeed, the nation thinks about them and they are working for their good, for their welfare. Other than that, I personally hope that this is going to be the way to go if you don't satisfy the electorate, they vote you up. And that, I think, will make the politicians set up. So it's a waiting game now. It's a really exciting time since we get it. As the NDC youth celebrated, we can't find where the MPP guys are. It seems to be confirming that what we are hearing indeed could be happening. Because normally at the coalition center, you find both sets of supporters and agents and all that. But this time around, it's very rare. You can't see any MPP person around. It's just the NDC and hundreds of them. And, the trucks with the loudspeakers making the rounds, blaring their music, and, the motorbikes and all that. You know how Ghanaians celebrate. So, if it's confirmed, confirmed. I don't know the kind of party that will be unleashed in Sunyani on Sunday and in the coming days, because it's really unprecedented times.
John, the joy for me is the absence of chaos where you are, and I'm so happy that there is another center where there appears to be some kind of order going on. And our greetings to the good people of Dege. I think I should visit that community.
Yes, ma'am.
Keep safe, John. And when the EC officials are ready to make that final call, do, I'm sure, get through to us. And as we're here all night and all through the day, we will come to you for those live updates. John Sam Arthur is our correspondent. He's been monitoring the situation in Sunyani West and Sunyani East, and he's saying that the upset in the camp of the NPP is the suggestion because these are provisional figures, unconfirmed. So the EC is yet to call the election, but it appears from what he's gathering on the ground that Sunyani West and Sunyani East have fallen from the NPP to the NDC. CAF will be handing over to our colleague Sarah and Maltiti, who will be taking us into the next leg of this election coverage.
It's only TV that can make you look so nice and pretty at 1:30 in the morning.
Yep.
You know, it's like you've just woken up and look, you're all fresh.
The freshness.
Maltiti and Sarah, champions.
Yeah, it's covering all the.
This is the real SM. This is the SM movement. This is the SM. Sarah. Maltiti. SM.
SM is the Katawale.
SM. This is the new SM. BBC SM movement.
And Maltiti.
We make a good team, don't we?
Yeah,
Give me 5 for that.
And we are the Katie. No Hammond, but just Katie.
What's happening to his constituency? What's happening to him?
Well, we don't have
provisional results. Provisional are flying everywhere.
Yes, Katie.
Yeah, our good Minister for Trade and Industry. Good morning to you, sir.
All right.
We will wait for when the EC actually calls this election. What have you observed the past couple of hours? Because you were on and you've interviewed a couple of our guests and also monitored proceedings. What have you gleaned?
I just want to tap into what you just talked about. Sunyani East and West lost to the MPP and how it makes nothing of the brouhaha in Parliament about which seats are for the majority side and the minority side. Looking at the provisional results that we're seeing and how, you know, seats are being lost to this party or the other, I just can't wait to see how the whole thing amalgamates, and we'll see what the numbers look like.
So that the seat doesn't actually belong to the party, it belongs to the people.
The people.
And they
People
can decide
they
decide who to put.
I put in majority or
Who
minority.
else feels a bit tongue-tied because the EC has not officially called? But we are seeing all these numbers, and we can, you know, talk about it, but we want to follow the due process and allow the EC officials to be the ones putting the figures out there. I feel like there's a gag order going on because the EC has to be the one to confirm, and until then they're all provisional results.
I'm looking at our board, and already 1 out of the 276 certified parliamentary seats has gone to the MPP. So number 1 out of 276 seats is there on the board.
Let me see if I can get a sense of
the
which
name of the seat, right?
Which seat that is, because that information will be available on our screen pretty shortly. That appears to be the parliamentary results for Etiwa West constituency.
Indeed.
And the result, and this is the parliamentary result, is that the NPP's Laurette Koko Asante has polled one over Dr. Ofosuapia Dennis Owusuapia of the NDC with 16,395 against 8,061 votes.
I'm
so
just curious about what it looked like for 2020. Are you able to pull up the 2020 results?
We are able to pull up the 2020 results for this particular constituency. Perhaps I'll start with the parliamentary and just look at that long blue line, 19,000. And if if we are to compare it to this 2024, then you realize the 3,000. And the NDC, on the other hand, in the last election, 6,000, and this year managing to bring that to 8,000 plus. So we'll leave the rest of the analysis to Maltiti and Sarah, and then we hope that you stay with us for this running coverage of election 2024 live on GBC News and GTV.
Indeed. Katie handing over to SM. Stick around, don't go anywhere.
We'll be right back.
Ghana is a very peaceful country. We are in again for another election. A lot of people are describing it as very crucial. Why crucial? Crucial because intelligent young men will be used for violence to kill. Why are you training young men to kill? Remember, Sudan, Liberia, Congo, and many other countries suffer all this. So this is the time for us to maintain peace. We are only one Ghana and nothing else. We have nowhere to go. So I call on all politicians to give us peace. Let us have a peaceful election this time in Ghana. We plead that all the armories should be under a lock for us to have a peaceful election. There should be no firing because we are one Ghana. There should be no trouble anywhere. We want peace, nothing but peace. Let us love one another and maintain a peaceful Ghana for all of us.
My fellow citizens, my name is Yaya Kwao. I'm a business owner and a peace ambassador for Claret, a non-profit organization dedicated to supporting the most vulnerable in our society. Today, I bring you a message of peace for all of us, business owners, workers, traders, and everyone working to secure a brighter future for our families and our nations. Peace is essential. It sustains our businesses, nurtures our families, and safeguards our future. For over 20 years now, we have upheld our democratic process with pride. This is our legacy, a story of resilience, tolerance, and unity that we must continue peacefully and responsibly. Today, technology places immense power in our hands. We, the citizens, our phones and our social media can build peace or destroy it. Together with our media houses, we must be deliberate and cautious about the information we share. I urge all citizens, especially journalists and political and other social leaders, to reflect deeply before speaking or acting. We should ask ourselves, are we improving the situation, solving the problem, or making it worse? We should ask ourselves. Let us reject sensationalism, fear-mongering, and embrace truth and calm. As we approach this critical moment in our democracy, let's choose peace now, during and after elections. Together, we will stand united and write the next chapter of our success story. Thank you, and may peace guide us
Dunya kata benar, kerja kasan tebak. Lena tu yang kata bagai tutuna, tebal tapasun. Kamala towana ya atu fu, atu anai. Ele chakwe, edo keteleka edo. Ejale so, kebega ya we ngakena, we ngakena, we ngakena, we ngakena. Tebal tapasun le. Ngabati, njati, njati nati, mbeti nati. Tebate ngatumele sanke tebal tapasun gana do. Eti so mbele tapasun gana mbele tapasun munaya. Atu fu, katwana, ele chana mbele kutukala we. Keleka daba keja, daba kefu. Gana katubena, tebele kuya jembala. Ntina ngakia bene janja kejaya, bene kumunje mbala ya. Tujobi ya bafuda bene, biya wati bene, bene kui bene. Baba kasabu bene gama chun. Nada ke odara sakata wala. Ntete gana ne. On kamala towana ya nato. Nelecha na paga telekawai. Ala enjoy biya ala je. Enwa kama ya teleja ma. Keja ka badaba keja daba ko fu daba daba sonle.
We are back once again. Good morning to you viewers, and we thank you for sticking and staying with GBC News for all the electoral results coming in, trickling in, and also receiving updates from us. We are really grateful. Multiti and I are back to give you more updates. We have Bibini from the Lejekuku constituency to update us on the line. Hello, Bibini.
Morning.
Good morning.
What is it's been a long day and a long night.
Yes, it's been really exhausting, but we still have the strength to carry on.
Exactly.
What's happening in the Lejekuku constituency?
Right. We are still at the Teshi police station, which is the collation center. The queue of the returning officers is still long and winding. As you may be aware, this is the third largest constituency in Accra, arguably, in Accra, the capital. Okay. So the voter population is quite huge. There are hundreds and hundreds of polling stations dotted across the Lejekuku constituency. As it stands, they are expecting to count 30,000 plus votes. And currently, it looks like the incumbent member of parliament, Benjamin Nate Aiku, Honorable, is likely to make history. The reason being that with the collation done so far, he's leading with more than 10,000 votes, and that is quite huge a number. Though there are many more of the returning officers who are supposed to also put in their vote. So we are still here. We are still monitoring the process. They are doing it electronically, and so we are watching with bated breath as to how it will go. But as you may have picked the information, the entire session has gone agog with a lot of jubilation as to why there's that much jubilation you can't tell. Because we thought all political watchers and students of politics have been briefed, or we know that Lejekuku is, quote and unquote, one of the swing constituencies, in that apart from the very first member of parliament for the area, in the person of Ni Ajay Sikan, who won the 1992 and 1996 elections on the ticket of NDC, no other member of parliament has had 2 tenures successively. No. I can count after Nia Ajay, we had in the year 2000 Eddie Akita of the New Patriotic Party, and then in 2004, in actual fact, Eddie Akita lost the primaries to Gladys Nole Ashiti, who also on the ticket of New Patriotic Party, who became a deputy minister for health, if you remember. And Nole Ashiti also lost to Nino Tegua of the NDC in the year 2008, who is a veteran broadcaster who had worked with Ghana Broadcasting Corporation and was appointed deputy minister for sport. I think in the last days of his era was even pushed to the deputy minister in the Ministry of Works and Housing. Then after him was Benita Sena Okikigua, who is a former Miss Ghana, because Napedia lost the primaries of the NDC to the beauty pageant, the beauty queen, sorry. So then Sena Okikigua also lost to Bernard Okoboy in the year 2016. Then after Okoboy, he also lost to Benjamin Nate Aiku, who is the current member of parliament on the ticket of NDC. So clearly, it is not a walk in the park when you want to be a member of parliament for testing. When the people decide, they have decided. But in the early hours of the day, right, anybody you spoke with was telling you that, hey, history will be made because the current member of parliament is counting on his achievements in the community to be given a second term, which means that he was expecting to break that jinx, that one-term jinx after the very first member of parliament. And Dr. Okoboy, who is the current Minister for Health, just after moving from National Health Insurance Authority, was also expecting to stage a comeback. So clearly, each of them was expecting to make history. Now, from what we are seeing now, it looks like the health minister has fallen on the sword of the incumbent member of parliament. So it's a long day. We are still here. Looks like it's going to be done maybe around 4 a.m. But hey, we are here to serve God and country. We hope that the place will still be calm because about 45 minutes ago there was a gunshot which we reported, and the soldiers who gave that gunshot were forced to retreat because the youth of the area kept charging and singing war songs. So clearly they realized that it was not an easy move to be here. It's all because there were 2 ballot boxes that were allegedly brought in by a certain man, stating that it looks like the polling officials forgot about that ballot boxes, and so he was bringing it as a good Samaritan. And this NDC youth said no, they were not going to allow these ballot boxes to be counted as part of the boxes that were being retained. Clearly, that was not a sight to behold because it nearly broke out into something else. But after the soldiers left, the policemen have little or no job to do because everybody's walking around the place quietly because they are just entering data, and the media men are also monitoring. Let me also add that the NDC's original chairman, Mr. Ashimon, just left here about 10 minutes ago. He came to congratulate unofficially the incumbent member of parliament, Honorable Benjamin Nate Aiku, for winning the seat for the NDC. Maybe. So this will be the little that I can offer.
It's still the wee hours of the morning, but and we see vigilant supporters keenly monitoring what's happening. But do you have any idea when actual collation will start? And why is it delaying?
Collation started around 6:30 thereabout, and collation is still ongoing because this is the collation center. What it means is that all the polling officials from all the polling centers have actually gotten the polling agents to sign their clean sheet, They have put all of them in their returning papers, and they have marched to the collation center. But just as I said, this is a very big constituency. So the polling officials are in their numbers, they are in their hundreds, and they are sitting in a queue. And when it gets to each of them, they enter your data that you have brought. That is collation. So collation is actually being done. But the truth is that the queue of the returning officers is so long and so winding. Some are even standing to get to where the seats begin before they sit, and then keep shifting till they get to where the collation officials are. So basically, this is what we are observing. But I'm telling you that having started from about 6:30 p.m. up to now, we are likely to end with the number of returning officers that we are seeing here. It looks like we are going to leave here at maybe 4 a.m., 5 a.m. because it's still a long queue.
And we can assure the public that we'll be bringing them up to speed with every event as it unfolds in the Lejekuku constituency, because that is what we promised them. And I'm sure they would confirm that we are delivering on our mandates. Monty, did you have anything to add?
I mean, it's interesting.
Not really. Just as you said, we are still holding our breath, and we monitor every move here, and we will update our viewers, our cherished audiences, with the bits and pieces of any information that we get here.
Thank you so much, Notobi Bininuto, for those updates. A very typical swing constituency there. I mean, no one apart from the first member of parliament has retained his seat until we're seeing now, so it's really a typical swing state. And
I think the supporters took literally the words of the communication teams of the various parties, I should say. When Sami Jemfi said they should not jubilate now, go and then watch the ballot boxes. Miracles Abwaje also categorically stating that the NDC is losing, and that's why they are, saying all sorts of things. So supporters should go and make sure that every vote counts. And we're seeing the numbers at the collation centers. And the EC has also categorically said that nobody who doesn't have that accredited access will be allowed anywhere
to the collation centers.
Near the place. The Peace Council have a counter, thought or argument about this. They are saying that no, the voters could just stay at home and then monitor events. They don't need to throng to these collation centers to go and cause fear and panic, chaos, and then flood the place. So it's a bit here and there in Lejekuku, and I think it's a lot like that in other constituencies we are seeing.
It's because the stakes are high in this particular election. I mean, some parties cannot afford to lose, so I mean, it's obvious that they would.
Hearing in their campaign trails how they've been talking about guarding the votes, ensuring all votes counts, boot for boots, safeguard the ballot box, and all of that. Now we're hearing all these strange ballot boxes coming in. People want to include it. That's a bit unsettling, I would say. I believe that's how the parties feel, and that's why they are not letting anything to chance.
Okay.
And unfortunate about the one death. We heard from the Peace Council about the death in Ewutu Senya and also in Tolon constituency in Yamfala.
We shouldn't have been. Yeah. But we have been told we have Kingsley Nanabuedu from the Central Region on the line to update us with current happenings from the region. Hello, Kingsley.
Yes, I know.
Hello, Kingsley. If you can hear me, you are live on GBC News and GTV.
Hear me? All right. I'm talking. Okay.
Hello, Kingsley.
Hello, I can hear you.
So what is the latest happenings from the Central Region? Kindly update us.
All right. Thank you very much. It is about 1:40 a.m. and we are still at the Regional Coalition Center. That is the Central Region, to be precise, where we are waiting for the constituencies to bring the figures and the ideal coalition in. So, of course, we get the actual figures, the confirmed figures from the Electoral Commission here for the Central Region. Unfortunately, this is the time, and we are still here waiting. If you can see from the board, it's been projected. But according to the UC officials, they are waiting for the constituencies to put in the figure to bring in before they can be able to, of course, give us the actual figures as we are expecting. Interestingly, there are some few people here, some from the UC officers, they are here, and there are some who are also coming from the National Democratic Congress. They have been here ever since, waiting for the coalition to begin. Interestingly, that is the situation here. But according to UC officer, that is what he's telling us. I have with me one of the officers, that is the regional secretary, of NDC, is here to tell us exactly what is happening. Good evening.
Fine, my brother.
It's rather morning. You are live on GTV. Tell us what exactly is happening. I know we've been here for a while. What have you been told? We are still waiting.
Well, we've been told that we are waiting for the constituencies, the EC officers in the various constituencies, to come and report officially with the certified results so that we can start coalition.
Okay.
As we speak now, the MPP is not here. Other political parties are not here. It appears that the NDC is the only political party set ready for the coalition.
Okay.
And the EC says that until they come, they cannot start the coalition, of course. So we are ready, and we know that we are victorious. Just that we want to see, the coalition of the results completed, and then we can then go home and then go and celebrate our victory.
All right. So that happens to be the regional secretary of the NDC, Mr. Gabriel Comey. But one unfortunate piece of news that we have gotten is that just about 15-20 minutes ago, one of the vehicles of the Electoral Commission coming from AAK and Mori, to be precise, was mobbed by some people, and the car has been bent. Of course, the ballot papers and the staff in have been affected. But the good thing is that already the figures have already been communicated already, so there's no cause for alarm. It's just quite unfortunate. But I have the UC officer here, that's a regional director here, who happens to be Mr. Menu. Mr. Menu, good morning.
Good morning.
All right. So tell me, what exactly is happening? This is bad news. What is happening?
Well, it's one of the commandeer vehicles operating at Mori. The driver went there for the ballot boxes. Well, unfortunately, the mob bounced on him and set the car ablaze. Fortunately on our part, the results have already been communicated to the constituency coalition officer. So there's no cause for that. As far as the release of results is concerned, you go ahead and collect the results.
So apart from this unfortunate incident you are just reporting, and the one that happened at Awutu Senya East, which of course unfortunately we lost one person, what are some of the incidences that probably might have occurred here in the region that you know of?
No, apart from the two incidents, the exercise has been incident-free. These are the only incidents which have happened.
All right. So we've been here, and it is almost getting to 2 a.m. on Sunday. What is holding us? What exactly is the situation here at the Coalition Center?
You see, the regional Coalition Center is only a summary. The action is at the constituency level. So we are waiting for the result of the constituency, and we will do only adhesions and send the result to a national coalition center. So we are waiting for until the constituency bring the results. There's nothing we can do.
Okay. So when exactly you think will be appropriate for them? When should we wait?
In fact, I can't be exact, but from now going, we are expecting them to bring the results. It can't be exact. Because the result, they bring the result from the constituency office.
What has been your observation so far? It is almost 2 a.m. It's been so successful, except for this few AHs. What has been your observation? What will you say about the process so far?
But so far, so good. but we were able to execute our duties as expected. Yes. And what is now we are now waiting for the results from the commission.
Okay. So what Mr. Menu is saying, he happens to be the regional director for the Electoral Commission, and they are just waiting for the coalition, their officers at the coalition centers to bring in the information before they can compute it. But what we know as journalists, as media people within the region is that at least the National Democratic Congress, that's the MPP, NDC in the central region, who are currently here waiting patiently for the coalition to be done. They are in the lead. Of course, if whatever we are, the calculations, of course, unconfirmed, waiting for the EC to do the confirmation. But we can say that so far, about 18 or 19 of the polling stations are falling for the NDC in the central region. And of course, per our calculation. And that is what we want the EC official to officially confirm for us. And that is what we are waiting for. Unfortunately and interestingly, I don't see any member of the National Democratic, the New Patriotic Party are here present. It looks like nobody is here. Probably they are waiting for the time that the EC perhaps will be doing that. But there's nobody like that here. The people that I am seeing here are representatives and executives of the National Democratic Congress in the region. They are here waiting. And of course, most of them have also vowed to be here and wait until whatever time the figures will be brought in, so they will be able to be sure of it. I have one of their executive directors here, who happens to be Mr. Professor Tepo. Prof, come here. Oh, okay. Prof doesn't want to talk to me, and that is basically what it is here in the central region.
So 19 constituencies have been won by the NDC.
Well, so far, like I'm saying, this is unofficial. It's not from the EC, but per our calculations and the figures that we have picked from the various constituencies, the NDC is likely to pick at least 18 constituencies here. And these 18 constituencies, can confidently tell you that we are talking about Cape Coast North, we are talking about Cape Coast South, we are talking about AAK, Felix Kwatiofosu has taken it. Of course, for the last election, he contested it and lost. But this particular election, this time around, Felix Kwatiofosu has also won. He's the new entrant. KEA, for instance, Mr. Samuel Mills has also taken it. When you go to Ejumako, it is a done deal already for the
majority leader,
Honorable Ato Forsen. And you go to, so for the central region, we have 23 constituencies, and it is looking like NDC has taken 18, and there's one independent candidate who has also, it's likely for him to have won, and that happens to be A+ at Gomwa Central. He's also, it looks like he's also won that. Then the 3 seats that we are looking at for central region for the New Patriotic Party probably will be Efutu, where Honorable Afanyomaken has also seems to have taken it. Then you go to Gombwa East, Denchira East, Upper Denchira East. There too, it looks like NPP has taken it. Then one other constituency, which is one other constituency. So basically, that is it. But there's one other executive from the National Democratic Congress here, Mr. Atop Forsen, Ato Sapon, to tell us about what exactly is happening here and how did they feel so far. So good evening or good morning.
Good morning. It's morning.
Right. So tell me, what exactly is happening? How do you feel so far?
Oh, so far we feel very excited. We feel very energized. We think that the people of Ghana have spoken, and they've spoken so soundly as to what their wishes, and we are just going to prepare to govern.
Oh, okay. You are ready? Is it confirmed for you? How sure are you that you've taken all of that?
I mean, from what we have collated so far, from our national coalition through to the regional coalition, we are sure. We know that we've won this election. I mean, when you come to Central Region, you rightly indicated that we've won 18 out of 23 seats. From what we've collected so far, His Excellency President John Dramani Mahama has won 20 of the constituencies in the region, and is leading by about 56%. So obviously, one Central Region falls for a particular party, you know for sure that we've won the election. And that combined with our performance in Greater Accra region, our performance in Ashanti region, our performance in the Northern region, obviously, this is a landslide victory for His Excellency President John Dramani Mahama.
Well, indeed, a landslide victory. But what did they trick for you?
It's about honesty. It's about conviction. It's about character. It's about performance. I think these are key attributes that made a huge difference in the 2024 elections. And President Mahama demonstrated that he's capable of turning around the economy based on his prior record and based on the promises that he's made over the next 4 years.
Okay. All right. So from tomorrow going in, what is it? What is up?
No, we are here.
What exactly?
We are going by the rules of the game, and the rules of the game says that once everything is done at the constituencies, we have to come to the regional coalition center and collate the regional results. That's why we've been here for the past 3.5 hours, waiting on the EC officials and waiting on the other side and all other parties to join us so that we can do the coalition. But unfortunately, as you can see, no one seems ready except the NDC. And then we are thinking we'll still be here until the other parties arrive so that we can do the coalition, and then the EC can declare the results for Central Region.
What has been your observation so far the processes are concerned?
I think it's been smooth. In the morning, we had some few challenges with the verification devices. I encountered the same thing where I voted at Akotobinsi in the KEA constituency. But over time, I think the issues were resolved. Voting went on smoothly. And we thank God and the people of Ghana that we've had a very peaceful election, at least in the Central Region.
Okay. All right. So that's it, Mr. Ato Sapon. And basically, the election in the region has been that fair, have been that peaceful and that calm. Of course, until just the last minute, we heard of a vehicle that have been attacked by mob at the Mori area, and of course the car being bent came in. The process have been that successful, except for another incident we heard at Awutu Senya East, which is quite unfortunate, and this particular one just came in. But had it not been that, I would say largely the process have been that peaceful and calm, if you ask me, from the Central Region.
Exactly are you? Where exactly is this collation center, and has none of the presiding officers returned with to collate the results at the collation center? Has none of them returned?
Not yet. That is why we are still here waiting. But it is happening at the various constituencies, polling coalition centers. So we are waiting for them to bring those figures that they have collated from their various constituencies, so the regional EC officials or director can put them together, and of course let us have them confirmed. And of course, that will be the one that perhaps probably we can officially work with. But as it is, it's been a provisional sort of information that we have. Of course, we've been there, some of the places, and we know what exactly is coming there. But we are just waiting for the EC to give us the official declaration of all the constituencies, and especially the presidential ballot. Because as for the parliamentary one, it is being done at the constituency level. So I am here at the regional coalition office, and it is happening at the EC's office here in Cape Coast.
Thank you so much, Kingsley Nanabwedu. Kingsley Nanabwedu is our Central Regional Correspondent, bringing us up to speed with live updates happening in the Central Region. We are being told provisional results suggest that 18 out of 23 constituencies have been won by the NDC, and just awaiting official or certified results from the EC to make that declaration. Motiti, what stood out for you when, I mean, we are just being told that a vehicle has been mobbed and burnt to ashes? That's really unfortunate. I mean, it's lawlessness. It's unfortunate these things are happening, but I don't know, maybe.
It's a worrying development.
Yes.
And I keep going back to my word about how literal supporters have taken garden ballot boxes. This is uncalled for. This is unbecoming.
Yeah.
But it's an interesting region as well. Remember that the largest opposition party's running mate is coming from there. And I did want to find out, though, what the results are from that constituency that she votes. But he also mentioned the comeback by Felix Kwachio-Fosu.
Yes.
Coming back to his own constituency and taking as the minority leader, Cassie Olato-Forson in the Central Region.
We are told has retained his seat,
Seats there, and so it's a very interesting one. A+ as well, after a long fought battle, finally.
He's won. He's going to be part of the 9th Parliament. It's going to be interesting how it will play out anyway. But, I mean, one of the things that have stood out for us is the fact that media reportage this time round has been more professional, it's been more accurate. I mean, if you monitor the media landscape, you could see that everyone is keen on delivering on credible results and giving out credible and certified information. But early on, the GJ had a press conference to cite some worrying situation about the safety of journalists in some constituencies, because we are being told members of parliament or parliamentary candidates who have lost their seat are venting their anger on journalists, and the GJ president is cautioning all these members of parliament or parliamentary candidates that these journalists are not the reason they have lost, and that it's unwarranted that they should spew their venom on the journalists, and caution and he also told journalists to be safe, ensure their safety whilst they are reporting on the various issues. He also touched on a number of inconsistencies with the Electoral Commission and asked the Electoral Commission to address those. That is journalists who are being denied access to the collation centers. So those were some events that took place while we were on break, or while we were engaging our regional correspondents to bring us up to speed with what's happening across the country.
It's surprising, Sarah, because we have, for the past year or two, there has been a lot of advocacy about fake news, misinformation, disinformation by different CSOs, organizations.
And even the NMC.
The NMC, even the EC, the Peace Council, they have talked extensively about ensuring that fake news doesn't, ruin the whole thing. And so I think that journalists have been circumspect in this regard. The GJ setting up their strong room also at the International Press Center with the president and his team, and updating and keeping a keen eye. So it's not like the business as usual, like we usually see. So it's commendable to see that, because Ghanaians hugely rely on the media at this point in time to be their eyes and ears on the ground.
Yes. And we've done creditably well. I mean, we've carried ourselves very well in a highly professional manner. But so far, our dashboard still indicates that there's only one certified of the 276 certified parliamentary seats. We only have one certified results, and that's the NPP that has won one seat. Well, we are still waiting for the certified result. It appears that due to the crowds at the various collation centers, declaration of these results are delaying. Well, we do not know of other reasons, but apart from the crowd of jubilant supporters waiting to see or to hear the certified results from the EC, and these, we are told, have delayed the process.
Right. So we're definitely going to be keeping our eyes and ears
on the ground, yes.
On the ground, and touching base with our reporters as well. It's a minute to 2 a.m. and this is still the live coverage of Ghana's 2024 elections on GBC News and Ghana Television and across our regional radio stations. And if you've been following us for close to 24 hours, it's almost time 4 hours into 6 a.m.
Yeah.
Voting began on Saturday, the 7th of December. And we brought you regions and the makeup of the constituencies and who are winning and who are losing their seats, and also the presidential, which will be declared by the EC chair herself. These are provisional results that are coming in from various correspondents, our correspondents on the ground. We know that the Peace Council in its presser has also condemned the Ewutu Senya East shooting and has called for calm. This is not the first time we're hearing about violence in that area. One of the notable places is the Kasoa area. And so the Peace Council is keenly monitoring that as well. The EC is also saying 60% of polling station results have been received at the constituency collation centers. And as Sarah said, the crowd, the magnitude, the mammoth crowds at the collation centers seem to be delaying the collation or the process of coming out with the final figures of the parliamentary and presidential elections. And we do know about the one dead in Ewutu Senya and one dead also in Yampala in the Tolan constituency. EC remaining resolute that only accredited persons can access collation centers. And Sami Jemfi saying that the MPP is desperate and vicious, and so supporters must be vigilant until official declaration. Miracles Abuaje, who is team lead, communications director for Dr. Alhaji Mahmoud Baumia, the presidential candidate of the MPP, saying that the NDC is clearly losing the election. That's why they're saying all that they're saying. And so these are the big issues that are coming out of this election, this crucial election. We've had conversations with resource persons as well.
Yeah.
We've touched on gender and the parity in Ghana's parliament, the 8th parliament, and going into the 9th parliament. And Sarah has been musing that 188 of them contesting, if all
118 actually.
118, I beg your pardon, all of them. Don't we just want the numbers
we
to
want
increase? And so she's saying if all the 118 are able to, win their seats, that would be good for the affirmative action implementation. Our guest on the show also telling us that intentionality is what will get us there, creating quotas for women. So, and you were talking
safe seats.
And safe seats. You were talking about tokenism, but he said, look, there are capable women. Just create the ecosystem, the enabling environment that will allow them to be able to thrive and rub shoulders with their male counterparts. Because election, we are seeing from today, is not an easy.
It's not a joke, I mean.
It's no playground for just anybody. And so, we're still doing the coverage.
And hoping that we'll receive more updates from our regional correspondents and from the constituencies as well. Because right now, all we're waiting for are the certified results. We can't do anything or decide on anything or confirm anything without the certified results from the EC. And so we would be touching base with our correspondent as and when they get to us with any new updates. But Multitude, I mean, what are some of the issues that stood out for you? I mean, in our discussions with our resource persons, some of the things that stood out for you in the discussion?
I think that profoundly, they talked about campaign messages, the issues, policies instead of insults, and also the balance of power.
Yes.
Looking at after 8 years of governance, how people are assessing, this party versus this party, and why they would give this party the nod, and also even the voter apathy.
Yes.
How across board it looks like a lot of people haven't turned out. And Dr. Aveji was
said they were fatigued.
They're fatigued.
Yes.
The confidence is low, and they feel like maybe it's just a recycle again, going to the polling stages. And I've been saying that, look, the build up to this election, we have spoken to the people.
Yeah.
Posters have conducted polls, and even they have said, about certain places that voters may not turn out to vote, places like in the Ashanti region, and also even candidates that may split votes between, the various and the major political parties as well. And so these have been the issues. I mean, the issues on campaign, the major ones, the NDC and the 24-hour economy, and the MPP.
Digitalization. Anyway, so we'll be taking a break and we'll be right back with some more updates. I mean, we are still looking at the swing states, some strongholds of the ruling New Patriotic Party being swung to the NDC, and what's accounted for these. What were these constituents looking out for? What mattered to them? For which reason they swung their vote to the opposition candidate, the NDC. We are taking a breather. We'll be right back with more updates.
Ghana is a very peaceful country. We are in again for another election. A lot of people are describing it as very crucial. Why crucial? Crucial because intelligent young men will be used for violence to kill. Why are you training young men to kill? Remember, Sudan, Liberia, Congo, and many other countries suffer all this. So this is the time for us to maintain peace. We are only one Ghana and nothing else. We have nowhere to go. So I call on all politicians to give us peace. Let us have a peaceful election this time in Ghana. We plead that all the armories should be under a lock for us to have a peaceful election. There should be no firing because we are one Ghana. There should be no trouble anywhere. We want peace, nothing but peace. Let us love one another and maintain a peaceful Ghana for all of us.
My fellow citizens, my name is Yaya Kwao. I'm a business owner and a peace ambassador for Claret, a non-profit organization dedicated to supporting the most vulnerable in our society. Today, I bring you a message of peace for all of us, business owners, workers, traders, and everyone working to secure a brighter future for our families and our nations. Peace is essential. It sustains our businesses, nurtures our families, and safeguards our future. For over 20 years now, we have upheld our democratic process with pride. This is our legacy, a story of resilience, tolerance, and unity that we must continue peacefully and responsibly. Today, technology places immense power in our hands. We, the citizens, our phones and our social media can build peace or destroy it. Together with our media houses, we must be deliberate and cautious about the information we share. I urge all citizens, especially journalists and political and other social leaders, to reflect deeply before speaking or acting. We should ask ourselves, are we improving the situation, solving the problem, or making it worse? We should ask ourselves. Let us reject sensationalism, fear-mongering, and embrace truth and calm. As we approach this critical moment in our democracy, let's choose peace now, during, and after elections. Together, we will stand united and write the next chapter of our success story. Thank you, and may peace guide us all.
Dunya got a banner. Kaja Gasan to back. Lena toying at the baguette to Tona, the better for soul. Kamala Towana, out of food. Atwana, Eli Chakwi, Educatelecado. Italian soup, cook bagay, we're not gonna, we're gonna, the better for soul. Nabati, and then your tin, the tin, not tea, and Betty, not tea. The water got a million, I get the better for soul, Ghana. It is so many for soul, getting better for soul, Monaya. At the food, Catwana, any time I'm better, go to Calaway. The little Tabaga, Tabaga food. Ghana got a banner, the women of Puyan Fala, and Tina got Kevin Janja, Benham Pumunja Falaya. The job be able for them, Benene, be our Tibin, Benin Queen Benene, but Papa Sabo will lead Amachu. Now that and to take Ghana, the Ghana, on Kamala Towana, and Alto, Nalicha, Napa, get a look away. I like in Jambia, I like J, and one Gamaya, Telegram, the Jack, Abadaba, Gajataba, go food, the better person left.
Misinformation is real, so think before you share.
Hi, I'm Ajite Anand. But during elections, emotions and tensions usually run high. Unfortunately, this is also the time when people choose to create and share information that is abusive, divisive, and emotionally charged. Refuse to be an enabler or victim to this. Media content, especially on social media during this election period, may contain dubious facts, abusive and hateful language, which seeks to trigger an emotional reaction from you. Chances are the information is false, or the complete picture hasn't been presented to you. So why don't you take a second or two and calmly investigate the claim before you share or act on it? If you find information to be false or inaccurate, speak up, report it. Don't be a silent enabler of misinformation online. My name is Ajite Anand, and I think before I share. Do you?
This message is brought to you by the Department of Communication Studies, University of Ghana, with support from the Canadian High Commission in Accra.
Misinformation is real, so think before you share.
My name is Celestine Addo, the General Secretary of the Gimpa Law Students Association. It is that time of the year again, and we are here with a peace message. The Gimpa Law Students Association, in collaboration with the Gimpa Law School, is organizing a peace campaign dubbed Peace Through Democracy. Are you ready to vote on the 7th of December 2024? If you are ready, let's do this peacefully. We need you alive. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Kweku Ajiman Budu, Dean of the Gimpa Law School. The peace and stability of our dear nation, Ghana, and our democratic credentials is what is at stake on 7 December 2024 when we go to the polls to choose a new president and members of parliament. Here at the Gimpa Law School, where we are training the next generation of leaders of Ghana, we believe that it is imperative that we protect and preserve the successes chalked so far in our fourth republic. The truth is that democracy has not solved all of our problems. But to quote Winston Churchill, democracy is the worst form of government except for all those other forms that have been tried from time to time. So as we approach the 2024 general elections, we at the Gimpa Law School pledged to choose the path of peace. And we encourage all Ghanaians that as we exercise our franchise, let us do so in the knowledge that the ultimate winner is Ghana. God bless our homeland Ghana and make our dear nation great and strong.
Hello, my name is Lukman Mohammed Adams, and I'm the president of the Gimpa Law Students Association. As we approach the 2024 presidential and parliamentary election, let us all remember one thing. Peace is the bedrock of our democracy. Without peace, our election will be meaningless. To the various stakeholders in this presidential and parliamentary election, including the various political parties, the Electoral Commission, and the Ghana Police Service, as well as all other law enforcement agencies, let us all remember one thing. Let's be responsible. And to my fellow youth, let us all be responsible for peace during and after the 2024 election. I stand for peace. How about you? God bless our homeland Ghana.
My name is Jael Godfrey Akwasi. I'm the chairperson for the Law Students Association Congress. Peace is the hallmark of many Ghanaians. An attribute not spoken of well enough. Peace doesn't benefit just me. It benefits you, the old man and his wife, the young ones going to school, and the generations unborn. There's nothing more soothing like walking with no fear of harm. As the elections draw nigh, and we are determined to choose the right leader for ourselves, let us make the sanity of our beloved Ghana our priority. We should not let the red exceed the yellow and the green on the flag. We are one people choosing the leader, not enemies battling on whose leader wins. There's nothing more like home. Let's love lead, let's peace lead, let's Ghana come first. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Joel Naribonajiwi. I am the Chief Justice of the Judicial Board of the Gimpa LSA. As a student of the law, I would like to borrow the words of the Venerable Sowa JSE in the classical case of Tufuan Attorney General, where he said, our Constitution is a reflection of our history, of our hopes and aspirations as a people. The people of Ghana, through our Constitution, have chosen the power of the thumb to choose our next leader. In all we do, let's ensure we have peace. Let's all remember, there's only peace, and we only have one Ghana. Thank you.
Peace through democracy. I stand for peace.
Peace through democracy. I pledge 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 peace.
Misinformation is real, so think before you share.
Jama, you haven't carried your me hikuta. Pampana doing and timbenga. Bonga and Sarah born information. Munam BJ Jan, kinan di phone, kinan Kara TV, kinan be internet to anabambona information. Election ward and to ja yere jelly mine mambanjimi alok so ma san kanka yelenga mo en kanna anyere internet nga yelenga mo labi grilla sanga tingara election setum bang ayele mehe anan gri tan anyo agwele heta kana na bambo yela akutemehe bobo tin na bantu abo yelenga an yele mehe ayi amahenga an gri pon anamanya wuliyena Galanga en kananga amo jalo to kisaredi kablangwa se emga anlo kanye kala mangala bi ka grila ayalenga en kananga ayala mo ne kan manga yalala undi binebe yala mehe on yala chabe amine kangba sie kadana de era amun yala anta so karban ayalenga numbo mo anyi adana chabe jin anyi wanana ajibala be adana yenga antara yala manganga anguluwa setin saudi ayele na ambi ayele pun yala mehela atare yala manga apun ayele na impana won abaha se in lokanye dijana man an eji yala me amman bangiwa amin yala ayele ngabe baba yala bala kinan pana waka amahinga pun anyaka sige kana biebe ekomban lana ban yala na to da yala inna social media and bunga na saram bona share aduko ninjana njorola abduhai movement man mantia han share bon social media. Kenamampana.
This message is brought to you by the Department of Communication Studies, University of Ghana, with support from the Canadian High Commission in Accra.
Misinformation is real, so think before you share.
Ghana is a very peaceful country. We are in again for another election. A lot of people are describing it as very crucial. Why crucial? Crucial because intelligent young men will be used for violence to kill. Why are you training young men to kill? Remember, Sudan, Liberia, Congo, and many other countries suffer all this. So this is the time for us to maintain peace. We are only one Ghana and nothing else. We have nowhere to go. So I call on all politicians to give us peace. Let us have a peaceful election this time in Ghana. We plead that all the armories should be under a lock for us to have a peaceful election. There should be no firing because we are one Ghana. There should be no trouble anywhere. We want peace, nothing but peace. Let us love one another and maintain a peaceful Ghana for all of us.
My fellow citizens, my name is Yaya Kwao. I'm a business owner and a peace ambassador for Claret, a non-profit organization dedicated to supporting the most vulnerable in our society. Today, I bring you a message of peace for all of us, business owners, workers, traders, and everyone working to secure a brighter future for our families and our nations. Peace is essential. It sustains our businesses, nurtures our families, and safeguards our future. For over 20 years now, we have upheld our democratic process with pride. This is our legacy, a story of resilience, tolerance, and unity that we must continue peacefully and responsibly. Today, technology places immense power in our hands. We, the citizens, our phones and our social media can build peace or destroy it. Together with our media houses, we must be deliberate and cautious about the information we share. I urge all citizens, especially journalists and political and other social leaders, to reflect deeply before speaking or acting. We should ask ourselves, are we improving the situation, solving the problem, or making it worse? We should ask ourselves. Let us reject sensationalism, fear-mongering, and embrace truth and calm. As we approach this critical moment in our democracy, let's choose peace now, during and after elections. Together, we will stand united and write the next chapter of our success story. Thank you, and may peace guide us
Dunya gata bena, keja kasan teba. Lena to ngata bagatu tona, teba ta fasul. Kama la to wana ya atu pu, atu anai. Ele chakwe, edo ketele kedo. Etale so, kukbege ya we ngakana, we ngakana, we ngakana we kana de ba ta fa so le na buti nna ja ti nti na ti mbeti na ti de ba tenga te bele sa ke de ba ta fa so ngana do nti so mbele ta fa so ngana mba ta fa so mona ya ade fu ka to ana eni tanga fara ka to kala wai tele ka da ba ka ja da ba ka fu gana ga to bena de ba bena ku ya je fala nti na ga ke bena janja ga ja ya bena ku mun je fala ya to jo bi ya ba fu da bena ne bi ya wa ti bena ku bena ne ba ba ka sa ba bali ga man chu na da ke yo da la sa ka to kwala nti te gana ne on kama la to ba na ya na to na le cha na pa ga tele ka wai ala enjoy biya ala te en ma kama ya tele ja ma ga ja ka ba da ba ga ja da ba ga fu da ba ta fa so le
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. My name is Sheikh Armiya Shuaib. I'm the spokesman for the Chief Imam and a member of the National Peace Council Governing Board. Peace is a gift of God to us. It's a universal principle. This has kept our nation since our return to democracy in this country. It's something that we must all preserve. We need a peace now, before, during, and post-election period, so we can keep the unity and harmony of our country. I, Sheikh Armiya, pledge for peace.
I, Joseph Whitton, Commissioner for the Commission on Human Rights and Administrative Justice, Ghana, I pledge for peace. And I encourage all well-meaning Ghanaians, particularly as we run into the election period, to stand up for peace. Because we have only one country, and without peace, then we will. I encourage everyone, children, women, men, public servants, private citizens, civil society organizations, to pledge for peace.
Peace. It's a word that means different things to different people. For me, it is what unites and bonds us. Working as a communication professional, I craft various messages to reach different audiences. I work for brands that thrive only in a stable environment. To aid my work, I need our society to be free of conflict come election 2024. That is why I am calling on all stakeholders, government organizations, political parties, civil society groups, and the youth, particularly you and I, to ensure that there is peace before, during, and after election 2024. I am Jacqueline Johnson Kwe. I pledge to choose peace.
My name is Celestine Ado, the General Secretary of the Gimpa Law Students Association. It is that time of the year again, and we are here with a peace message. The Gimpa Law Students Association, in collaboration with the Gimpa Law School, is organizing a peace campaign dubbed Peace Through Democracy. Are you ready to vote on the 7th of December 2024? If you are ready, let's do this peacefully. We need you alive. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Kweku Ajiman Budun, Dean of the Gimpa Law School. The peace and stability of our dear nation, Ghana, and our democratic credentials is what is at stake on 7 December 2024 when we go to the polls to choose a new president and members of parliament. Here at the Gimpa Law School, where we are training the next generation of leaders of Ghana, we believe that it is imperative that we protect and preserve the successes chalked so far in our Fourth Republic. The truth is that democracy has not solved all of our problems. But to quote Winston Churchill, democracy is the worst form of government except for all those other forms that have been tried from time to time. So as we approach the 2024 general elections, we at the Gimpa Law School pledged to choose the path of peace. And we encourage all Ghanaians that as we exercise our franchise, let us do so in the knowledge that the ultimate winner is Ghana. God bless our homeland Ghana and make our dear nation great and strong.
Hello, my name is Lukman Mahami Adams, and I'm the president of the Gimpa Law Students Association. As we approach the 2024 presidential and parliamentary election, let us all remember one thing. Peace is the bedrock of our democracy. Without peace, our election will be meaningless. To the various stakeholders in this presidential and parliamentary election, including the various political parties, the Electoral Commission, and the Ghana Police Service, as well as all other law enforcement agencies, let us all remember one thing. Let's be responsible. And to my fellow youth, let us all be responsible for peace during and after the 2024 election. I stand for peace. How about you? God bless our homeland, Ghana.
My name is Jael Godfrey Akwasi. I'm the chairperson for the Law Students Association Congress. Peace is the hallmark of many Ghanaians. An attribute not spoken of well enough. Peace doesn't benefit just me. It benefits you, the old man and his wife, the young ones going to school, and the generations unborn. There's nothing more soothing like walking with no fear of harm. As the elections draw nigh, and we are determined to choose the right leader for ourselves, let us make the sanity of our beloved Ghana our priority. We should not let the red exceed the yellow and the green on the flag. We are one people choosing the leader, not enemies battling on whose leader wins. There's nothing more like home. Let's love lead, let's peace lead, let's Ghana come first. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Joel Naribona Jiwi. I am the Chief Justice of the Judicial Board of the Gimpa LSA. As a student of the law, I would like to borrow the words of the Venerable Soa JSE in the classical case of Tufuan Attorney General, where he said, our Constitution is a reflection of our history, of our hopes and aspirations as a people. The people of Ghana, through our Constitution, have chosen the power of the thumb to choose our next leader. In all we do, let's ensure we have peace. Let's all remember, it's only peace, and we only have one Ghana. Thank you.
Peace through democracy. I stand for peace.
Peace through democracy. I pledge 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 peace.
Misinformation is real, so think before you share.
Jama, even career yele me hikuta. Pampana dunenga timbenga. Bonga na sara mbona information. Munam BJ jang, kinan di phone, kinan kara TV, kinan bi internet chung ana bambona information. Election world ngang te ja nyere jeli mine mambanjimi alo tsume ma sa kanka yele nga mo en kanna anyere internet nga yele nga mo labi grilla sanga tingara election nga setum bang ayele mehe anan gri tang anyo agwele heta kanana na bambo yele akutemehe bobo tun na bantu abo yele nga an yele mehe ayi amahe nga an gri pon anamanye wuliyena gelanga enkananga amo gelo to kinsaredi kablangwa se emga anlo kanye kala mangala di ka grila ayalenga enkananga ayala mo ne kan manga yalala undi binebe yala mehe on yala chabe amine kangba sie kadana de era amin yala anta so karban ayalenga numbo se mo anyi adana chabe jin anyi wanana ajibalabe adana yenga antara yala manganga anuluwa setin sabudi ayele na ambi ayele pun yala mehela atare yala manga apun ayele na impana won abaha se in lokanye dijana man an eji yala me amman banyiwa amin yala ayele ngabe baba yala bala kinan pana waka amahe ngapun anyaka sige kana biebe ekomban lana ban yala na to da yala inna social media and bunga nan saram bona share aduko ninjana nyorla abduhai movement man mantia han share bon social media kenam pana.
This message is brought to you by the Department of Communication Studies, University of Ghana, with support from the Canadian High Commission in Accra.
Misinformation is real, so think before you share. Misinformation is real, so think before you share.
Hi, I'm Ajete Anand. But during elections, emotions and tensions usually run high. Unfortunately, this is also the time when people choose to create and share information that is abusive, divisive, and emotionally charged. refuse to be an enabler or victim to this. Media content, especially on social media during this election period, may contain dubious facts, abusive and hateful language, which seeks to trigger an emotional reaction from you. Chances are the information is false, or the complete picture hasn't been presented to you. So why don't you take a second or two and calmly investigate the claim before you share or act on it? If you find the information to be false or inaccurate, speak up, report it. Don't be a silent enabler of misinformation online. My name is Ajete Anand, and I think before I share. Do you?
This message is brought to you by the Department of Communication Studies, University of Ghana, with support from the Canadian High Commission in Accra.
Misinformation is real, so think before you share.
Ghana is a very peaceful country. We are in again for another election. A lot of people are describing it as very crucial. Why crucial? Crucial because intelligent young men will be used for violence to kill. Why are you training young men to kill? Remember, Sudan, Liberia, Congo, and many other countries suffer all this. So this is the time for us to maintain peace. We are only one Ghana and nothing else. We have nowhere to go. So I call on all politicians to give us peace. Let us have a peaceful election this time in Ghana.
Still watching GBC News' live coverage of the election, and we are trying to monitor the scenes as and when the results are trickling in. We've been told the EC is concerned about the crowds at the collation centers, which is delaying the results from being declared. But we are being told that the EC is about to hold another press conference to update us from their collation centers. Let's go to the EC headquarters.
It has come to the Commission's notice that the leadership of some political parties have authorized their supporters to besiege the collation centers, contrary to the laid down policy. By law, the political parties are required to have 2 representatives at each collation center for each candidate. This directive by the parties violates laid down policy and is a breach of standard procedure. We call on political parties to withdraw their supporters with immediate effect, and we call on the Ghana Police Service to step in. The actions of the supporters are impeding the collation process. We have also been informed that in the Tano South constituency, in the Ahafo region, some party agents forced the returning officer to declare the parliamentary results without collation. We call on both our permanent and temporary staff not to come under any pressure that will lead to the violation of our rules. Results produced without due process will not be recognized by the Commission. It is important to note that votes for each candidate have already been counted and announced at the polling stations, and therefore will be collated based on the pink sheets that have already been given to the political parties. There is therefore no need for supporters to go to the collation centers, as the political parties already have copies of the pink sheets. This infiltration of supporters into the collation centers is delaying the collation process. We therefore entreat all supporters who have thronged the collation centers to leave to enable the returning officers to collate the results from the polling stations. We trust that the leadership of the political parties will advise them to do so. Thank you.
At this point, we are not taking questions. We'd like to thank you very much for staying with us throughout the day, the night, and to this morning. Shall we go back to the collation center? Thank you.
Come back from the EC headquarters. That was a really brief meeting with the press. Mr. Samuel Tete, the deputy chairperson of the EC, updating journalists about what's happening. And as we said earlier before we went to the press conference, that the infiltration of party supporters at the various collation centers is delaying the process of declaring certified results at the various collation centers by the EC. Therefore, they are entreating party supporters to retreat so that the EC can do their work. They are also saying that results without any result that is brought to the collation center without following the due process will not be recognized, and that every pink sheets that were given to political parties at the various polling stations and constituencies are enough proof of what their candidates have won. So there is no need for them to come to the various collation centers to disrupt the process or to delay the process any further. It's been such a long, exhausting day for both journalists and the EC and anyone at home monitoring events after this election on December 7th, and today is Sunday, December 8th. And as the EC said early on, it would want to declare the certified result, the final and certified results within 72 hours. And that's what, those are the timelines they are hoping to stick to, for which reason they are calling on all party supporters, or they are engaging the political parties to call on their supporters to retreat from the various collation centers so that the EC can do their work and declare the certified results. So far, we've received a number of provisional results from across the country, from our regional correspondents and those from the constituencies, but we are unable to work with those results because they are not certified by the EC, and we are being told that the process is being delayed by party supporters. So we hope these political parties would take heed from the EC and do the needful so that we can probably get out of here and get some needed rest, because we've been doing this for close to 24 hours and we are still on and willing to provide you with the credible data as and when the EC declares it. But we have our correspondents on the ground. We are being told the Wejagbawe constituency, there's an update from the Wejagbawe constituency where our reporter Walker Abronoma is standing by to update us with any event, any happening. But we are told that he's yet to be contacted. He's been holding on during the EC's press conference, and we are still trying to get hold of our reporter. We're also trying to get hold of some security analysts to probably tell us how far the security agencies have fared in keeping to their mandate with this particular election and even declaration of results and all the chaos happening at the various constituencies, whether they've been up to task, whether they've executed their mandate excellently or they've had challenges, and how best we can deal with those challenges. I would want to find out from my colleague Multiti what she's also observed so far with happenings this night.
Well, Sarah, it's not, I wouldn't say it's an uneventful night because lots is happening. Our correspondents keep feeding us information about, people trying to pry open the center, the coalition center, and get access to the place. You don't know if these people are people who have, the credible, accredited pass to be able to make it into.
And what their motives are.
Or what their motives are, and those who are carrying, these ballot boxes, ballot boxes, stuffing them and taking them close to the coalition centers, what they mean to do with that.
Let's head over to the Wejagbawe constituency, because early on we were told that elections delayed at that particular constituency due to some challenges. So let's get up to speed with events from the Wejagbawe constituency. Hello, Walker Abronoma. Good morning, and thank you for joining us.
You're welcome, Sarah.
Yes. What's the latest from the Wejagbawe constituency?
Currently, I'm at Fitness First Health Club Policing Center at Wejagbawe. It's a bit far from the municipal assembly, and the coalition is underway, and everything, would I say everything is fine? In the coalition center, yes, it is fine. However, this place is fenced, and it's a main gate that you come through before you enter the coalition center. It's an open hall. As there are some youth Olympic supporters, majority of which believe to be NDC supporters, are very much agitated. Why? For many occasions, they try to push the gate or break the gate and then come in, but there's heavy security presence there, so they try to also prevent them from doing that. Not too long ago, we hear that there was a ballot box that was coming in. And before, at this time, and of course, that at the polling centers or stations, when the counting is done, once polls close and the counting is done, you put them in the ballot box. Both NDC and MPP supported, polling agents have sealed, together with the EC officials, will seal the ballot box with the party seal. So after that, you bring it to the coalition center, and of course you don't put the pink sheet in that box, because the pink sheet will be in an envelope, both the parliamentary and presidential. But I think this one that was being brought in, the pink sheet and the ballot boxes were in the ballot papers were in the box. So they had to come together to open the ballot box and then remove the pink sheet and replace the old pink criteria or their appeal for the new one. However, before they could do that, because the parties need to come together and agree on something to do, but before they could do that, I think there was this chemistry that they were trying to pull it, this one put this aside and that. So it opened, and what they found in, according to them, they alleged that the content of those papers were papers that were printed in favor of the NPP. So they said they won't agree, and there was kind of high agitation here, but the security officials have been able to calm them down, and now everything is underway. The PC officials together with the candidates, the presidential candidates, and some of their polling agents are in the collection center, trying to publish all the figures for everyone here. Those are concerned, journalists and parties that are here together today, and any other agency that is concerned about this election.
All right, Walker, but you must have an idea of who probably has won the Wejagbawe constituency seat, even though the result you're going to be churning out is provisional.
Uncertified, but it looks like NPP's presidential candidate, who is Jerry, Shaibu, is the one that I can say, not confirmed though, but I can say we have won for this conference. That's what about.
We can hear some chaos happening in your background.
Hello, Sarah?
Yes, I could hear voices in your background.
Of course, it's the people, the youth that I told you to leave, or majority of them to leave to be NDP supporters. They are at the gate, so trying to break and then come in, but the security officials are not allowing them. And of course, they don't have to allow them, because when they get their way into the collision center, I think chaos, they report chaos, so they are not allowing them to come in. Yeah.
I was going to ask you how the security is faring in trying to control the crowd, because that's a major hindrance to the EC pronouncing the certified results. They say the party supporters are not allowing them to do their work. I just wanted to find out from you how the security is faring on the ground.
I can see a number of them here, both police officers and a few. I was down here or the collision center here. I haven't seen military officers, but once in a while you see them pass through, but they are not really here. I've watched the Ghana police told us that they will be stationed somewhere, and if the police need backup, they will come. I see immigration officers here, I see fire service officers here, so they are here in their numbers. Everything. Apart from what I told you, the agitation by those people, I believe to be NC support. But from that, there's nothing that is maybe bad incidents that we can report here. But the police are there, they try to calm them down. Even this time they try to do something, push the gate and then enter. They are here, they are protected now. We say, somehow, so this constituency, somehow someone can take a heated constituency or a flashpoint area. But where we are doing the pollution, it's a very bad space that I can tell you that you are safe. For now, I can say we should, but the police officers are here. If anything which I don't envisage that will happen, you can have your way in somewhere. But it doesn't mean that we should say someone should do something, but I am just saying that if this place, I mean, how big it is, you can have the way to somewhere before, I mean, you do things, by the time something that happens, you'll be able to go out and then find a way to go into war. But I mean, if the issue is getting out of hand, I think you can find a way out. Of course, yeah. But the police officers and other police officers are here. Police centers, like talk to you, it's very quiet. They are doing their own thing. But because the yard is very big, the people are far away and behind the gate that they are not able to come in. So for now, I would say we'll stay. Unless, of course, anything or the otherwise happens.
Walker, please try and keep safe. I mean, hearing from those agitated voices in the background, all you can do is probably keep safe whilst you're trying to update us. Let's find out from Multiti, who is on the dashboard, to find out what's the latest in terms of social media responses to our coverage.
People are not sleeping just like us, and a lot of Ghanaians are awake this morning already or didn't even sleep at all. So messages coming through, and you can send us your messages on our WhatsApp number 026 4000 996 026 4000. That's 4000 996, and we'll read them to your hearing. One says, good morning, I really appreciate GBC. Thank you so much for appreciating us.
We do appreciate you too.
Definitely, we appreciate you for keeping us company and allowing us keep you company at home. I'll surprise you guys when my father wins this election. You're doing a great job. Keep it up. It's another message from a viewer. Thank you, dear viewer. Another says, polls have closed now, and the next important thing is to make sure collated results are not pegged at a certain percentage for too long, just like the last time. Also, vigilance when it comes to the declaration of the final results by the EC chair. The last time it was recorded declaration, she didn't appear at the National Center to announce the final results. 3 different sets of compilations were used to determine the winner. Vigilance is the word. Thank you. And that's a message from one of our viewers as well. Another one joins in by saying, from what has happened so far, it is clear if party supporters were not to be at the coalition centers, fake ballot boxes or fake pink sheets would have been smuggled into the centers. What is the guarantee that fake soldiers would not go to the centers with fake pink sheets and fake ballot boxes to change the results if supporters go home? I kind of feel like I'm rhyming at this point with a lot of the fakes there. Another of our viewer, great job, keep it up. Thank you so much. Send us your messages on WhatsApp 026 4000 996. We do appreciate hearing from you, and I'm seeing the, cliche is here. We're still waiting to hear Mahama win, and still it is possible from our viewers, our diversified viewers from across the country, sending us those messages, Sarah. And so that's how our viewers are interacting with us. We're still waiting for our results to come in from our dashboard here as well. But Sarah, I was saying that some of the, the constituencies, the female constituencies, before we look at them and how they probably performed in 2016 and 2020, we'll look at some of the men as well and how they also performed, especially constituencies like Ejiso.
Yes.
Eyes will be on it. Constituencies like Bantama, and Bantama is open here. So you see that for Bantama in 2016, let me go back, Sarah. For Bantama in 2016, the MPP polled about 51,000 votes as against the NDC's 6,000 votes. And so clearly you can see that 2016 Bantama was all blue. 2020 Bantama was all blue again with 58,000 votes against about 58,000 or above 58,000 against the NDC 7,000. And so in 2016, 51,000. In 2020, 58, the MPP increased the number in that constituency. As I said, we'll be bringing you more of a focus and zooming our lens onto some of these constituencies that are big places of contention. But we know that there's been serious key security issues on the ground coming to play in this crucial election. And so we do want to go on the phone, just hearing from the EC. Let's go to the lines and speak to Adib Sani. We'll try and connect with him. We seem to be having challenges with the phone number. So we're going to try and connect with Adib Sani. He's a security analyst, engage his thoughts on what the security situation is on the ground. And so I'm just going to scoot over again and bring you some more messages from our board and also even our interactive screen. So you see that lots happening currently. Updates from the constituencies where our reporters are and our viewers who are also joining in from all over. Please, good morning. My favorite TV channel, GBC GTV. I've been watching you all until now. I'm still watching and waiting for the final results. So this viewer has been watching us since yesterday at about 11:07 a.m. and she's here again, or he or she is here again. Thank you so much for watching us and keeping your channel locked onto GBC. We do appreciate your time. Another one says, just waiting for the final results from the office of the EC. And yes, he asked JM all the way. Well, as some party, viewers of GBC there. NDC is coming back to par, and I wish JDM will review the free educational policy to favor those who pass properly, I beg your pardon, to enjoy the free education instead of allowing some very unpalatable words. I'm not reading that on this platform. Well done, GBC. Thank you so much. Justice delayed is justice denied, and he said early on, he or she said early on, GBC, good work done so far. We should let Dr. Bawumia throw in the towel. We do not have the power to do that. You should know that by now. Hi, MPP all the way. Well, we hear you loud and clear, and thank you for sending your messages through. You can see our WhatsApp number on the screen, and you can send your messages to that number so that we can read them to you from across the country. And Sarah, earlier on, I was looking at some of the constituencies and the big ones. I was saying we'll look at the women, but the big boys as well in the regions that are swing regions and regions that are topical, like in Bantama. And I was saying, let's look at Asawase as well, still in the Ashanti region. Ashanti region being a big deciding factor in this.
We are told provisional results are showing that the incumbent NP for Asawase Muntaka has retained his seats, but these are unconfirmed. We are just hoping that the EC will declare them soon so that we can also tell viewers.
So in 2016, this is how Asawase looked like. In 2016, the NDC had, and that's Muntaka, 38,800 and above 890 there, and the MPP had 33,120. So you can see that it's about 5% of votes lost by the MPP to the NDC, allowing them to have an edge over them. The PPP was third in that polls with 483, and the others follow. Let's look at 2020 and see if Asawase and Muntaka fared better, or the MPP's Alhaji Ali Duseidu fared better. For 2020, Muntaka polled 51,615 against Alhaji Ali Duseidu, who polled 31,256. So clearly, the NDC did way better in 2020 as against the MPP. The MPP appeared to have dropped some points, 33,000 here and 31,000 here. So some points were dropped. As I said, I'll be shuffling between the two screens because I want you. We want to engage you very well this morning. We know that you haven't slept just like us, and so we want to bring you up to speed with what's happening, and your messages are important as well. Bawumia is winning, inshallah. We hear you loud and clear. Thank you for sending your message through. Please, good morning. I have stayed with you since yesterday. Great job. Great job to you too for staying with us. Thank you so much for staying with us for this long. We're almost heading into 24 hours after election begun. Now, good evening, GBC. Thanks for your good work. I wonder why Sami Jamefi has been so calm during all his press with the media. Has someone advised him this time for not being unpalatable words again that I am not reading? Big shout out to GBC. You guys are doing a great job. Can't wait to have NDC back on the seat. Okay, views expressed here are views of our viewers and not the views of GBC. I should just put that out there. Yeah, so more messages. Hey, what's up? What's up to you too, Charlie? How far? What's going on? What's happening in your constituency or where you are? Hi, and what's happening as from? Hi, good morning, my favorite station. We're just waiting for it is possible to declare JM as our new president. Fala from Cont, Lord. Cont, Lord, thank you for sending us your message. Good morning. Watching you from the Upper West region. Thanks for your updates. I'm Jalilu Kasim GH, and I'm happy to hear JM is winning. Well, I don't know how you're following the numbers. Help me to tell the people of Upper West, thank you. NDC 1111. Jalilu, provisional results. They are not certified yet. So I don't know how you're coming up with your conclusions, but these are provisional. Good work done up to this hour. We are still praying for the successful election and hoping God will lead us through this election. And that's why our mantra at GBC is Ghana wins. At the end of the day, the winners or the contenders will hug each other out and everybody goes home for the betterment of this country. Another viewer joins, says, you need to be promoted. JDM all the way. If you mean GBC, well, yes, you can promote us and we are promoting you as well. Let's promote each other together. Thank you for that. I am Courage from Spintex Accra, and I just can't wait for JM to be announced. Okay, Courage. Hi, good morning, GBC. You guys are doing massively well. Keep it up. I'm watching you guys since morning. Ashaiman, we are waiting for the EC to declare the winner. I'm God's way, Adukpo, Noah. Ashaiman is one of the very big constituencies in the Greater Accra region, and Noah is monitoring us all the way there. Thank you and shout out to the Ashaiman people. Good morning, GBC. Amaulolo from Kasoa. Kafui, please tell the people dying that Kwame Nkrumah has already sacrificed his life for Ghana, so they should stop dying. Kafui, because of your hard work, I'm going to name my baby after you. Kafui is definitely receiving all this love. Thank you so much for sending these messages. Good morning, GBC, and let me see the early birds. Thank you, GBC team, for all your updates. Daniel Mauli from Achimota, the Motown people joining in. Good morning. I can't wait to see the win. Good job, team GBC, for the good updates. Thank you as well. Please kindly advise the military to stay away from interrogation with party members and intimidating people in Ghana. It's really hard. Well, we have picked up reports about the military's presence at different constituencies, but the security agencies on the ground we're trusting are dealing with the situation. We have heard from this EC, and they have said, the chair has said that is not their mandate to deal with security issues at their grounds. Theirs is to conduct elections free and fair so that you go and cast your ballot and you are not disenfranchised. Keep it up. I'm watching from Sunyai. Oh, thank you so much, the Sunyai people who are watching. Thank you so much for what you guys are doing. A great job. Ohima Sarah, you look beautiful. I really like your hairstyle. And best TV station in Africa, GTV. Ohima Sarah, you're looking good. Thank you so much. Ohima Sarah has, accepted, received your message in good faith. It will hopefully keep her awake for some more hours because we really need to be awake. Good morning, GBC. Thank you people so much. In fact, I've been waiting for the results since yesterday and I'm still waiting. We are all waiting with you. So yes, your analysis with the graphs makes the whole thing elaborate. Thumbs up. You all look good in your attires. I think your correspondents on the field should rather be in the branded attires. Our correspondents are branded, actually. They are wearing the jackets. They are wearing our branded T-shirts. And so maybe if you're not seeing the t-shirts because the jacket is covering it, but visibility is important to us at GBC, and so we've ensured that our correspondents are well branded. Every region needs a chairman. Bunas from A. Okay, thank you for that shout out, Chairman Bunas. I'm going to go back to the board again so that you can see what is happening with some of the constituencies that we have, looking at the voting patterns or how they vote in Asawase. So, Sarah, earlier on we were looking at Muntake's constituency, and it looked like in 2016, let me just go back, 2016, I think these are the presidential election for Asawase, actually. Okay. So this is for John Mahama versus President Akufo-Addo. And John Mahama polled 38,892, and President Akufo-Addo polled 33,120. And in 2020, for presidential, for parliamentary, actually, the NDC polled, or Muntaka polled 51,569 as against Alidu Seidu Alhaji, who polled 31,256.
It's about the same figures with the presidential. And
you realize that with Bantama, the presidential, the MPP did well, massively well there as well. President Akufo-Addo at the time in 2016-2020 had over 60,000 votes as against John Mahama there. And when you look at Asawase, which is also an NDC, prone area, you can see that the NDC is doing well. John Mahama is doing well.
Let's look at Ejiso.
Ejiso now, yes, that's right.
So you go back to Ashanti.
Ashanti still. Ejiso is a big decider as well. The unfortunate passing of the Member of Parliament for John Kuma for Ejiso, and we saw what happened with the by-elections and getting a new.
So this 2016
parliamentary, John Kuma, the candidate, polled 54,508 as against the NDC. So it was Kwabna Owusu Aduomi actually who polled that against Gloria Kosho Huze, 9,485. And Sarah, look at the gap.
So huge.
So huge. Like these are the constituencies that pride themselves in, we are this party, we are that party. And that is what the blue is doing here, the MPP for Ejiso.
Let's see 2020 if the same
2020 for
trajectory was recorded.
For the parliamentary. For 2020, 69,000.
Just about the same.
Let me track back a bit. 2016.
Just about the same, but this time around the margins have widened here.
Right, 54,000. 2020, 69,000. So they went up a notch.
Yeah.
And the NDC, let's see, 9,000. And the NDC also went up a notch.
Yes.
So this is how the balance looks like for the parliamentary for 2016 and 2020. So for 2020, that's John Ampotua Kuma who polled this as against George Kwame Huze. For presidential 2016, I won't be surprised. The MPP as well, 54,508.
Yeah.
A whopping 54,000 as against 9,000. And for 2016 presidential, 55,000 as against 9,469. For 2020, for the presidential, Nana Akufo-Addo polled at 69,399 as against John Dramani Mahama, 14,500. That is some gap. Sarah, I think we should look at some of the women constituencies now, since we talked about that, and the fact that we did say that from the primary, some women lost some of their seats. One issue that we cannot forget is the former gender minister,
Lariba Abudu,
and that is Wale constituency, so Northeast region.
Okay.
Northeast region. Let me see if I can. Okay.
You can zoom it out actually with the plus.
Okay. Northeast region. Wale. Okay. we have Wale Wale here. So 2016.
Was she the contestant for?
So let me check parliamentary. So parliamentary, no, she wasn't. It was Sagre Bambangi, and he won over the NDC's Abdallah Abubakar for presidential. The MPP won as well. It's not a surprise because that is the region the vice president
Hills
and the presidential candidate for the MPP hails from. 2020 now, the last election. This is presidential. Let me start with the parliamentary because the woman is in perspective. Lariba Zuwaira Abudu polled 32,294 as against Abubakar Abdallah 30,615. So she gave him like a 2,000 and something gap. Yes, and so she didn't do quite bad, but I think you see the dynamics of being a woman and how it played. The confidence.
It's been keenly contested, among both candidates.
Keenly contested. Keenly contested. So that is for Wale Wale and one of the female parliamentary candidates, and she even has stepped down and allowed the vice president's one of his people to go for that seat now. And so, Sarah, who else can we look at on the chart? Is there any of the women in any of the regions that we can look at again as well?
So let's look at Elizabeth Ofusue-Jare. She's from Techima North, the NDC candidate.
Techima North is
Bono
region.
Yes.
Okay. Techima North. No, I think.
Okay, so let's go to Bono East.
Yes, at Bono East.
Yeah.
Okay, let's see. Hopefully we have it here.
Techima North,
Okay. So for Techima North, 2016 parliamentary, because that's what our focus is on. The MPP, and she didn't run in 2016 actually, because this is all male dominated. Martin Oti Jacko, Alex Treme, Ibrahim Kofi Mafo, Agatha Poma and Bemba, but there was still a woman candidate in there. Now 2020 is when she ran, Elizabeth Ofusue-Jare. She polled 23,252. You see the similar dynamics, just like Haja
The gaps are not so wide.
The gaps are not so wide because of the stiff competition. So 21,000 is what, and he is a man as well, her main contender, Martin Oti Jacko. So the trajectory, you see it kind of running through Sarah.
So women face stiff competition when they choose to run for public office, against their male counterparts.
Right, and all the dynamic of political party financing, the culture. When we're speaking to Theresa, she said that the culture comes, but also the whole structure, even
in the party, the internal party politics,
internal party wrangling, and all of that plays hugely in how the woman will rise in the ranks to become a politician. But it's really inspiring when you see them, those who,
I would love to see a female majority leader in the 9th parliament. Let's see how it plays out.
That would be nice to see. That would be nice to see. I don't think
either a female minority or majority leader, whichever way.
That would be good to see. Which other region should we go to? Where the women are.
All right.
Maybe we should check. Maybe it's Hawa Kumsen's constituency.
That's Ewutu Senya East.
And that's in the central region.
Yes.
Okay. The central region. Let me just zoom in a bit. Ewutu Senya East.
Yes.
Okay. Ewutu Senya East for 2016. I know she was the Minister for Special Development Initiatives, so she's been around for a while. In 2016, when she ran, 34,656 as against Adams Nuhu. So this time around, the woman throws the man sample with
woman power.
Woman power, because the gap is glaring. That's almost 10,000 of votes lost by the NDC candidate to her.
And we are being told she's a force to reckon with in that constituency, because you cannot joke around her. You cannot.
She is a force to reckon with. Let's see how the presidential did for her. The presidential, the MPP also had some good numbers there as against the NDC. Let's look at her 2020 profile then for parliamentary. 2020, she polled 57,114. Now let's see if that's an improvement to 2016. So 2016, 33,000. 2020, 57. She went up almost 2,000 or 20,000.
But you could also see that the NDC was making inroads in the constituency.
In 2020, it's true. They went up a notch as well. Let's see how presidential fared for 2020.
Virtually the same.
Virtually the same. So, as Sarah has said, maybe Sarah Kumsen is a force to reckon with. So, if we're talking about women in parliament, well, there are some that have a firm footing. Not all of them are struggling as much. Let's just put that out there. I'd like to know Volta region as well. We can go to Madame Abla
Jifagumashi, yes,
and see how her constituency she's faring there.
Yeah.
So
K2 South.
K2 South. Thank you, Sarah. And 2016 parliamentary.
I don't think she was contesting during 2016. It was Fifi Kwete.
Kwete, yes, the General Secretary. She wasn't. So 2020. Let's have a look at 2020.
She contested 2020, yeah.
Yes, that's her. Wow.
Yes, and see the gap.
Wow. That's a huge gap for the constituency.
But let's focus our attention now on how the security has fared in this election, trying to calm tempers, trying to control the crowd. But
so whilst you have a look at what's happening on the screen, we're just going to, try and connect with Adib Sani and then speak to him about the security situation on the ground. So, this is the one from the Volta region. I'm just going to take my seat so that we can look at what's happening with the security situation on the ground and speak to Adib Sani, who is joining us on the phone. Hello, Adib. Can you hear us? Good morning. Welcome to GBC News and GTV.
Good morning. Thank you so much for having me.
2 lives lost, lots of people injured as well. What do you make of this situation? We saw how it reared its ugly head in 2016, Kintampo, and all the other places that pockets of violence happened. We're not seeing so much difference today. What do you make of this?
Well, it's not surprising because it's very much consistent with what we have said over the years. We did a lot of work on the ground and we came out with our own hotspots. And Yankpala is a hotspot, and we even specified some parts of Yankpala. And truly, today, they showed how hot a spot the place is. The Efutu area, Hawa Kumsin area, is very notorious for gun violence during elections. Remember, there was a shooting incident in the past that Hawa Kumsin claimed she did or she perpetrated. An investigation was instituted, but we don't know what became of it. So the lack of accountability, I think, is what pushed these actors into once again engaging in such reckless acts of violence in the area. So it's not surprising, and this is coupled with the fact that there's a massive proliferation of small arms and light weapons. And as someone who has worked within the arms space, as a member of the coalition of NGOs against small arms, and also the West Africa Action Network on Small Arms, who has worked very closely with the Small Arms Commission, I do understand the severity of the small arms situation in Ghana. And a lot of these arms have always indicated over and over and over again that if care is not taken, these guns are going to fall into the hands of political actors. And the saddest thing is some of these actors have these weapons courtesy their parliamentary candidates. Unfortunately, they are able to give them money to go procure these weapons that they use as tools of intimidation against their political opponents. For example, the issue of Tolong. As a matter of fact, there were two separate shooting incidents in Tolong. One was when Rashid, COP, was allegedly distributing money, 50 Ghana cedis. You go and vote, then you come and show him the picture of who you voted for, then he gives you 50. So the parliamentary candidate for that area, for the NDC, Damba, went and confronted him and told him, look, you are not from this constituency, you don't vote here, why are you coming to mar the process? Then, according to my sources, his boys took out guns and started firing into the air. And that is how the first shooting incident ended. But as if that is not enough, there was another confrontation which unfortunately resulted in the death of a deaf and dumb person who had nothing to do with, what was going on. So it's really very concerning, and I think going forward, we need a national action plan to deal with the state of proliferation of small arms and light weapons in Ghana.
Adi, just before the election day, the EC had a crucial press conference with the Ghana police, and they said how prepared extensively they were to handle such situations on the ground. Does it appear that the security agencies are not top of their game in these areas where you say there are flashpoints, and we anticipated something like this will happen?
Well, I must say the security services were good. They were up to the task. I think due to their intervention, a lot of violent cases were prevented. But the problem is they cannot be everywhere all the time. You get me? So sometimes, of course, we're bound to have incidents of violence where security services might not be, But during the day, yesterday, I was quite emphatic about certain areas where there were no police officers stationed. Thankfully, my call was heeded to, and police officers were provided at those places.
Right. What has surprised you about the skirmishes with regards to security in this election?
As a close watcher, as someone who has done a lot of work within this space, I don't think anything has surprised me, to be honest. I don't think anything has surprised me. This violence was expected. I've always indicated, and if you go check my interviews, that the stakes were high, and the need for us to address certain structural issues was also critical. And unfortunately, the violence did indeed happen. And like I indicated, I'm not surprised at all.
Okay.
Another major issue is with the EC. Confidence in the process is extremely important, and we need to build confidence in the process to ensure that. I'm sorry at the point I got distracted. Sorry about that, because I'm receiving some more information from different places at this time. But confidence in the process is very important, and I was very disturbed when this morning I uncovered that there was a shortage of 1,210 presidential ballot papers in Yindi, and I was the first to break that news. However, when the EC held one of their news conferences, they were asked and they dismissed it outright, calling it fake news. They didn't make any attempt to look into it to ascertain whether what Adib Sani is saying is the truth or not. They outrightly dismissed it. Thankfully, Fact Check Ghana did their own fact checking and published on all their handles that yes, indeed, what Adib Sani said is true. And when they were asked in subsequent news conference, they didn't know what to say. So I don't know. I mean, this crop of EC and EC commissioners we have, to be honest with you, they have engaged in so many dangerous maneuvers that could have plunged the country into chaos, including denying civil society accreditation and an attempt to limit the number of media houses at coalition centers. I think they were irresponsible, they were reckless, and they posed significant threats to the security of the state.
Right. We'll definitely try and touch base with our correspondents in Yendi to see how that situation is panning out. But just before you take leave of us, what can be done better about the proliferation of the small arms that we keep seeing every time we have a crucial democratic process like this?
We need to make, we need a new law. And I'm one of those who have developed a new draft to be considered. Because the law on arms we have is old, 1965 or so, something like that. It's old. A lot has changed since. So we need to have a new law to make especially the small arms a regulator, not an advisor. We also need to work to prevent some of these arms from coming in. And I think there should be, like I told you, a national action plan to rid the system of these weapons. I mean, a lot of them are at conflict hotspots. They are used by, opponents against each other. Some are used by criminal elements like armed robbers. Some are used for politically motivated violence as well. So surely it is a major national security issue that has to be looked at, especially by the new administration.
Right. Thank you so much for speaking to us, Adib Sani, security analyst, and for sharing your thoughts with us. Adib is saying that our gun laws need to be re-looked at and they're outdated. He's also said that when the security receive intel, like the one in Yendi, where over 10,000 ballot papers are said to have been shortage of them, they are supposed to quickly act on it, but the kind of attitude and approach they have towards some of the intel that civilians and people like him and other people gather is not impressive and encouraging. And I said earlier on that the EC has been having the back-to-back presses trying to address all of these issues that journalists are raising, civil society organizations and people like Adib Sani. We will definitely also bring you what the results look like in Yendi. Yendi is a keenly contested constituency as well, so we'll bring you results from the provisional results as well as it keeps trickling in. We've just brought you some of the female MPs in Parliament and those who've lost their seats in 2020 and how the dynamics looked like 4 years ago or 8 years ago and how it's likely to look like in a 2024 election, with the provisional results of some of them that have trickled in showing how some of them have retained their seats, like Madame Mavis, how Akumsin, where one of the deaths occurred, Sarah. Yes. And Adib is talking about how the flashpoints, they know it and they have drawn attention for more to be done about it. And maybe we wouldn't have seen what we're seeing today, needless deaths of young people.
One thing Adib Sani said that was really disturbing was the fact that these political actors are the ones who get the guns for their supporters and their followers, and it looks as if they are the ones rather fueling the lawlessness that we are seeing. I mean, in Moray, we are told there was a mob attack where the EC vehicle was burnt with the ballot papers. I mean, I couldn't even imagine that, but thankfully the results have been, the provisional results have been captured. So, I mean, there's no much harm that has been done here. So we are just praying that, I mean, our gun laws are amended in such a way that it would restrict gun possession in the hands of people
say that we need regulations and not just an authority.
Yes.
So that's the conversation we've brought to you on the security situation on the ground. Is one of the big issues in this election, seeing soldiers or military and civilians in a tug of war with weapons, with ballot boxes and ballot papers, with alien ballot boxes and ballot materials, with needless deaths, as Adib Sani, security analyst, has said, of 2 people, one up north and 1 down south.
Yeah. We do have some messages on our dashboard.
Let me try and get you some WhatsApp messages as well. Our viewers who have been sticking glued to GBC and GTV and our regional stations bringing us the messages. I really appreciate the way the EC has taken their time to work, because they have really calmed the country down so that everyone can enjoy the results on time whenever it will be announced. Thank you so much for that message and for doing the monitoring. Good morning. I am ABR from Ashaiman. Thank you people so much for taking us through this election. Okay, thank you so much. You'll be crossing over to the EC very soon. Okay, from Kwabenya, actually. Obapa Mausiti side, I think you look really amazing. Your dress is so captivating. You have such a beautiful smile. Oh, thank you so much. GTV, your efforts and your hard work, you deserve an award. Okay. Thank you so much. Hello, GTV. I am PK Hammond from Nsawam. The very people who said election isn't won on social media have now begun to recognize its power. The truth is, Ghanaians may appear indifferent when a government is failing, but once they resolve to hold you accountable, the consequences are swift and decisive. You assumed office on the wings of grand promises, vowing to deliver a better Ghana. However, instead of focusing on governance and fulfilling your pledges, your administration spent significant energy criticizing the opposition, the NDC. Your message is very long, and I cannot read all. Please keep your messages short and temperate, please, so that we can get through them. But thank you for sending that in. Leave a trail of goodness wherever you go. Inspire people, give them hope, motivate and encourage them. Thank you for those motivational words. The wee hours of the morning.
Hold on to that. We have some live updates coming to us from the Dome Kwabenya constituency, where our correspondent Hagar Owusu is standing by to give us some updates. Hello, Hagar.
Hello. Hi. Hello.
What's new from the Dome Kwabenya constituency?
Yeah, Dome Kwabenya constituency, we were here waiting for the officer to declare, the duty officer to declare the winner. All of a sudden, we saw 2 gentlemen came in with brown envelopes. Apparently, it's from another polling station. So the NDC supporters, like the agents, said they will not accept that pink sheet because it's 3:30 a.m. and they believe it's late. So they will not accept it. And this has brought chaos. Police are trying to control the situation, but they are not accepting it. They said if they add pee to it, then blood will flow. These are the things the supporters are saying, because they believe Faustina Eliklim has won. But the presiding officer here has not declared, the EC official did not declare yet, but their agents told them she has won. And the woman even came around thanking people. So they wonder why at this particular time, 3 a.m., from 5 o'clock yesterday, that polls were closed and counting started and collation also started here, and they come with brown envelopes and pink sheets. So this is what has caused this. Chaos here.
Did you gather any explanation as to why the brown envelopes are now coming? What accounted for the delay? I mean,
they are not allowing us to get closer to the guys. Okay. It's terrible. The police, now we have about 15 policemen controlling the entrance. They are protecting the gentlemen, but they are not allowing us to talk to them. We don't even know why they got it late. The only thing we saw, they tore the pink sheet, that's all, and the place is in a mess.
Do you have any provisional results for us? I mean, you're saying that the NDC's candidate says she's won and she's going around thanking her supporters. Do you have any provisional results to support her claim?
No provisional results because the projector is off. Nothing has been given. The only thing we saw, or the media saw, was one of their agents. He did the kind of the activity kind of done with one, and all of them started shouting. And the police station results, some went for Professor Makokwe Jr. and some went for approval. But for the final results, we don't have no no provisional results of the whole constituency. No provisional results for the whole constituency.
Okay.
And then the polling station by polling station results that we have.
Thank you so much, Hagar, for those updates. I mean, the Dom Kwabenya constituency, Multity, it's a predominantly NPP seat. So should it flip to the NDC, that would be a major upset for the NPP this time round. And we can only wait for the EC certified results to say who has won that seat. And as you heard from our reporter on the ground, no provisional results have been given, and we are all waiting for the EC to declare who has actually won from that constituency, whether it's the NPP or the NDC. Currently is the NPP seat, isn't it? Adjo Safo lawyer Adjo Safo seat, yes. So we'll be bringing you more updates as and when we receive them from our correspondents. We could probably continue with our messages.
It's interesting how, Okoye Jr. grabbed that seat, yes, from Adjo Safo after all the brouhaha with her absence, vacant seats and all of that in Parliament. And, to face the NDC to justify why that seat should belong to the MPP. So definitely we'll be keeping an eye keenly to see how finally those results will pan out. The certified one, of course, but as it appears, there's a lot happening there. Now, more of our messages coming in. Please, when is the EC declaring the win? The EC has said that it will declare the win 72 hours.
Within 72 hours.
Within 72 hours of voting.
And probably as soon as the political parties withdraw their party supporters to allow the EC to do their work, we probably would have the results pronounced earlier than that.
That seems to be what is causing the major delay at the collation centers. So Meshach, thank you for that message. We know you're waiting keenly for the EC. We are waiting with you. Good morning, GBC team. You're doing a great job. It is hoped that our political leaders will dedicate their services to the causes of the masses rather than to their ambitions. I'm reaching out to you from Toronto, Canada, and I'm a Nigerian with the interest of emancipation of Africa, the soul and the heart. Well, thank you so much, our Nigerian brother sending us a message from Toronto, Canada. Good morning, GBC. Who is topping now? Well,
we don't know.
Following, we'll be giving you the provisional results. So the EC will let us know who is topping. MPP should accept defeat this year, 2024. No room for manipulations. Look at the press briefing from the MPP. It shows how they are okay. Good morning, Maltiti. It is possible that John Dramani Mahama is winning. Thank you for your message. Good morning, GBC. Great job. God bless you all. Please help us to know all the region voting in this election. I'm watching from Ashaiman. Yes, final 2 messages. Please, we need clear updates on who is leading. Please, my name is Brown. Can we get a clear update on who is leading? We understand how important it is for you to know who is leading. And we definitely will bring you the updates on who is leading as and when we get the certified results.
Right. So we thank you for your feedback. I mean, it's gingering us to stay on. I mean, we are all not dozing yet. We are keeping awake to bring you live updates from the ground, and we'll be getting back to you as and when we receive those updates from our correspondent. But before then, let's take a breather and probably take a sip of water. We'll be right back.
Ghana is a very peaceful country. We are in again for another election. A lot of people are describing it as very crucial. Why crucial? Crucial because intelligent young men will be used for violence to kill. Why are you training young men to kill? Remember, Sudan, Liberia, Congo, and many other countries suffer all this. So this is the time for us to maintain peace. We are only one Ghana and nothing else. We have nowhere to go. So I call on all politicians to give us peace. Let us have a peaceful election this time in Ghana. We plead that all the armories should be under a lock for us to have a peaceful election. There should be no firing because we are one Ghana. There should be no trouble anywhere. We want peace, nothing but peace. Let us love one another and maintain a peaceful Ghana for all of us.
My fellow citizens, my name is Yaya Kwao. I'm a business owner and a peace ambassador for Claret, a non-profit organization dedicated to supporting the most vulnerable in our society. Today, I bring you a message of peace for all of us, business owners, workers, traders, and everyone working to secure a brighter future for our families and our nations. Peace is essential. It sustains our businesses, nurtures our families, and safeguards our future. For over 20 years now, we have upheld our democratic process with pride. This is our legacy, a story of resilience, tolerance, and unity that we must continue peacefully and responsibly. Today, technology places immense power in our hands. We, the citizens, our phones and our social media can build peace or destroy it. Together with our media houses, we must be deliberate and cautious about the information we share. I urge all citizens, especially journalists and political and other social leaders, to reflect deeply before speaking or acting. We should ask ourselves, are we improving the situation, solving the problem, or making it worse? We should ask ourselves. Let us reject sensationalism, fear-mongering, and embrace truth and calm. As we approach this critical moment in our democracy, let's choose peace now, during, and after elections. Together, we will stand united and write the next chapter of our success story. Thank you, and may peace guide us all.
Dunya kata benar, kerja kasan tebak. Lena tu yang kata bagai tutuna, tebal tafasul. Kamala tuwana ya atufu, atuana. Ini cakui, edo ketelak edo. Ejales tu kebagi ya we ngakena, we ngakena, we ngakena, we ngakena. Tebal tafasul le. Nabati, nenjati, nati, mbeti nati. Tebal tengah tebal yang sakit tebal tafasul gana do. Iti sombal tafasul gana mbal tafasul munaya. Atufu, katuana. Ini jangan balik ketekalawai. Kelaka, tak bekerja, tak bekerfu. Gana kata benar. Tebal benar puyan jempala. Nanti nangga kia benar benar janja kerja ya. Benar pumun jempala ya. Tujuh biar apa pada benar ni. Biar hati benar benar kui benar ni. Bapa kesapa beli kamancu. Nada kia ada rasa kata kuala. Nanti tegana ni. Orang kamala cowana ya nato. Nelica. Napa kata lekawai. Ala enjoy biar ala je. Emang kamaya terleja emas. Kerja kah betapa kerja tak berkufu. Tak pasal le.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. My name is Sheikh Armiya Shaib. I'm the spokesman for the Chief Imam and a member of the National Peace Council Governing Board. Peace is a gift of God to us. It's a universal principle. This has kept our nation since our return to democracy in this country. It's something that we must all preserve. We need a peace now, before, during, and post-election period, so we can keep the unity and harmony of our country. I, Sheikh Armiao, pledge for peace.
I, Joseph Little, Commissioner for the Commission on Human Rights and Administrative Justice, Ghana, I pledge for peace. And I encourage all well-meaning Ghanaians, particularly as we run into the election period, to stand up for peace. Because we have only one country, and without peace, then we couldn't. I encourage everyone, children, women, men, public servants, private citizens, civil society organizations, to pledge for peace.
Peace. It's a word that means different things to different people. For me, it is what unites and bonds us. Working as a communication professional, I craft various messages to reach different audiences. I work for brands that thrive only in a stable environment. To aid my work, I need our society to be free of conflict come election 2024. That is why I am calling on all stakeholders, government organizations, political parties, civil society groups, and the youth, particularly you and I, to ensure that there is peace before, during, and after election 2024. I am Jacqueline Johnson Kwe. I pledge to choose peace.
My name is Celestine Addo, the General Secretary of the Gimpa Law Students Association. It is that time of the year again, and we are here with a peace message. The Gimpa Law Students Association, in collaboration with the Gimpa Law School, is organizing a peace campaign dubbed Peace Through Democracy. Are you ready to vote on the 7th of December 2024? If you are ready, let's do this peacefully. We need you alive. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Kweku Ajiman Budun, Dean of the Gimpa Law School. The peace and stability of our dear nation, Ghana, and our democratic credentials is what is at stake on 7 December 2024 when we go to the polls to choose a new president and members of parliament. Here at the Gimpa Law School, where we are training the next generation of leaders of Ghana, we believe that it is imperative that we protect and preserve the successes chalked so far in our Fourth Republic. The truth is that democracy has not solved all of our problems. But to quote Winston Churchill, democracy is the worst form of government except for all those other forms that have been tried from time to time. So as we approach the 2024 general elections, we at the Gimpa Law School pledge to choose the path of peace. And we encourage all Ghanaians that as we exercise our franchise, let us do so in the knowledge that the ultimate winner is Ghana. God bless our homeland Ghana and make our dear nation great and strong.
Hello. My name is Lukman Mahami Adams, and I'm the president of the Gimpa Law Students Association. As we approach the 2024 presidential and parliamentary election, let us all remember one thing. Peace is the bedrock of our democracy. Without peace, our election will be meaningless. To the various stakeholders in this presidential and parliamentary election, including the various political parties, the Electoral Commission, and the Ghana Police Service, as well as all other law enforcement agencies, let us all remember one thing. Let's be responsible. And to my fellow youth, let us all be responsible for peace during and after the 2024 election. I stand for peace. How about you? God bless our homeland Ghana.
My name is Jayo Godfrey Akwasi. I'm the chairperson of the Law Students Association Congress. Peace is the hallmark of many Ghanaians. An attribute not spoken of well enough. Peace doesn't benefit just me. It benefits you, the old man and his wife, the young ones going to school, and the generations unborn. There's nothing more soothing like walking with no fear of harm. As the elections draw nigh, and we are determined to choose the right leader for ourselves, let us make the sanity of our beloved Ghana our priority. We should not let the red exceed the yellow and the green on the flag. We are one people choosing a leader, not enemies battling on whose leader wins. There's nothing more like home. Let's love lead, let's peace lead, let's Ghana come first. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Joel Naribonajiwi. I am the Chief Justice of the Judicial Board of the Gimpa LSA. As a student of the law, I would like to borrow the words of the Venerable Sowa JSE in the classical case of Tufuan Attorney General, where he said, our Constitution is a reflection of our history, of our hopes and aspirations as a people. The people of Ghana, through our Constitution, have chosen the power of the thumb to choose our next leader. In all we do, let's ensure we have peace. Let's all remember, it's only peace, and we only have one Ghana. Thank you.
Peace through democracy, I stand for peace.
Peace through democracy, I pledge 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 peace.
Hi, I'm Ajite Anand. But during elections, emotions and tensions usually run high. Unfortunately, this is also the time when people choose to create and share information that is abusive, divisive, and emotionally charged. Refuse to be an enabler or victim to this. Media content, especially on social media during this election period, may contain dubious facts, abusive and hateful language, which seeks to trigger an emotional reaction from you. Chances are the information is false, or the complete picture hasn't been presented to you. So why don't you take a second or two and calmly investigate the claim before you share or act on it? If you find the information to be false or inaccurate, speak up, report it. Don't be a silent enabler of misinformation online. My name is Ajite Anand, and I think before I share. Do you?
This message is brought to you by the Department of Communication Studies, University of Ghana, with support from the Canadian High Commission in Accra.
Misinformation.
You're still watching GBC News and GTV's live coverage of election 2024 and matters arising as we await the EC to provide us with certified results. We've been up and running, bringing you updates from our correspondents on the ground. We just went to Dom Kwabenya and we heard what has been happening there. But we would be handing over to my other colleagues, Kafui and Thelma, who are standing by the various screens, the dashboards, to give us some messages, after which we would hand over to them for them to take on the reins of.
Welcome back, guys.
Thank you so much.
We're more awake than us, I think.
Very much so.
Very refreshed.
We are supposed to be more awake.
So we're also going backstage to get refreshed.
So thank you so much for the good job.
So what's happening? What's happening on the
All right, so
dashboard?
it's happening on the board. WhatsApp number is 0264000996.
Okay. Good morning and welcome to our running coverage. We are hearing your thoughts on what we've managed to bring into your homes so far by way of updates on the election, and happy ones. When we see such messages, it helps us to ensure that we drink more coffee so that we can keep going. I've been watching GTV from yesterday evening, and GTV is the only station that I will get good satisfied results, of course, because like Sarah would always say, we would place accuracy over speed. I'll try and work on the figures for you as quickly as we can. Kaf, more on our screens. Perhaps I can go to the one at the top of the list.
Good morning, beautiful and hardworking ladies. My name is Gifty Botchwe from Teshanungwa. Thank you for the updates. We pray for the best.
Oh.
She says Mahama all the way.
Okay, here is one that is attached with lots of laughing, happy-looking emojis. Kaf, what's it saying?
It says it's from Mankasim. You're doing a great job. Keep it up. NDC all the way. And people should stand by for us. And then they say, in fact, NDC all the way.
Okay.
It's quite happy.
And here's the one writing to commend our what this message calls unwavering dedication to delivering accurate and transparent election results. Kaf.
So I'm writing to commend your unwavering dedication to delivering accurate and transparent election results in a time when misinformation can easily undermine public trust. Your station has stood out as a beacon of integrity and professionalism. Your commitment to providing honest reporting ensures that citizens remain informed and empowered, which is vital for the strength of our democracy. Thank you for upholding journalistic standards and for serving as a reliable source of information. Please know that your efforts are noticed and deeply appreciated. Keep up the excellent work. And then it says hashtag JM all the way.
Okay. Mr. Wisdom Enim is also sending us a word from Ashaiman. He also says JM all the way. Someone says it's happy John Mello is winning. Can you throw more light on the shooting incident at Kaswa? We need to be serious in this country. We know that the police has arrested 4 persons in related to that shooting incident in the Ewutu Senya East constituency. One of the 2 who were caught up in that shooting incident is in critical condition, according to the last statement issued by the Ghana Police Service. We'll await further details from the police to see if there will be more to share on the condition of that person in hospital. So that's what's happening on the side of the shooting that happened at Kaswa yesterday. Unfortunate development there.
Okay. What do you think would have happened if at all those coalition centers, if those supporters had not been there? The EC should stop being irresponsible. Another one, your analysis of the graphs makes the whole thing elaborative. Thumbs up. You all look good in your attires. I think your correspondents in the field should rather be in the branded attires. They are doing hard work.
They are in branded attires. Just for the record, they are branded because it's part of the enhanced security measures. We have to make sure that our reporters are identifiable in case there are any issues and they need to be offered some help. So thank you for the thumbs up to us. We are really grateful.
More 0264 000-996.
When I see my name at the top of the screen, I just want to find out what the people are saying. Good morning, GBC. Thelma from Volta Ridge. You see why I said I saw my name at the top of the screen? There's a Thelma watching a Thelma right now from the Volta Ridges. I've been watching since yesterday, doing a great job. Thelma, my mate. So, namesake, good morning to you. We all pledge for peace. Kaf.
So if you're a parliamentarian and you lose your seat, no worries or fight, but just accept defeat. For you had the greatest opportunity to do something at your constituency for which you refused. Also, the EC should come out, or the constitution should be amended not to allow the same presidential candidate who gets below a total vote cast of 5% to run for the next 4 years election. They only waste our time. This is from Christopher Akwame, already thinking ahead to
that would be quite the directive, wouldn't it? That if you don't get more than 5% in one election, you should be barred from contesting in subsequent elections. If that rule had been in place, many of the 12 names on the list, perhaps who had contested in previous elections, would not have been there. But that rule does not exist.
And that would bring Ghana to a duopoly, because the difference between, I mean, after you calculate MDC and NPP votes, you don't get 5%. You only get like 2% or 3%. So it means you just be either MPP.
Essentially, we will be institutionalizing a two-party state.
Yeah, which I don't think is good.
Someone's watching us from the USA, from Nigeria. I said, I'm from Nigeria. I love the way Ghana conduct this election, and may God bless the good people of Ghana. You are making Africa proud.
More messages, 0264 000 996. Good morning, GBC. Assem the Barber from Ashaiman. Hope you're all doing great. And then he gives us an Yazoo with a red, green, white, and black flag all the way. You guys are doing a great job. You do all. Well, thank you for being awake.
Here's a message. Someone, God's Way, Adukbo Noah, saying that we are waiting for EC to declare the winner. We are all waiting for the EC to declare the winner, but due process must be followed, and we want to ensure that once the declaration is made, it is the right one. The EC is delaying us. Like by now, IDM has built 3 hospitals already. We still pray for peace, and congratulations to the NDC. Kusele Dennis sent this from Tamale, and what speed it would have been. Just humorous message there. Who builds a hospital in how many hours? Less than 10 hours from the close of polls. It would be a very, very quick achievement.
Bernard says, very much impressed with our delivery since morning till now. Great Miss Sarah for me. Well, I'll tell her, she just stepped off. You also want to congratulate the MP for Ablekuma West, Reverend Kwekuado, straight from Dansuman. All righty.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
So our people are still on the ground. We're still waiting for many of the numbers to come together in a bit more detail at the collation centers, and we will bring you those numbers as and when we get them. So our running coverage will continue into the morning this Sunday, and it will continue until the EC chair, Madame Jean Mensah, declares the final presidential results from the EC strong room in Accra. Throughout the night, we've been having numbers trickling in. The Electoral Commission's latest address, or their most recent address, called on the political parties to call on their party faithful to leave the collation centers to pave way for the EC officials to do their jobs. And the EC thought that the presence of these party people at the centers was hampering their activities and was slowing things down. And so I'm yet to see the two parties in another press conference calling their faithful, party faithful, back, or asking them to give the EC officials the room they need to work with. But like we say, we are monitoring the situations across on the ground, and we'll bring you the details as and when we get them.
Mr. Haruna Juman Mustafa, he says, in fact, NDC all the way, and he's projecting that NDC will win the election, JM all the way, coming to us from Mankesim, the capital, world capital of Kaku. Yes. Did you know that?
Who? Yes.
Mankesim.
Yes. Yes.
Good morning. Who won the election in Lejokuku? I guess that's a new spelling of Lejokuku. We'll find out for you when the EC gives us the field.
What is Lejokuku? That's a tertiary area.
Yes.
Nuto and his team are there for GBC News, and they will bring us the details when it drops hot from the lips of the returning officer for that constituency.
One more has just come through before we take a break.
Okay.
Come on, GBC. May Yahweh strengthen you all through these days, because it is not easy at all to stay awake all night. Bedu Brown from East Legon, peace is all we ask for. And then he says, Muhammad all the way with a remix of their slogan, I guess. Zuzibile.
Zuzible.
It's Zuzible. Okay, all right. Yeah, he's conjugated Zu.
Ghanaian say. Okay, more. I think this is it. This is one for Mahama. The hashtag is Mahama for president. Still waiting for JM to win. And that's where we are. The coalition centers are still very active. But we're seeing a lot more of the conclusion of the addition of the numbers from all the polling stations for every constituency, and in the next few minutes or hours we should begin to get a much clearer picture of where things stand with regards to who is heading where, who will occupy the next parliament, and who is riding slowly to the Jubilee House.
We'll take a quick break and we'll return with GBC News' rolling coverage of election 2024. Hashtag Ghana wins, hashtag decision 2024. Stick around, don't go anywhere. Remember, if you want to send us a WhatsApp, the number is 0264 000 996. Back in a minute.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. My name is Sheikh Armiya Shuaib. I'm the spokesman for the Chief Imam and a member of the National Peace Council Governing Board. Peace is a gift of God to us. It's a universal principle. This has kept our nation since our return to democracy in this country. It's something that we must all preserve. We need a peace now, before, during, and post-election period, so we can keep the unity and harmony of our country. I, Sheikh Armiya, pledge for peace.
Welcome back, watching rolling coverage of GBC News' following what's happened after the election that was held yesterday, 7th of December 2024. My name is Kafi Day.
And I am Thelma Taki. Good morning. If you're waking up to us this Sunday morning, it's the 8th of December, the day after the election 2024. We are still waiting for certified collation center results for many, many constituencies indeed. And it is only then that we'll begin to get a clearer picture of where things fall. Our correspondent still bringing you live coverage across the country on GBC News and GTV. CAF.
Okay, I'm reading just in. Mr. Bernard Entry, Bosiaku, I'm reading from Ghana Web, alias Chairman Wuntumi, Ashanti Regional Chairman of the MPP, is appealing for calm and restraint among the party faithful as the collation of results from the 2024 elections continues. He's urged the party supporters to ignore reports of an early lead for the opposition and focus on the process so far. Quote, when we vote at the polling station, it is counted and taken to the collation centers before being sent to the regional and then headquarters. People should calm down and relax. I'll be coming here periodically to update the people on the process so far. The EC is announcing the results of the constituencies following the counting and collation of results at the various polling and collation centers across the country. And both the NDC and the MPP have been holding separate conferences urging their supporters to remain calm and allow the EC to do its work. And just a quick update that the 2024 elections were contested by 12 parliamentary candidates and 12 presidential candidates and 807 parliamentary candidates. So that's something for you to chew on for now. Yes, yeah.
Our correspondents are still sending us some figures from the centers where they are located, and when we do have any of them on the line, we'll bring the numbers to you.
Okay. I'm here reading reports of EC official rush to hospital after severe beatings at the collation center. This is reports from the Fantiakwa North Constituency Eastern Region indicate that an EC official has been rushed to the hospital in an ambulance after being beaten at the collation center. Details on what led to the beating of the EC official remain unclear. And so please, no violence, war is not the answer. Beatings are not the answers to any problems. Then we can talk and solve things.
Yeah, Jojo is always a good way to go about things. And so if there are any grievances, any challenges, any concerns that you may have, you must get through to the appropriate officials so that you will be attended to. I'm monitoring reports on graphiconline.com. There's a story pitting the NDC's presidential candidate in the Ablekuma West constituency ahead of the current MP, Mrs. Ursula Wusu-Ekufo, the NPP's incumbent member in the Greater Accra region who is seeking re-election. So, like I say, the collation is still ongoing and none of these results that we have as at now are verified. Until then, they remain provisional results. Kaf, what else are you gleaning from the online portals?
Oh, well, these are just provisional results, but it looks like things are going down in the Western region, and we wait for the EC to give us certified results. But there are indications that the incumbent Senkadi MP, Mr. Andrew Kofi Ejapam Mercer, is in some bit of electoral trouble vis-a-vis his candidate Blay Nyameke Ama. So we'll see when it's certified. We'll call it as certified. But for now, these are just provisional figures coming in. There's a lot of action going on in Ghana.
Yes. Someone on the screen asked why they're not seeing a lot more of the numbers, popping into our interface right here behind me. And it's exactly the reason why, because many of these figures are still yet to be officially announced at the collation centers. Of course, some people are doing their individual analysis and their own collation from their own strong rooms, just like we are. But until the Electoral Commission that has the final voice on the matter makes the official declaration, they remain provisional results. And if we do not get that go-ahead from the Electoral Commission at the regional or the constituency collation centers, we will not be able to put those figures through to our feed here, which would give us the understanding, the clarity about who is going where in the next election. But trust that our reporters are on the ground, and those figures, at least the ones that we've received on the provisional side, are coming in. We just want to give the EC the opportunity to have the moment to make those declarations, and then we'll carry on from there. Mind you that around 2 a.m. this morning, the Electoral Commission at its press briefing blamed the large crowds at various collation centers for the delay in the collation and declaration of results for yesterday's presidential and parliamentary election. It was the deputy chairman of the EC in charge of operations, Mr. Samuel Tete, who lamented that supporters were impeding progress by getting in the way of EC officials and disrupting their activities. Graphic Online is saying that the EC Deputy Chair reiterated the need for supporters of the various candidates and parties to refrain from crowding the collation centers, and stressed that every candidate or party is well represented by their respective agents. So loads of action happening at collation centers, but it does appear, largely from what we are gleaning from our reporters on the ground, that there's much more calm towards the early part of this morning than there was perhaps later part of last night heading into the morning.
We'll see how things go. You're watching GBC News. WhatsApp number, we'll go to the board again pretty soon. 0264000996. I'm reading from graphic.com.gh. And this is a provisional result. The MPP's incumbent member of parliament for Yendi, Farouk Aliu Mahama, is being reported as having lost to the NDC's candidate, Abdul Fattah Al-Hassan, who had 30,707 as against Mr. Mahama's 29,819. And so provisional results are indicating that Yendi is now green instead of blue. The source is graphic.com.gh. So there's another piece of news here. This is coming from the presidential candidate of the MDC. Former President John Dramani Mahama has voiced concern over the actions of some military personnel deployed to incite chaos and disrupt the declaration of election results. In a post on his X account, Mr. Mahama on X warned these military personnel to cease their actions, emphasizing that they will be held individually accountable for any wrongdoing. I want to quote from his X. My attention has been drawn to the violent activities of some unscrupulous military personnel deployed to cause mayhem and disrupt the declaration of parliamentary results in some constituencies. This is to caution the personnel involved that they will be held individually liable and responsible for their actions. End quote. You can check it out on X, and the quote is right there. Okay. Another provisional one.
Okay.
And so this is entertainer and now politician Kwame Asare Obing, commonly known or popularly known, or also known as Kwame A+. Provisional results indicate that he's been elected. Yeah. As new member of parliament for Guma Central in the Central region, beating the MPP's incumbent, Nana Kwanzaa. So, with just 5 polling stations to be collected out of the total of 123, he was already out on the streets jubilating. He's taken to social media to claim victory without even waiting for an official declaration by the Electoral Commission. So he competed as an independent candidate, and so this is reporting as reported by the graphic.com.gh.
Graphic Online is also projecting the MPP's Nelson Chermi to have lost the Brekum East constituency seat to the NDC, and it will give us more details in the coming minutes. So we're just getting some of these provisional results from the online portals that we are able to glean from and sharing some of them with you.
Yes, indeed. So some seats, OT Bless retains Nkwanta North seat for NDC. Edem Agbana retains Ketu North seat for NDC. Those are 2 other provisional results as reported by Graphic Online early this morning.
I'm seeing one NPP incumbent, Patrick Yabwama, taking an early lead in Okaikoi Central, and of course the story from the EC cautioning against overcrowding at the collation centers.
Okay. Just going back to those deaths, the one person reported to have died at Awutu Senya East, another injured. They were said to have been shot at the residence of the parliamentary candidate of the National Democratic Congress, Phyllis Nana Koyo Okuno. So
Nakoyo.
Oh, Nakoyo. Okay.
In that.
Okuno. Right. Yeah, it's really sad to hear people dying. This is not the first time I'm saying this, but I just feel so sad that because of an election, then you go die.
Elections are not do or die.
No, they're not.
They are not do or die. And of course, we continue to bear the family of the deceased in our prayer.
Your board is lighting up. Another one has come up.
So,
I still... It's now 2 of 276.
Now there's 2 on the board. Yes. 2 of 276 certified parliamentary seats.
Let's find out what it is.
Let me waltz my way there quickly, and calling one for the NDC in the eastern region, and it's the West Achim, Upper West Achim constituency, projecting or calling, this is no longer a projection, calling the seats for Emmanuel Dra of the NDC. So calling the Eastern Regional Upper West Achim constituency seat for the NDC's candidate Emmanuel Dra. And these are certified results from our team. From that constituency, the NDC has won the Upper West Achim constituency seat in the Eastern region. Let's get a sense of what that region stands for and perhaps get an idea of what previous ones have looked like for Upper West Achim in the Eastern region, and I'll get to that as soon as the screen resets itself. So many of the figures are being put in through the back end, and very, very soon we are likely to see a lot more of the figures popping up on our screens so that you get a better understanding of who is where this morning as we wake up to a new day after the election. So until this particular result came in, that seat was held by the NPP, and the incumbent, Mr. Frederick Obeng Adom, was the NP. It appears that Upper West Achim constituency has switched. So it appears that Upper West Achim has turned green, and you can see from our screens the projection is that for the parliamentary side, the NDC's candidate, Mr. Emmanuel Dra, polled 22,759 of the votes, as against the incumbent, Mr. Frederick Obeng Adom, polling 15,702. Voter turnout, we are told, is at 61.62%. Registered number of voters 63,021. Valid votes cast, and this is where the concerns have been raised throughout the day yesterday about the low voter turnout at some of these polling stations. Just a little over half, perhaps. Kafui, your math is way better than mine. 38,000 plus voters turning out to vote out of 63,370 of those polls rejected. So we'll continue to monitor these numbers as they come in. As it stands now, we have two certified parliamentary results, one for the NPP and one for the NDC, which just came in. Upper West Achim constituency in the Eastern region. 124 polling stations have decided to choose the NDC's candidate, Mr. Emmanuel Dra, to be their next NP in January. CAF.
Turnout at 61%. I want to check out what that compares to all around. I mean, in all previous elections, because that we've had turnouts of 70 plus, you know, and so it's interesting to see that.
We could pull some of that data for especially the 2020 election. 76.94%. So let's say 77. In the 2020 election, that was won by Mr. Frederick Obeng Adom. So it does appear that the numbers that he got for this year, this 2024, and if I head very quickly to that side, look at what the sitting MP is getting this year in 2024, 15,000, as against the numbers that took him into the seat in Parliament, 21,000. We can tell the difference there. And his contender back then got 20,000 plus of the votes, which is even more than he's getting right now today at the close of polls for that constituency. In the 2016 election, if we should go to that side, you'll find a very close contest between the NDC and the NPP for that particular year. But today, at the close of polls for the Upper West Achim constituency, this is how things stand.
Okay. Can you believe, before I go to Peter Gengre, that in 1992, turnout was 50.2%. People were obviously skeptical about the return to democracy after a long time of being under military rule. So only half of the people there who were supposed to vote turned out. You know, and we've had it as high as in the 70s, almost. So, well, that's how it goes. Thanks for that, and I hope by the time I finish speaking with Peter, another one.
There will be more on the screen, hopefully. Fingers crossed.
You're watching GBC News, our rolling coverage of the election 2024. We're going to go back to our brother Peter Agengre. I believe he's in Upper East. Peter, the last time we spoke to you, you said it was very cold. I'm sure it's still cold, but maybe you can warm us with some news. Peter, good to have you on. What can you report?
9. George Tumbrema Adu. Budiaku, 36 votes. Alan Chermantin, 26 votes. So that is the presidential side. And do we call the candidate?
If it's not here, we'll call somebody. Is he around?
Please, is Dominic Ayine around?
No.
Honorable Dominic Ayine is not around. Okay. Would the power vested in me as a returning officer for Bolgatenga East constituency for the parliamentary election, I declared the results of the parliamentary seat for Bolgatenga East constituency. Amwa Matthew Salas pooled 7,415 votes. Amwa Matthew Silas pooled 7,415 votes. Dominic Akurtinga Ayine pooled 12,002. Atia Edwin, 61 votes. I therefore declare Honorable Dominic Ayine as MP-elect for Bolgatenga East constituency.
That was George Konla. He is the district returning officer of the Electoral Commission. And you hear that people are now jubilating and they are excited at the outcome of results for the Bolgatenga East constituency. Dominic Akorotinga Ayena has been retained the MP for the area. Remember that in the 2020 elections, Dominic Ayena was in the contest with Emmanuel Abole, and he equally beat him with over 6,000 votes. This year again, he has made it, winning the elections by beating Matthew Amwa once again to emerge victorious in the parliamentary race of the Bolgatenga East constituency. I want us to quickly engage some people, some supporters hello, thank you very much. Okay, so if we can talk to us quickly, what do you say about the outcome of the results so far?
Oh, it's very impressive. That was an impressive performance. And that tells you the hardship that we have been talking about. Ghanaians have actually spoken that they are going through excruciating pain and they want the country to be resettled. That is why they are voting for John Dramani Mahama and that of Dr. Dominic Ayine. And the wind of change is blowing. We are hoping that in the next 5 hours, the Electoral Commission will come out to declare John Mahama and Dominic Ayine with NDC having majority in Parliament, so that 7th January will begin developmental project that we think of, we thought of doing for the people of Ghana. So I think we are happy with the outcome.
All right. So thank you very much. He has expressed happiness about the outcome of the results. What do you make of, so far everything is over, the EC has declared Dominic Ayine as winner, and former President Mahama as winner for this particular constituency. What do you have to say about it?
My say is that for the election in Bolga East constituency, we won it way back somewhere 4 months when they started the registration of the new voters, and when they opened the registration of new voters, then adding to the voter transfer, when they started stealing, they brought in people from Tamale, about 5 buses that they estimated to bring to Bolga East here to be.
That goes straight to the results that we have so far.
So it's just a general thing. What we expected, maybe we were expected a better victory than this. Yes.
All right.
Yeah.
So thank you very much. Let me also talk to you. So far, EC has finished the declaration. What do you make of this? Stand this way, if you can turn this way and face the light.
Yeah.
What do you have to say about the outcome so far?
Yeah, thank you. I'm a person of Azura, as a constituency, NDC constituency chairman, Bolga East. And actually, the declaration of the results has come to our favor, and that's what we were expecting. So what makes us happy is that we had a peaceful election in our constituency, and at the end of the election, we declare as a winner, and we are very, very, very happy that it has God has answered our prayer.
All right. So thank you very much. Thank you very much. Mr. George, you have declared the results. You have given us the final results. How was the work like the whole day, sitting here, getting the results and collating up to this time?
It has not been easy at all. In fact, it's just, I can't even talk. For more than 4 days now, we've not been sleeping, just gathering 1 or 2 things for the election. And we thank God we've ended successfully. So
would you say that there was peace? Did you have the goodwill to operate where there's some disturbances during the day?
Oh, no. This election is one of the most peaceful elections so far we've had. In fact, all around, we've been going around since in the morning. We haven't had any disturbances anywhere. All the polling stations were quiet. Voters were voting all right. Nobody disturbs one another or the voting. It was a very peaceful election. So we thank God for that.
Right. So George Conland is expressing his happiness. He's saying that there was no disturbances throughout the exercise, and he is happy that everything has ended successfully. Thank you very much, Madam, for joining us. You are live on GTV. We want to find out from you. The exercise is over. What do you have to say about it?
We have to say that we are grateful to God for this. It went on peacefully, and that is more important.
You should have been on bed as of now. You are still roaming.
You can't be on bed at this critical time. You have to make sure that whatever that you have run around for, you see the conclusion of it. And that is why we are here, to see to it that everything ends well.
So you're happy that your candidate has emerged?
Obviously, we are very happy that our candidate has emerged victorious. We are very, very happy, and we are going to celebrate. Yeah.
Right. Okay, so thank you very much, and we will continue to monitor what goes on in other constituencies. Let me take you to Boku, let me take you to Garo constituency, where the NDC had 10,624 votes. MPP candidate Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia getting 4,710 votes with rejected votes 141. This is just still provisional coming from the Garo constituency. Okay, so that is for the parliamentary figure that I've just given you, 10,624 for the NDC candidate, that is Dr. Thomas, and then we have the NPP candidate getting 4,710 votes in the Garo constituency. With the presidential for Garo, the NPP candidate, that Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, had 2,083 votes, GCPP 43 votes, GFP 19, GUM 25, LPG 12, NDP 81, NDC 12,725, APC 63. We also have the rest having 0 votes in this particular constituency. Total rejected for presidential is 579. This is still provisional, and then we hope to get you the authentic results for this particular electoral of this particular constituency in the Upper East region. So that is all that I can say for the Upper East region. These few constituencies that we've collated so far, this is what I can say for the Bolgatanga East constituency and that of the Garo constituency. Outside there, a lot of the people, supporters are there in their numbers, jubilating while waiting for other results to be collated and put together for us to be able to know who would emerge victorious to occupy the Jubilee House once again. And so we'll continue to put our ears on the grounds. From here, we are moving to Bolgatanga Central, and then we will also be getting results from Boku West, that's in Zebila, Busa South, Busa North, and then also in the Talensi area. We'll also be talking to others as far as or any time that we are able to get hold of them. But I think for now, this is where we have to end it for today. Some of the people that we could see, some of them are not around. So I think that we have to just end it here, and then we will get back to you anytime we get any vital information to give to you.
Again, Gray, very busy in the Upper East.
Yes.
Declaring for Boga Central, Garu.
Boga East.
Boga East, I beg your pardon.
And then Garu as well, both of which have gone
green.
To the NDC.
It's like they're greening Ghana in that part of the country.
Well.
Yeah, indeed. Yeah. I'm especially pleased about Tomley, because I knew him when he was a student. We went to school together.
Did you?
Yeah, we were in Commonwealth all together.
Okay.
From 90 to 93. And then he went to law school and then joined politics and became, So we have a platform where we're just being happy for him. So congratulations to him. There he is, former Deputy Attorney General and Minister for Justice, who has retained his seat, Bolga East. Congratulations.
Kafui, I did tell you that this screen will be becoming very, very busy.
I projected that after Peter, you will get a third one.
Even Peter's numbers are not even here for Bolga East and the Garu figures yet. But already we have one more parliamentary result coming in for the national election, and is a parliamentary result for the Asin North constituency, the famous Asin North constituency that has now voted a few more times than other Ghanaians have, with the controversies surrounding the eligibility of the NDC's candidate Jason Jachikwason, contested in court a by-election which he won, and once again the people of Asin North deciding by 18,023 votes to retain James Gyakye Quayson in Parliament as against the NPP's candidate who polled 13,599. So for Asin North constituency, official results as received at the Collation Center at the end of it all put together placed the NDC's candidate James Gyakye Quayson first in that contest with 18,000, a little over 18,000 votes, as against Mr. Charles Opoku, who polled some 13,500 plus votes. So on the screen, we are seeing these figures playing out. On the presidential side, we have numbers for Asin North and also for Cape Coast South. But remember that the presidential side is a long way to go, and so we'll get into the details of that a bit later. What we saw previously from West Achim is what is currently on your screens now. So we are going to input the data that we just heard from the EC official in Bolga East, and also the numbers that our correspondent Peter Agengre has certified to be true from the EC officials in Garu for us. And very soon they will also be projecting on our screens. Kafui.
Indeed. So on we go. These are parliamentary results you're giving us.
Yes, so these are parliamentary results for the Upper West Achim constituency in the eastern region, and we also seen the seats that the NDC has won. So this is the Upper West Achim one, and of course the one in central region with James Gyakye Quayson. And we can also see the NPP seat in the eastern region, which it's won, and we can get details of that for you. So Etiwa West constituency won by the NPP's Laureate Koko Asante.
What can you tell us with presidential results?
Presidential results for 2024. I'm going to try and get some of them for you from Asin North constituency. Very quickly, you see where the numbers are heading, and again at a turnout of 68.62%, registered number of voters 46,675, with 31,077 valid votes cast. Rejected ballots always coming in a close third behind the NDC and the NPP, or the NPP and the NDC. So for this particular constituency, so these are certified results from the Asin North constituency. The candidate for the NDC, His Excellency the former president, polled 17,762, whilst the candidate for the NPP, His Excellency Dr. Baumia, polled 12,705. The other parties recorded different numbers throughout, and we're seeing Nana Kwame Bediako of the New Force Movement polling 202 votes from that constituency at the presidency level. We are seeing the Movement for Change candidate Alan John Kwejo Tremating polling 95 of votes from Asin North. GCPP, led by Mr. Daniel Augustus Latte, polling 0.2%. APC, led by Mr. Hassan Ayariga, polling and also 0.2%. The CPP's candidate, who until since the demise of Madame Ekuya Donko became the only female presidential candidate for this election, polled also 0.2%. GUM, the Pastor Christian Kwabna Andrews, polled 0.1% of the polls. LPG's candidate, Mr. Percival Kofi Akpalu, whose ambition to be a savior of the country does not appear to have resonated with the voters in Asin North constituency, polled 0.1% of the vote. We have independent candidate Mr. Kofi Kranting polling 0.0%. He got 16, from the Asin North constituency, and another independent candidate, George Chumbere Maedu, also getting 14 votes, representing 0.0%. NDP and the candidates Alhaji Mohammed Frimpong, 0.0%, and the GFP's candidate, of course, Madam Ekwia Donko, we know what happened there. So, Kafui, these are the numbers for the presidential side from Asin North constituency that voted massively for the MP, current sitting MP, James Jachi Kwesen. And if you look at the numbers for the parliamentary side, 17,762, and let's see how many of them also voted for the presidential side. It does appear that for many of those who voted for James Jachi Kwesen, they also made the same choice for the presidential candidate as well. Okay. So we'll have some more figures as and when they pop up on our screens. Right now, I'm getting 3 seats for the NDC. It means one more of the data has been put in through the back for us, and it's Akachi North constituency going the NDC's way. Peter Kwesi Nochukoto is the one who has won that seat for the NDC. And let's see,
and then people have 2 now.
The NPP, the new seats, another one from the Eastern region, this time Etrima East constituency, and it's the NPP's candidate Abena Osei Asari who has won that seat. So we'll get some details of both constituencies and see what we can make of those, and it will help us better understand what the dynamics are for the two. And so, yes, this is what it's looking like. We expect that in the next few hours, our screen will not stop changing as the certified results from the coalition centers keep coming in. Let's see if we have some more results coming in. We've seen the one from Akachi North, and we've also seen the one from Etrima East, which has gone the way of the NPP expectedly. Remember that the Eastern region is largely a safe seat largely a safe region for the NPP. The figures we are seeing on the screens for the NPP, Sabina Osei Asari, 17,501 as against Kenneth Ejari, the NDC's candidate, polling way behind with 5,334 votes. Nana J. Treme, independent candidate, is polling 3,286. In the course of the day's analysis, we'll be talking about the impact that some of these independent candidates have had on the numbers of the NDC and the NPP due to, situations where in some cases independent candidates have run because their original parties have decided to choose other candidates, and they felt that they needed to contest on their own to take their case directly to the electorate without passing through the barrel of the political party.
Okay, I'm going to stretch my legs and go to the other screen so that I can read some messages from our people.
We own the set.
She's also the Minister of State for Finance, at the Ministry of Finance. I'm not Cesare. So congratulations to her. She's retained her seat. We've got your messages coming in on 0264 000-996. Keep them coming in for us. And here comes the first one. Says, my name is Isaac Bubu from Osu. Good morning, GBC. We thank you for the updates. Keep up the good work. We appreciate you appreciating us. Western North region. There's a message here. Let's see. Let's go. Can you please let us know the update on Sekirioso constituency, Western North region? As soon as we get it, as soon as it's certified, we will let you know. Good morning. Kafu and Thelma, doing an amazing job. Woke up to still meet you awake. We've been sleeping small, don't worry. We pray for Ghana that everything will end successfully. So far, not totally bad. Ghana has proven its democratic credentials within the continent. Once again, we're looking forward to a very successful end. God bless Ghana. Comrade Barry Ndu, convener of the Ghana-Nigeria Leadership Summit Achievers Award. Comrade, we salute you. Another one coming in. Something new? Let me know when something new comes through.
Oh, I'm seeing my screen just, changing. And let me explain the dynamics of the top, the photos you're seeing at the top of the screen for you. So this app's algorithm has been set up to bring the top 3 candidates in the lead with the tallies or the numbers that have been put into the system on top of your screen. So we are not controlling this. This is from the numbers that are coming in, and they are putting the candidates with the most number first, and then it follows in that order. So as we speak, we've received presidential results from 4 constituencies for this presidential poll. And so the latest one that just came in was Akachi North, and we'll very soon be able to see what the numbers are. And you're seeing that now on your screen. Akachi North presidential results, the NDC's candidate polling 12,025 as against the NPP's candidate polling 1,783. The other parties, New Force Movement 35, CPP 31, the Movement for Change 31, the APC 24, GCPP 20, GUM 10, NDP 8, LPG 5, independent candidate 5, 2, and the GFP, Madame Ekweadonko, not counting in this poll. So certified presidential results, of course, Akachi North, voter constituency, not surprisingly, showing up and voting massively for the NDC.
It's never been blue. It's always green.
Yep.
Yeah.
And it's the same reflected on the parliamentary side with its candidates, as we said earlier, Mr. Peter Kwesi Nochukoto winning the parliamentary ticket, 10,837.
But he did better, because on the NPP side, they got more votes.
So on the NPP side for this year, the NPP's candidate, Simon Peter Kofi Ofosu, polled 3,250. I want to juxtapose that against the 2020 figures, and it's a slight drop.
Yes.
From 4,575 to what is the current figure now, certified from the Electoral Commission, 3,250. And Kafui, again, look at the figures in terms of turnout: 20,000 registered voters and 810. 14,000, just a little over that, showed up to vote, 68.59%, and 187 rejected ballots, more than perhaps the other parties could have polled at this center or at this constituency. Let's see what Cape Coast South voted for. And these are certified presidential results from the Cape Coast South constituency. 37,726 persons turned out of 54,000. So we are still seeing the turnout of about 68-69%. Wow. And 500, Kafui, just look at the number of rejected ballots, 538 of those votes not counting for anything at all. But the results show the NDC's candidate, this is the presidential, certified presidential results, polling 23,219 against the NPP's candidates, polling 13,223.
It looks like it's a two-horse race, really.
That's what it looks like.
It's a two-horse race.
That's what it looks like. And not surprisingly so, my only concern is how rejected ballot is always placing third. So I'll just shift everybody else that way and bring rejected ballots third.
More to come.
Yep.
4 out of 276, long way to go.
Yep.
You're watching GBC News. Thelma and Kafui here, giving you the juice. Let's find out what you, the viewers, are saying. And some of you are following us on Facebook, Ghana Broadcasting Corporation on Facebook. We are grateful for your eyeballs at this time of the day. This is our WhatsApp number, 0264000996. Good morning, GBC. Still awake and anticipating the outcome. Keep up the good work. We like the messages of solidarity. Keep them flowing. Somebody with tongue in cheek says the 24-hour economy has said it today. And today, nobody they sleep. God bless you, GBC. Have a happy Sunday. You think the Minister for Tourism has lost his seat to the NDC in second D? We will find out. Kennedy Ejapong's step down was indeed a step up for NDC. Stay calm. Change is coming. He says Ghana is green. NDC wins Asin Central Parliamentary seat. We will. This is provisional. We will have it certified and put inside there.
Yep.
Good morning. Good work, GBC. Your name is Opong Junction. Oh, I see. You have Junction in your name. From Kumasi, Ejisu. Ejisu, indeed, you've done well. I started with you yesterday morning till now. God bless you. Greetings to your wife, Madam Mercy Boating. Wifey, Opong Junction is greeting you this morning. Good morning, GBC. Kindly let... you want Sporty Bet to add Ghana election to their games. You want to be betting on our elections? Nowhere more peaceful than Ghana. Aqua Thompson from Agona and Saba. Mathematically retaining and winning more new parliamentary seats is directly proportional to green president and inversely proportional to putting the blue in a position. Okay, you're giving us all kinds of mathematical permutations. Thank you for that. Please, who won Domi Kwabenya? Very simple question, 5 words. We'll give you the we'll give you the results at the right time. Somebody is greeting us again. Good morning once again. Be watching when your numbers change. Let me know. I'll switch over to you, Thelma.
Yeah.
Okay, lots of messages here, so let's go for this one. The rule of the game is vigilance, vigilance, vigilance. That's all. As is with everything in life, really, you have to be vigilant. If you're driving, you have to be vigilant. Come on, behave. Okay, sticker. Good morning. Good morning. Thanks for your good work. The rule of the game is vigilance, vigilance, vigilance. I hope my people upstairs can clean this for me. Good morning. God is with us. No more losing. The victory has come. Thank you. United States with 51 states conducted. Let's see the comparison that the man is trying to make. My friend, behave. Conducted an election in 24 hours. Yet results were out same day. No stress.
They run a different system from us.
Exactly. You can mail in your votes.
Yeah.
No delay to an announcement of results. Africa needs to stop this. Please, don't go rogue on Africa all the time. They have a completely different system. They can mail in their ballots. Have you mailed in your ballots in Ghana before? They don't use thumbprints. They shade, they use pencils and the marks, they mark all that stuff. So please, you don't compare Agbelikaklu with pineapple, okay? It's two completely different things. So please.
Agbelikaklu with pineapple?
Yeah, you don't do that. So please, let's give Africa a break, all right? We beg you. We value your eyeballs, but please don't hate on us. Please, I want you to give me results of Damongo constituency. It's almost like a request show. All right, we'll get you Damongo at the right time. Thelma is in charge of all those things, so she'll get it for you. GBC, you guys are doing a great job. God bless you. This is Gift Adalete from Afienya Newland. All righty. Does it have old land too? Ghana in our names, man. Okay, I think we are probably done with my messages. I'll take a couple more. We'll take a quick break, and we'll probably refresh our screen a little bit. GBC doing a great job. God bless you. This is Gift Adalete. I think we're done with our messages for now. We'll get it refreshed, and we'll come back for more coverage of election 2024. Hashtag Ghana wins. Our WhatsApp number is 0264 000-996. So far, Thelma has called 4 out of 276 constituencies. More are being inputted into our system. We'll get them for you. Slow but sure wins the race. It's accuracy over speed. We'll take a quick break. We shall return, God willing.
Misinformation is real, so think before you share.
Hi, I'm Ajite Annan. But during elections, emotions and tensions usually run high. Unfortunately, this is also the time when people choose to create and share information that is abusive, divisive, and emotionally charged. Refuse to be an enabler or victim to this. Media content, especially on social media during this election period, may contain dubious facts, abusive and hateful language, which seeks to trigger an emotional reaction from you. Chances are the information is false, or the complete picture hasn't been presented to you. So why don't you take a second or two and calmly investigate the claim before you share or act on it? If you find the information to be false or inaccurate, speak up. Report it. Don't be a silent enabler of misinformation online. My name is Ajite Annan, and I think before I share. Do you?
This message is brought to you by the Department of Communication Studies, University of Ghana, with support from the Canadian High Commission in Accra.
Misinformation is real, so think before you share.
Welcome. Thank you for staying with our continuing coverage of election 2024. Kafi here.
Yes, and very soon we'll be putting in some of the details that we are receiving from the collation centers where our reporters are stationed, and we'll be feeding all the figures into our system here, and you'll be able to get a clearer picture of where things stand. Of course, we are getting loads and loads of numbers from the back entrance. We want to be sure that everything that we project to you are certified results, so that everyone is clear in their minds that we are heading in one direction or the other. For now, loads of uncertainties in Ablekuma West, where the NPP's Ursula Owusu-Ekofo's seat appears shaky according to portals that we are monitoring, but it's nowhere near an end of counting, so a lot more could still happen on that front. The Yendi seat turning green from the provisional results that we are getting is also one of note. I'm seeing reports suggesting that the Honorable Kojo Nkrumah has retained his seat in Ofuase Ayerebi, and we'll be getting some of those figures for you pretty shortly. It appears from the provisional results that we received from Ofuase Ayerebi that the NDC's candidates polled 13,415 of the votes, and the NPP's candidates polled 18,601. So we'll wait for the certification so that we can bring that also to our screen, and we'll be able to add to the tally. For now, they remain provisional results as we await the final go-ahead from the EC and to the team of journalists there, and that would include our reporter as well. Kath.
Okay, so a couple of provisional results being monitored. Henry Quartey losing Ayawaso Central seat. NDC winning Asin Central seat. That used to be the seat for Kennedy Ajapong. MPP's Farouk Mahama losing Yendi seat to NDC. So a couple of provisional results. Our board will light up with the certifieds, and then we will give you a clearer picture of how things are going. And you can just let us know what your feeling is, where you are, hopefully at home, or maybe at work if you're a night duty worker,
like
just
us.
closing your shift, just like us. Yeah, so send us a message on 0264000996.
Okay. Kath, I think your screen is still
buzzing, eh?
Too much.
Yeah, let me just go talk
People
to
have a lot to say, and we are here to listen.
Sure.
So your thoughts are not the thoughts of GBC. We are just monitoring the numbers as we are getting them across from our correspondents across the country. Yep.
Okay, so messages coming in. Board has been well refreshed. Somebody is saying don't shout. We don't have any audio here, so good morning, Kath and Thelma. Fred Amenya, thank you very much for the good job you guys are doing. Please, you want results from Afajato South constituency since MPP held a press conference on Friday night there about some ballot papers being smuggled into Togo, or is that from Togo? So we'll get you that when we get it, all right? Is that okay? Okay. You also want, it's almost like a request show. More results coming up. Let me see. Let me just come this way. Okay. You want results from Afajato South? Okay, good. Please share the result for Adenta if you have it. Okay, we don't have it yet. My board is kind of frozen, but let's see. Well, probably needs a break, like we had a couple of breaks. Okay, let's see. Please, Dominic Komanya, I'm getting a head up. Okay, well, you're getting a heart attack. Please do not get a heart attack. Please. What are the results on Ablekuma North? We will get them for you. Do not worry at all. As Ghanaians keep on shielding the hardened criminals in our midst and terming the well-cultured ones as criminals, those hardened criminals will continue harming the innocent ones. The killings at some areas in the course of this election is because of how evil-minded and backward and criminal some of we Ghanaians are, and how corrupt some of our police and members of the bench are. Shame unto you for not making peace reign in this election, terming well-cultured and honored manners. So you're not happy with the people who have been killed, lost their lives. Tell the NDC they should work hard to retain their seat forever. Nothing lasts forever, you know that. Prepared, when you go into an election or a competition, be prepared to lose, be prepared to win. You need the results for Hohwe, you will get them. Don't worry, stay with us. Good morning. MPP all the way. We don't want small chicks. Okay, is that the Nkukong Kitting? I understand the technical word is Nkukoma, little chicken, baby chickens. But he did a literal translation. Why not? You want to know the parliamentary results for Ablekuma West.
Ablekuma West is still being counted.
Okay.
And our team is still at the collation center. We'll bring you the report, the final report, as soon as we get the confirmation.
Thank you. This is Chumesi Dapa from Amansie Bekwa. Great job. You want to know?
Amasaman.
You want to know the parliamentary results for Amasaman. You mean the parliamentary results. We'll get them for you. Do not worry at all. Okay, good morning to you. Message has come in. You think that the MPP has messed up lots of investors who came to Ghana to invest? And the success of a government is measured by job creation, not infrastructure. Roads don't feed citizens, so creativity, invention, innovation of jobs to gainfully employ citizens is what keeps a party or government in power, not bridges and overpasses. And then you bammed yourself. Bam. All right. Good morning. Why not? Don't wait for anybody to bam you. You bam yourself. This is Abraham. What's the parliamentary results for Ashaiman? You get them. Do not worry at all. There's another one coming in. God will speak for Dr. Mahamadou Baumia. Okay. All right. Thank you. Kath, the NDC winning? That's the question you're asking me. And you're saying, Sarah, Kath with Thermal Multitude, you guys are doing a great job. Shout out to the GBC Ghana Broadcasting Corporation. All righty. So far, we have 4 out of 276 constituencies.
Yes, we are also getting provisional results across multiple platforms. Graphic Online, projecting that Henry Quartey has lost Ayawaso Central to the NDC's Abdul Rauf to Bazu, and the NDC, we are told, has snatched Kennedy Japon's Asen Central seat from the NPP, and the NDC's Laurentia Ajoajiwonu also snatches the Kwapim South seat from the NPP. Provisional results coming in. Once we do get the confirmed figures from our correspondents, we will input them into our system and you'll get a clearer picture.
Indeed. Back to the message board 0264 000 996. Okay. You guys doing a great job. Hope for the best. NDC has won already, you think? And you think NPP should just accept? We are only 4 out of 276, you know. Let's take it easy. None of the Ashanti votes have come through yet. Only one voter has come. Lots of Eastern left, lots of Greater Accra. It's a lot. There's a lot
of the rest of the country.
Yeah. Upper East, Upper West, Northern, so many. So there's one here. Come on in once again. GBC, keep it up. You're doing a great job. Hello, GBC. Hey, GBC, keep it up. Okay.
You sound surprised.
That we are here. This is our job now. This is what we do. Yeah, this is what we do. Okay. All right. The messages are now coming in like, you know, it's not
like waves.
I'm telling you. Yeah. People have just woken up. Oh, it's
yes.
5.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
So they're wondering us. This is why we are still here. This is David watching you live inside your hotel room with your girl. Yeah. Okay. All right.
How do you make that conclusion?
Too much information. TMI. How did it go in the Ashanti region and Katu North? We'll find out pretty soon. Why is everywhere quiet?
Okay. We haven't been outside since last night,
yeah. We're respecting the noise pollution laws, so it's good. How many MPs for MPP and NDC? You want to know? You'll know soon. Chumesi Dapa, we are here with you all the way. Okay. Somebody says, I've been having sleepless nights. All right. I'm sorry. Who's leading this moment at the presidential? We've gotten 4 out of 276, correct? At this presidential?
We have some on the presidential side and some on the parliamentary side. Okay, but we do have a bit more because we still have those numbers to input from Bolga East and Garu.
Yes.
Our correspondent, Peter Gengre, will send those certified figures for us and we'll put them through in our system as well.
I've been having sleepless nights with you. I'm following you, Pa. I now understand why I should pay my TV license. You're doing a wonderful job. Thompson Aqua, Agona and Saba. Please, Thelma, please find the short code and drop it. Now that he says he wants to pay, we can give him the TV license short code.
Oh, we can.
So that he can pay.
Of course.
Right now.
Easily.
Yeah.
Easily.
When the customer is ready to buy, you don't waste time. Yeah. Results from Afram Plains, that's what you want. Okay. Parliamentary, we'll get it for you. Do not worry too much at all. Somebody's just giving us fancy. GVC, you're too much. All right. We thank you very much. Your name is Raja, watching us live, and you're enjoying the coverage. Okay, so these are some of the messages that you've sent us so far, and keep them coming in thick and fast. We'll read as many of them as we can. So all of you are just very grateful. We thank you very much. Thank you for the good job. You should try and declare to free our minds. Okay, all right. We're going slowly and methodically, because that's how we have to do it.
Slowly but surely.
Yes, indeed. There's a message there that just says NDC all the way with 3 Ghana flags and 3 muscled arms. Okay. Go on, the GBC. You guys are doing good work from Atikpo. Prosper. All right. Kafui, once the presidential results are not ready, please let us know the parliamentary results. Okay. And you want to know the results for Adenta and Medina. Our people are furiously in the background inputting the results, and it will reflect on our board. So
I think we should just say it over and over again that for these collation centers, until the EC official actually comes out to call the numbers, we can only say they are provisional results, and we cannot put the provisional results in the place where we've reserved for certified results. So that's why you're seeing the diligence, perhaps the word I would want to use, on the speed of the process. But we are trying as much as we can to get a lot more of those details in for you.
Okay. Lots of humor, early morning humor. Good morning. It's good morning already. GBC Kudos, 24-hour economy is practical already. You've been with us throughout the night. Greener we go, says fully at that day from Akachi. Good morning, GBC. Well done. Kafu, we cannot sleep here in Canada. We need a winner. Oh, sorry. Oh. And you are dealing with a time difference thing too. So it's you are still probably, depending on where you are in Canada, you're probably still in Saturday. Oh, we are doing our best. We're doing our best. We'll get it for you. Good morning.
Kaf, we can take a pause and go over to the teeming University constituency of Ayawaso West Wogon, where our correspondent Godfred is ready to share some details with us. Godfred, thank you for making time to join us. What can you report so far?
All right, let me welcome you all back to the Ayawaso West Wogon College Center here at the University of Ghana campus. As I speak, we're still on it. The coalition officers are still collating the results. But then we've not even crossed from the presidential result to get to the parliamentary result. So we are still on the parliament and the presidential as the coalition goes. So, but then the situation here is that because it's been a stressful and long day, majority of the people in the room are sleeping. In fact, you barely see 2 or 4 people or 3 people awake. Almost everyone in the room, except the coalition officers and some media personnel that are awake observing the process. When you come to the outside of the building, like in the earlier videos that you showed, you could see crowd, teaming youth chanting and singing and dancing and doing all sort of things. Now, if you look at it outside, it's barely empty. The few people left here are also sleeping. Some sleeping on the floor, some even on the roadside, risking their life, and even in the mosquitoes, still sleeping. And the reason is that they said it earlier. They are not going to leave here until the results are mentioned, and they're going to do all that it takes to protect the results that they have been brought in here. So yes, the few people here are asleep, and the process is ongoing. The police officers are all around. They are seated on their motorbikes, some in their vehicles, and these vehicles are already parked on. So it means that for any emergency, they are ready to respond. One thing that we need to also talk about is the presence of the ambulance. The ambulance service has been here from morning to now. They've been following this from morning to now, and their machine or car is also on, ready for any emergency services. So here, this is the situation at the moment. We are still observing the process. We hope that you will get things done, and then the declaration will be made so that we all can go back to rest a bit. In fact, it's not easy. But then when it comes to probably water or some snacks, you'll be there. You wouldn't know where it will come from. But then you see that people will be sharing some snacks like pie, drinks, and water to keep us a bit not so much hungry, but then to support us with this stuff. So yes, we are coping with the situation. We can't leave, but then we need to give our viewers the updates here. So far, we know that there are some results that are, flying over the internet, but the reality here is that the collation is still ongoing. We've not even crossed from the presidential to the parliamentary for us to get who has won this constituency. And so whatever that comes up, you will let our viewers know and our listeners know across the country.
Watching these people who swore that they were going to protect the vote and protect the ballot, just succumbing to nature. So once again, nature won body nail for these ardent observers. Perhaps they have an inner eye, a third eye, that is helping them keep things in their line of sight, even as they take a little snoozle. So live scenes now from the Ayawaso West Wogon Coalition Center, and we are seeing the very tired after a rather long day persons at that center, and our correspondent Godfred Amwafo sharing some details with us. Presidential figures still being collated with the parliamentary figures not yet started. It's hard to gauge which group of supporters are currently there. They're currently there, but in dreamland. And so we'll get back to them a bit later. And hopefully, perhaps we'll get a better sense of where things are at. Kafi.
Okay, so I was looking, just checking out the portals again, giving you some news, provisional results.
I can scoot to our screen where I see. So this is what I love to see. So when I look towards that 7. Side, and then I see the.
Oh, you've gone to 8.
So I see that red on top of the page. Yeah. I just know that I need to get up some more parliamentary results coming in on our screen. I see Second D, I see Ascent Central, and I see Gomoa Central as well. Kaf, let me start with Second D. Second D constituency has voted for the parliamentary, and 14,558 has gone to Blay Nyameke Ama, and 11,084 has gone to Mr. Andrew Kofi Ejapa Mesa.
Numbers again?
We are seeing the results for Second D constituency, 14,558 for Mr. Blay Nyameke Ama, and 11,084 for the incumbent NP Andrew Kofi Ejapa Mesa, which means that the incumbent NPP candidate, Mr. Ejapa Mesa, has lost Second D. Second D has turned green. And if we interrogate the figures in a bit more detail, 62% turnout, 41,634 registered voters, and 25 valid ballots were cast in that constituency. Rejected 176. So, safe to say Second D goes green.
What was the turnout for Second D?
62%.
Can you compare that to 2020?
So if I quickly go to the 2020 figure for this same constituency, look at that here, 76.73% as compared to this election turnout in that constituency at 62.
Wow.
So we are still seeing the dynamic of low voter turnout playing out here. Even in 2016, there was a 70% turnout in Second D.
70.
This year, we are seeing that drop to 62.01%. So these are the parliamentary results for Second D constituency. Let's get some more from the screen. Ascent Central, and as we have reported, and wow, what a close contest it has been. But Second D going, Ascent Central going green, Ascent Central going the way of Second D, flipping from blue to green, and these are the results again with a turnout of 62% for that constituency, 52,441 registered voters with 32,269 valid votes cast. And this is the breakdown, Kafui. The NDC's candidate, Mejima Shaibu Noreen, polled 16,343, and the NPP's candidate Anewu Godfred polled 15,926. So barely less than 1,000 votes, making the difference for these two candidates. And it makes you think, no wonder it has taken a bit of time for this to be put together, because I have no doubt that a few recounts would be made just to make sure that the figures are just right. And like we keep saying, this is why due diligence is important. Kafui, I see one independent candidate coming into Parliament House on the 7th of January 2025, and it is from Gomoa Central Constituency, where Mr. Obeng Kwame Asare has polled 14,277 of the votes, and the NPP's Nana Eya polling 11,637. The NDC candidate, Mr. Yosin Mohammed Naim Dean, has polled 10,112. So these are results from the Gomoa Central constituency. If I compare this 2024 figure to the figures that we saw in the year 2020, the NPP's candidate won that constituency with a commanding 20,527 votes in the last election in 2020. Today, that same candidate, Naneya, has lost a number of votes, polling 11,637. So those are the numbers that we have for Gomoa Central constituency. There's a few more that we would like to pick from our correspondents. Kafui, who do we have on the line?
We do have, it's a Homo, I believe.
Homo Kosum Abdullahi is joining us, and I wonder where the numbers are, where she is. Homo, Ablekuma Central has been one of the ones we are looking out for. What can you report?
Most definitely. I am still here at Ablekuma Central. The process is terribly slow. We'll be here since polls close at 5 p.m. The polling, the EC officials have brought in their ballot papers. They've done what they are supposed to do. They've left hours ago. We still have the EC polling officials and everyone who is supposed to put together the figures. What they are currently doing is computing all the figures they have received from all the pink sheets from the 304 polling stations within the constituency. They are currently inputting it into the computer. We are told that they have to finish inputting everything into the computer in the full glare of party agents before, once everything is done and everybody agrees with the results, they can announce it to the media. So if I can just paint a little picture for you. So when you come to the Odoko Police Church premises where the Coalition Center is, we have the EC officials, we have the party agents, and we have the media inside the Coalition Center. Now, if you come outside, before you get outside to the main building, we have some security officials who are within the premises trying as much as possible to prevent the agitator supporters who are way behind the main gate trying to get themselves inside. So initially we spoke to the EC officials. We've been told that they were supposed to get two projectors. The two projectors, one was supposed to be inside where the media will see exactly what the EC is inputting into the computer, and one was supposed to be outside. But unfortunately, they couldn't get two. So they have only one projector, which is stationed outside to make it easier for the supporters outside to see whatever the EC is doing onto the computer. So once in a while, you will hear shouts, You will hear you will hear celebrations. We don't know where the figures are turning into. From 304 polling stations, we don't really know who is getting what, because don't forget that at this particular constituency, the competition is purely between the incumbent Abdul Latif Dan, who is an NDC currently in Parliament, and then Mr. Jefferson Saki, a former journalist and a presidential staffer, who is representing the NPP party. We have cited the presence of the current MP, Abdul Latif, around, who has told us that he's ready to make a statement once the results are released. Unfortunately for us, we haven't been able to cite Mr. Jefferson Saki ever since we've been doing the rounds from the morning till now. It's getting to almost 6 a.m. The process is terribly slow. A lot of people are so tired. You can see a lot of the EC officials and even most of the journalists on the floor sleeping. Everybody is just waiting. Everybody just wants everything to be done so that the results are released and we know where the seat is going to. Both the presidential and the parliamentary results are still being inputted into the computer. So we don't know who is getting what. We don't know where it is going to swing towards. All we know is that they are dealing with 304 polling stations, and they are still inputting the results onto the computer. We are still here, Thelma.
Work. We think we're having a long night, but it's a long night for all the media that have been at the collation centers, especially after crisscrossing constituencies, visiting multiple polling stations throughout the day. Kaf, your favorite thing is happening on the screen.
Yeah,
more results coming in through our verification process, and would only project the numbers that we know have been verified. We do have loads and loads of those numbers, but we like to ensure that we keep only the ones that are certified, verified numbers on our screen. So this is coming from the Akachi South constituency, where predictably, being a stronghold of the NDC, the party on the presidential side has polled 31,564 against the NPP's 2,195. Rejected ballots, I keep saying, in third position, 481 votes. And Movement for Change, 87. The New Force Movement, 87 rather. Movement for Change, 74. CPP, 65. APC, 53. GCPP, 29. LPG, 13. GUM, 10. NDP, 9. Independent candidates getting 5. And Madame Ikuya Donko's polls not counting. So these are the figures for Akachi South constituency on the presidential side. It is a predictable result considering the history of Akachi. 2020 voting en masse, 31,624 for the NDC as against the NPP's 5,550. And if we were to compare the figures with this year's figures, you see a sharp drop in the number of votes for the NPP in this constituency. And we are seeing from this year's 31,000, a pretty similar number of voters going with the NDC. So a suggestion that less people turned out to vote for the NPP and more, or about the same number of people as voted in the 2020 election turned out to vote for the NDC.
I just saw Mr. Ricketts Hagen's name crop up on your alert. So
okay, so let me go to our parliamentary results, and it's Cape Coast South coming up on the screen. Mr. Kweku Ricketts Hagen polling 1,569 of the votes as against 1,245 for the NPP's Mr. Arthur earnest, and we are seeing Mr. Emmanuel Mensah Ando Perry polling 165 votes and Menu Isaac polling 23 there. So 2 independent candidates nowhere close to the dominance of the NDC and NPP, as we've seen in almost all the constituencies. So remember, we already have 1 independent candidate heading into Parliament come next year, but the Honourable Ricketts Hagan keeping this seat safely in the grips of the NDC.
But look at the turnout. This number is crazy.
Okay.
How can we have a 5.53% turnout?
So we need to work on those figures with a bit more detail, and then we'll have a clearer picture of what that situation could be. Let's get Akachi South. We saw the numbers for the presidential side. This is the parliamentary side, and it's interesting, Kafu, if you would notice how there's about 1,000 less votes for the NDC on the parliamentary side than there were on the presidential side, and on the flip side, about 1,000 or so more votes for the NPP's candidate. Here's a suggestion of skirt and blouse voting, if I ever saw one, because you're looking at the same constituency showing up to vote by about 30,600, a little over that number, votes for the parliamentary candidate, and if you reference that against the numbers that voted for the presidential, you see that the difference is about I keep saying your math is better than mine, and you can see that the presidential has more votes. So skirt and blouse voting going on here, safe to assume. So more of the results coming in, and the screen will keep updating itself as and when the figures come through. Like we explained earlier, these are the results from only 5 out of 276 constituencies. This is nowhere near over, and we'll keep you updated on the results as we get them.
Okay, all right. Maybe I need to dash off to my board again and get some feedback from those who watch. They also want to hear their messages being read. So I'm going to go to the board and find out what my people are saying on the board. Hi, GBC. Good morning. We've got some official results coming up soon. Good morning. Do you know the fundamental of lies to Ghanaian people is weak? Ghanaians will expose you. Okay. All right. So we've got some developments coming from Ayawaso. One of the Ayawaso
West Wuogon. So we just spoke to Godfred, who is our reporter there. Distressing scene, an EC official appearing to be in some distress, and the ambulance service on hand to offer that critical care. It has been a long day, and fatigue is already beginning to set in. I'm hoping that the official, whoever they are, is going to be okay, and we'll keep monitoring happenings there.
We try bleeding, and then we give medications.
I earlier saw you checking somebody's. What were you checking? Is it temperature or BP or what?
The person's BP.
BP. Why at this time?
Why at this time?
Yeah.
For BP, you can check BP at any time whenever you know you are not feeling comfortable. Even BP can make you feel some headache and then start when it's high. Yes.
But why would the ambulance service be here with us from morning to now?
Ambulance service, our services, we don't have the time, and then as at when you need our service. For our service, we provide our service anytime, any day. Yes. And during cases like this, we are very important.
Have you rushed anybody to the hospital so far?
No. But we have been managing them in the car.
Mention the cases we've been receiving so far. Let's go again.
Oh, yeah, so many. Headaches. The headaches are many because of the stress and the stomach ache. Yes.
So you've been dealing with them. You have medicines for them?
Oh, yeah.
What have you been giving them?
Oh, for the stomach ache, we have translicates, and then we have some brufen for the pain. We have some antibiotics too.
Okay. Thank you very much.
So you're watching GBC News, our rolling coverage of election 2024. And we've got your messages. Our WhatsApp number is 0264 000 996. Let me read some of them. Okay, you guys are doing a great job. We thank you for that. Thank you so much. We appreciate you. Good morning to you. This is another message that's coming. If NDC wins this election, it will show you how Ghanaians think. And if NPP also wins this election, it will also show you how Ghanaians understand development. Okay. All right. More messages. This is from Eric Ativo. You wanted to take a moment to express how proud you are of the entire GBC team for our exceptional coverage of the 2024 Ghana election. Your commitment to fairness and accuracy has been truly impressive. You've set a high standard for journalism in Ghana. As a former worker at Volta Star Radio Ho, you understand the hard work, dedication that goes into delivering quality broadcasting. You've had the privilege of working behind the scenes. You know how much effort it takes to bring news and information to the public. You say you are just lauding us for our good work, and you urge us to keep shining. This is Mr. Eric Ativo of MMTI School of Journalism. Ho. Thank you so much. Akbar. Somebody says, I need Okaikwe North and South. We need it too. Don't worry. We need it more than you, Seth. Ghanaians are watching. God is watching. Ghanaians are watching. God is watching. Just keep the good up, work up. Your Christmas celebration has just started today. Once a party won. Okay. All right. Good morning. Please, can someone... wow, so many messages here. People will win this election peaceful. Yeah, so just keep it peaceful. That's what we want, man. Keep it peaceful. So many messages coming in, so I'll let them load. And then I will go... this is one. JBC, vous faites un bon travail époustouflant. Je suis Moses from Ivory Coast. Merci. Since we're doing a great job, and he's Moses from Ivory Coast, just across the border from us. Good morning to you and the crew. Keep on going. All right. You're doing a great job. Keep it up. You think if Mahama wins, he has to roam more than 16 regions to thank them. Secondly, bringing jobs to the youth will really help a lot. See how the youth can't sleep. All right. So those are your suggestions for whoever wins, if he wins. All right. You know, we're still quite a long way to go with the declaration of the results. Good morning to you and the crew. Here it goes. Come on. Doing a good job. Keep it up. Okay. Good. It's a lot of messages. Let's just keep them flowing through. 0264 000 996. Kudos to Ghanaians for not sleeping off these elections. Yes, indeed. I know what it's like to sleep when you're covering an election. I know too well. You want to know when the 72 hours started? The 72 hours started from the time we voted. Okay, so yeah. I'm sure by Tuesday, everything should be done. They're trying to get it done quickly, so that, but accurately, because we're not sacrificing truth for accuracy. Oh, que le Ghana gagne dans la transparence. May Ghana win in transparency. Okay. Somebody here looking for Amasaman constituency from Awoche Bacha. We'll get it for you. Don't worry. Don't worry at all. Okay. I think those are the kind of messages I have for now. Thelma will be coming back to give us more of the messages when they come through. Remember, you can find us on Facebook. It's Ghana Broadcasting Corporation on Facebook. And our WhatsApp number, put it on your phone right now, 0264 000 996. Okay, what's the result of Ashanti? Ashanti is big, lots of constituencies there. We'll get as many of them for you as soon as they are certified. That's what Thelma keeps harping on. You have to be satisfied with certified results, okay? We can only talk about provisional stuff, but once it gets on our board, then it means it's been certified. And so it's a rigorous process of making sure that you're putting in good stuff. So that it's not garbage in, garbage out, okay? All right. I'm going to go back to school, back to my chair. Thelma, how's it going?
It's going pretty well.
Yes.
And for many of the centers, our reporters are telling us that it does not seem like the EC officials are ready to declare. I'm getting reports from my colleagues in Dom Kwabenya, for example. One of you asked on our screen what is happening there. Our team is at the Collation Center, and they are trying to get us a feel of what's happening there. What we have been told is that the officials are not ready to make that official declaration yet. Hagar Wusu and the rest of the gang are there, and they are keenly monitoring happenings. So if you're interested in the results from Dom Kwabenya, stay tuned. We do have some figures, but they remain provisional until the call at that collation center. On our screen, you can find 5 of 276 constituencies called for the presidential election and 9 called for the parliamentary election. These are the current top 3 runners in the presidential race. 5 out of 276 constituencies and 9 parliamentary seats out of 276 called so far and certified by our correspondents in those constituencies to have been completed entirely. And the NDC, as we speak, has 6 seats, 2 in the central region, Asin Central and Asin North. Asin Central going to Shaibu and Nurain, and Asin North being retained by James Jachi Kwesen. 1 seat in the eastern region for the NDC Upper West Achim constituency candidate Emmanuel Dra winning that seat for the NDC. In the Volta region, Akachi North and South remain in the grip, I beg your pardon, of the NDC. And in the western region, Second D has turned green for the NDC. The NPP, out of the 9 that we've collated so far with our team, has a Trema East and a Trema West constituencies under their belt. Madam Abna Osei Asare, like I've said, at the Ministry of Finance, and we're seeing Laureate Koko Asante also winning that seat for the NPP. Independent candidate in the central region, Gomwa Central constituency, Mr. Kwame Asare, winning that seat.
A+.
And so,
for those who don't know, he's a musician and a politician, and he's now going to Parliament. Yeah.
Let's take a quick break. When we return, we'll bring you some more details into our analysis of the results that are trickling in from the collation centers. This is GBC's running coverage of election 2024 on GBC News and GTV. Stay with us. We'll be right back.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. My name is Sheikh Armiya Shuaib. I'm the spokesman for the Chief Imam and a member of the National Peace Council Governing Board. Peace is a gift of God to us. It's a universal principle. This has kept our nation since our return to democracy in this country. It's something that we must all preserve. We need a peace now, before, during, and post-election period, so we can keep the unity and harmony of our country. I, Sheikh Armiya, pledge for peace.
Commissioner for the Commission on Human Rights and Administrative Justice, Ghana. I pledge for peace. And I encourage all well-meaning Ghanaians, particularly as we run into the election period, to stand up for peace. Because we have only one country, and without peace, then we couldn't. I encourage everyone, children, women, men, public servants, private citizens, civil society organizations, to pledge for peace.
Minutes to 6, December 8, 2024. So a day after Ghana went to the polls, and the results are coming in, and we are lighting up our board with information. And for those of us who are, we've drunk endless cups of coffee. So thankfully we have replacements who will take over maybe in about 4 minutes or so and continue the coverage with you. Thelma, anything to report on the board?
Why are you putting pressure on the next team to come and take over? It's 4 minutes. It's like a countdown.
I'm telling you.
Next team,
I'm telling
come
you.
and take over and let's scoot out of here. But this is a sight I love to see when new results come in, and we have one new one for the presidential side. Upper West Achim, we've already seen what happened there on the parliamentary side. We've just input the data for the presidential, and the NDC's candidate, former President John Mahama, has 23,380 votes against the NPP's candidate, His Excellency Dr. Bawumia, polling 13,612. The other parties coming nowhere close. But Kafui, just look at the massive number of rejected ballots in this constituency. It's 1,297 rejected ballots for this particular constituency. Turnout at 61.7%, and we are seeing those details now. So on the presidential side, still maintaining 1, 2, 3 from 6 of 276 constituencies. And we have one more on the parliamentary side as well. Upper West Achim, the vote for Mr. Emmanuel Dra of the NDC, who polled 22,759, as against Mr. Frederick Obing Adom, who polled 15,702. The incumbent NPP NP losing that seat to the NDC. So 9 out of 276 parliamentary seats certified for us at the screen.
Okay, let me see what else we can report. As I just make a cursory flip through the headlines that we have in our portals. 2024 election results, provisional until otherwise certified. Let's see, I'm looking at graphiconline.com, couple of headlines. NDC's Laurentia Jiwonu snatches Equipim South seat from MPP. NDC snatches Kenajapong's Asin Central seat. It's no longer a seat, it's gone. And Rikoti loses Ayawaso Central to NDC's Abdul Rauf Tubazu. MPP's Farouk Aliu Mahama loses Yendi to a seat to NDC. Mahama expressing concern over military personnel deployed to cause chaos at coalition centers. Kwame A Plus wins Goma Central parliamentary seat as an independent candidate. Coalition still ongoing at Eblekoma West. MPP Sasila Uwusu Ekfu seat really shaky. Generally low turnout across the country. Yeah, and I'm sure there'll be a lot of soul searching for those who are affected by that low turnout. Some of the margins are really, really small, which just supposes that if there were more people at the polls, things could have turned. For those who also had to compete with not against just a party, but maybe an independent candidate who came from your stock, that also causes problems because you split votes. Yep. Yes, yes, indeed. And then all of a sudden, you are pushed into a position where you would wish, maybe should we have handled this better so that we keep, as one famous American general said, he'd rather have all the men in the tent pissing outside than for you to be outside peeing into the tent. Yes, so you want to have the people in the tent and not the urine. And
what lessons, and I go back to my earlier analogy much earlier in the evening, have we learned from the 2020 polls, especially on the parliamentary side, which got us the near-hang parliament at 137 apiece with one independent candidate? And if it taught us any lessons at all, it should have been that independent candidates can make a difference.
Big time.
And today, once again, we are seeing that play out. We are also seeing the suggestion from one of the people I spoke to at the polling station where I voted that they would rather not vote for another party than to vote for their party, knowing that they have not delivered on the expectation of, economic empowerment, whatever their manifesto promises are. They would rather sit it out than to vote for another party when they are so staunchly A, B, or C.
Before we scoot out of here, let me give you a parting gift. Your board has lit up again.
Yay! And this time it's another parliamentary result. Let me go and see where we are getting this from. Cape Coast South. And of course, it's the Honorable Ricketts Hagen's constituency. Good. The parliamentary result coming in 21,277 as against the NPP's candidate N.S. Arthur, who polled 14,163. So Kweku Ricketts Hagen keeping a firm hold on that seat for the NDC. Okay,
that brings us to the end of our stint here. And our people are just waiting in the wings. You know, it's like when you have your when the coach says it's time to bring on the substitutes, and then he raises the board on the football pitch, and then the people start warming up. So I can see Doreen warming up. I can see George warming up, and people are saying, change Kafui. Like they're warm. They are hot. They are hot. They are ready. So
I'm sure joining us very, very shortly, and we'll hand over the baton to them, and we'll see what they also have to report on as they receive the numbers from our correspondents across the country. We are getting reports that collation is still ongoing in many of the constituency collation centers. And as the morning rolls on, we'll get a lot more coming in with our reporters where certified figures are concerned. It appears largely, as we've said through the evening, to be a two-horse race between the candidates for the NPP and the NDC. Rejected ballots, loads of those in some constituencies, many enough to raise some concern. And we also get the impression that a number of seats belonging to the NPP have flipped to the NDC. Our screens are only now beginning to tell a story of what's happening on the grounds. And like we said, GBC and our team here will continue to keep you updated on the developments as they arrive. And the next team is at the touchline, and they are taking the baton now, and they will carry you through the day until we get to where we want to get to.
I like their initials. You know, we had SM, then we had the SM movement. Yeah. And you have me and you, Katie. This is DG.
Yeah, DG.
Director General.
I didn't think about that one.
Director General.
DG, the DG team is here. Team DG, what's up? What do you have for us?
Charlie, continuing from where you guys are going to leave off.
One time.
The results coming in, certified results, surprises. Earlier when we started, I told Doreen that we're going to have a lot of surprises. Yes, we have surprises, but the surprises we have have actually surprised us.
Some surprises you didn't expect.
Certain things, some of the turnouts, I mean, Osla?
Osla, yes.
Yeah, it's a big surprise.
Yeah.
I also West Wogon.
I was West Wogon. I'm from Ayawaso North.
Okay.
That's around Newtown, Nima. So we share boundaries with Ayawaso Central, Henry Cote.
Yes.
That's a surprising, because I mean, he was very strong in the constituency.
That has been a stronghold of the NPP.
And his presence actually felt in the constituency. So I never thought that he was going to lose.
And he has a big presence.
Yeah,
literally.
Yes, literally.
And Minister for the Interior.
Yes.
Such, Operation Clean Your
Very much
Frontage.
surprised. Yes.
Such a key figure.
Very much surprised. And also surprised about the NDC's performance in the Western region.
Yes.
Second D. Very interesting performance there. But again, confirms a lot of things that Musa Dankwa talked about, especially in the Western region. He warned the NPP that it looks like they're focusing too much in the Ashanti region, but they should also focus in the Western region because things might turn out not going right for them. And those are some of the surprises that actually surprised us. Got a lot of people.
The surprises of surprises. Nice one. Well, thank you so much. If you see us yawning, there's no surprise. We're sleeping.
I know.
We are so grateful to see you guys.
Okay.
Team DG.
All right.
Yes, it is so.
Over to you.
So,
guys, this is where we beg leave of you, and we leave you in the capable hands of Doreen and George. Kath,
yes,
let's
indeed.
go get some sleep.
One time. See you guys.
Stay with us. We'll be right back.
Misinformation is real, so think before you share.
Hi, I'm Ajite Anand. But during elections, emotions and tensions usually run high. Unfortunately, this is also the time when people choose to create and share information that is abusive, divisive, and emotionally charged. Refuse to be an enabler or victim to this. Media content, especially on social media during this election period, may contain dubious facts, abusive and hateful language, which seeks to trigger an emotional reaction from you. Chances are the information is false, or the complete picture hasn't been presented to you. So why don't you take a second or two and calmly investigate the claim before you share or act on it? If you find information to be false or inaccurate, speak up, report it. Don't be a silent enabler of misinformation online. My name is Ajite Anand, and I think before I share. to you.
This message is brought to you by the Department of Communication Studies, University of Ghana, with support from the Canadian High Commission in Accra.
Misinformation is real, so think before you share. Misinformation is real, so think before you share.
Jama, you haven't carried your me hikuta. Pampana dunenga and timbenga. Bonga na sara mbona information. Munam BJ jan, kinan di phone, kinan kara TV, kinan bi internet chung ana bambona information. Election world ngang te ja nyere jeli mine mambanjimi alok so ma sa kan ka yele nga mo en kanna anyere internet nga yele nga mo la bi grilla sanga tingara election nga setum bang ayele mehe anan gri tan anyo awele ta kanana na bambo yele akuti mehe to bobo tin na bantu abo yele nga an yele mehe ayi amahe nga an gri pon anamanye wuliye na yele nga en kanna nga amo ye yele to kinsaredi kablama se emga anlo kanye kala mangala bi ka grilla ayele nga en kanna nga ayela mo ne kan manga yele la undi binne bi yele mehe on yela chabe amine kan gba sie kadana de era amin yela anta so karban ayele nga numbo se mo anyi adana chabe jin anyi wanana ajibala be adana ene nga antara yele manga anuluwa setin sabudi ayele na ambi ayele pun yele mehela atare yele manga apun ayele na impana won abaha se in lokanye dijana man an eji yele me amman banyi wa amin yela ayele nga be baba yele bla kinan pana waka amahe nga pun anyaka sige kana biebe ekumban blana ban yela na to da yela inna social media and bunga na sara mbona share aduko ninjana njorola abduhai movement man mantia han share bon social media kena mampana.
This message is brought to you by the Department of Communication Studies, University of Ghana, with support from the Canadian High Commission in Accra.
Misinformation is real, so think before.
Is that people who are not getting the right, good morning to you and welcome to the continuation of our coverage for election 2024. Yesterday was a very interesting day in the entire country where Ghana went to the polls to elect a president and 276 parliamentary members of parliament. And it has actually entered into the second day, which is today. And today is Sunday, December 8th, the year 2024. And it's morning after voting yesterday, and coalition is still going on at the various coalition centers. We'll be getting the results in us and when they come to us. So we just had Kafu and Telma having their session. Myself, together with Doreen, will take you through what to expect today, hopefully, if everything is said and done. And of course, the Electoral Commission coming out with a final announcement, mainly for the presidential slots, because it's the chairperson of the commission who is the returning officer for the presidential election. So welcome to our coverage. Let's have a nice time, and thank you very much for staying with us. We are so grateful that you've been with us throughout the whole process, and we promised that we're going to let you into exactly everything that is happening and giving you details of what's also happening and some of the surprises that I told Kafu earlier that also surprised us. You can send us a WhatsApp message on 026-4000-996. 026-4000-996. I'm here with Doreen. Doreen.
George.
Good morning.
Good morning.
You're good?
Very good.
All right.
A bit tired, but I mean, we're good. I mean, for
well.
God and country, so
we are here. Well.
Yeah, here.
All right. What's up?
Well, I mean, Thelma and Kafu were talking about the results that were coming in, and like we mentioned earlier, the number of surprises that we all did not expect to see, but they are still coming in. We are hoping that as the hours go by, would get some more results, and then we'll populate it into our app and give our viewers a clearer picture of what is happening. But if you look at results from across board, it seems that the NDC is leading in a number of constituencies and even the presidential elections. But these are just figures coming in. We wait for the Electoral Commission to give us the certified and verified results so that we can confidently say who is winning, who is losing, who is going to Parliament, and who gets to stay home. Okay, all right. Still picking reports from our correspondents at the coalition centers to get exactly the certified results for you. As we speak now, and on our screen, we have 8 out of the 276 constituencies, and these are results that have been certified so far coming from the Electoral Commission. Let's go to Ablekuma and talk to Barbara Kuma, who is our correspondent there at the coalition center. Barbara, good morning to you. Good morning, Barbara. Can you hear me? Hello, Barbara. Barbara, good morning. Okay, we'll work on Barbara's line and then we'll get back. Okay. Do we have Barbara? I think Barbara cannot hear you.
All right. I think these are pictures and all right, we'll work on Barbara's line and get back to her. We've had various press conferences also put together. Of course, not the one coming from the political parties. I'm talking about Kodiyo. They've actually spoken to the media, and then the Peace Council have also done the same. Much concern has got to do with those pockets of violence reported here and there. The expectation was that nobody's going to die in this particular exercise, but I think that so far about 2 people have lost their lives.
Yes, 2 people.
Because we go out there to go and vote, which is quite unfortunate. It need not happen, and I hope that we'll be learning more lessons, because it looks like we've not learned any lesson at all in what happened in the previous election in 2020 when we lost about 8 people, and this time around 2 was lost their lives. It's quite unfortunate. Issues concerning guns, shots here and there, that's also one of the things that some of these observer groups talked about and also noticed, and I hope that we can also do something about that. And the presence of the military, although were told that they're actually going to be on standby, and we're not going to have them in the constituencies and all that. But there's some reports of having military men moving into some of these constituencies. So we hope that something also will be done about that. But the Peace Council is also praying on the political parties to withdraw their supporters from the coalition centers. And then the EC is also doing the same, because according to the EC, it's making it difficult for them to collate the results and get it as quick as they can, because the Electoral Commission has promised us 72 hours to finally declare everything. Sorry.
Yes, George. Talk about the parties winning and those losing. Some members of some political parties have been making comments about what may have gone on right or wrong for them. And the member of parliament for Subin, Eugene. Now he's made a post on social media, on Facebook, and he says, we can't say that the results are certified, but he's saying we lost this general election in the last quarter of 2022. The 90 MPs who mastered courage and called on the president to relieve the finance minister Ken Ofori-Atta of his position due to his mismanagement of our economy. Keeping Ken at post till February 2024 meant that we were not listening to the very people who voted for us and therefore didn't deserve their vote in 2024. They have therefore punished us severely and taught the NPP a better lesson. Almost a third of registered voters, and he puts it in brackets, 6 million voters did not visit their polling stations to vote due to apathy. And he says, good night to you all. So he's talking about the fact that the party may have taken certain decisions which may have affected attendance to the polling stations to vote, and so apathy set into their base in the various parts of the countries, and so about 6 million people who they expected to have been voting for them did not show up. Meaning that they are literally. But
how sure is it that those 6 million people would have voted for them?
Well, you can never tell, but that is coming from a member of parliament for the NPP, and so you get the sense that maybe they are realizing what may be going on with the voters in the country. Wait to see final results, although everything seems to be. Every
incumbent actually suffers in their second term.
Exactly.
If you look at our political history, every incumbent actually suffers in their second term. So it was expected, also not expected, but expectation part has got to do with, the surprises and the margins that you actually.
It's the margins for me. It is the margins for me.
Which is very interesting. But if you also look at the turnout, in 1996 we had a 78% turnout. In 2000 we had a 63% turnout. In 2004 we had an 85% turnout. In 2008 it was a 70% turnout. In 2012 there was an 80% turnout. In 2016 there was a 68% turnout. And in 2020 there was a 79% turnout. If you read the trend, anytime an incumbent is going into an election after its second term, there's some bit of struggle in there. The turnout actually drops and all that. But we'll be talking more about that when finally everything is
but for me, it's the margins, because I'm reading even for the results that are not certified for the parliamentary. Now, if you go to Asante Achim North, the member of parliament, Andy Apia-Kubi seems to have lost his seat to an independent candidate.
It was expected.
And if you look at the margin,
it was expected.
Andy Apia-Kubi lost, he had 88,933 from what we are gathering, and the independent candidate had 26,926. That's around an 18,000 difference. And you would wonder how a member of parliament who is an incumbent, and Apia-Kubi is quite known everywhere.
But he wasn't popular in the party.
Because he for some time now he's had some dissenting opinions about what decisions taken by the party, and even when it comes to their decisions in parliament. But even if he was losing, I was not expecting this margin. Well,
I was actually expecting him to lose because he wasn't popular in the NPP party. He wasn't popular in the constituency, and there was this whole campaign inward against him for him to lose the seat. So you had a lot of members of the NPP supporting the independent candidate. And for them, the NPP, if the independent candidate wins, the expectation is that he's going to work with them in parliament. So they are not so much worried about that, because they wanted Andy to actually lose that particular seat, and he did, which unfortunately for him, which is very much unfortunate for him. He was part of those who were calling for
the removal of the finance minister.
Eugene was also part of those who were calling for the removal of the finance minister and all that. So these are very interesting ones and interesting developments coming in. We'll be getting you some of the certified results when they come through from the Electoral Commission. Our correspondent will be just giving us those. Like I mentioned earlier, we have 9 out of the 276 constituencies certified. Doreen will quickly go over to the board there to really give us in of the latest one that we have so far. Yes, Doreen.
So, George, we've just received some additions to the numbers when it comes to the parliamentary, and for Central, the NDC has 4 seats already. These are Isikumo Dobin Brakwa constituency, and the member of parliament, the sort of the one who won for the NDC is Gansal Hassan Kobna. Asin Central constituency, Mijima Shaibu Nurin. Asin North constituency, Quaison, James Jachi Quaison, and then Cape Coast South constituency, we have Kofi Ricketts Hagan. Then in the Eastern region, Upper West Achim constituency, Dra, Emmanuel won for the NDC. Bolgatanga East constituency, Dominic Akuritinga Ayene won for the NDC. In Volta region, so far we have 2, but we'll be, adding on as and when our reporters feeding the information. And the Volta region, Akachi North constituency and Akachi South constituency, the NDC won. In Akachi North constituency, the candidate was Peter Kwesino Chukotoi. I think he's the ranking member on the Education Committee of Parliament. Yeah. And Akachi South constituency, we had Bernard Ahian for winning for the NDC. The Volta region, has largely voted for the NDC. So some of these things in the Volta region do not expect it. The case of Hohoi, where the member of parliament on the ticket of the NPP, former energy minister, he won in 2020. Unfortunately, it seems we are not sure of what is happening, but if you read what the comments on social media, he seems to have lost. But we wait for our correspondents to feed us that information, and then we can say that that has been certified. In the Western region, 2nd D constituency, Blay Nyamike Ama. That's the Ijapamesa constituency, and the Ijapamesa lost that.
Ijapamesa last minutes to the polls itself decided to just pull some construction skills in there, but the people actually did not fight for that or even holding for that. So they told him that, but you've denied us all of these things, and now last minute you're going to just give us these kind of development. There was he got one of the drip machines there to clear some parts of the road and all that, but all these things did not work for him. I think
voters are looking out for things that are more sustainable. Maybe they feel that if you had the resources to do all of these things now, maybe you could have spread it across so that even whilst you empower, you could have made sure that these projects are there to benefit the entire community, and not wait till elections when everybody may have made up their minds before you bring in these.
Finish up and let's go for a quick break.
So we are done with the NDC. Let's go to the NPP. So far in the Eastern region, the NDC retained, I think they retained Etiwa East constituency. That's Abna Osayasare, the former Deputy Finance Minister. And then Etiwa West constituency, Laurette Koko Asante. Those are the constituencies we have now for the NPP. And the independent candidates in the Central region, Gumwa Central constituency, Oben Kwame Asare, also known as A+. He won that constituency. And you would wonder how he was able to pull that up.
Well, he was sure of winning. He was sure of winning. He got the people with him. He got the boys with him. A+ has a way of doing his own thing. He's quote-unquote a street boy, so he's able to actually get people to rally people along, and he did that, and then he won impressively, though. He was very confident that he was going to win.
He looked really confident because on just around, I think around 8, 9, he had posted on social media that he won. And I was wondering, was it that quick?
Yes. So now we're going to have two independent
candidates. One in Andiapia constituency,
and then A+.
A+ is
as to who you're going to work with in Parliament, it's something that we'll wait to know and actually see.
Oh, let's see if we have some more. Okay, those ones I already mentioned.
All right. I understand that in Asin Central, that's in Kennedy Japan's constituency, NPP lost in that particular constituency.
Yes, I think I mentioned that here in
NPP lost in that
Central.
particular constituency, Asin Central.
Yes, they lost in Mijima Shaibu.
Yeah. And an interesting one. Kene Japan did not contest because he was no more going for that seat, and then he lost. So it looks like it was Kene Japan they liked, not necessarily the political party.
Well, we cannot use just this election to conclude. We need to wait for a number of elections to monitor the trend. The trends will tell us whether it's actually just Kennedy Japan.
But it shouldn't be that sharp.
Well,
it shouldn't be that sharp.
You cannot tell.
All right, okay.
We wait for the next elections to see how that one also turns out.
Okay, we'll go for a quick break. When we return, I'll be sitting down with a political marketing strategist. Doreen will also be out there giving us the results and updates as and when they come in. Let's go for a quick break. Stay with us. We'll be right back.
Misinformation is real, so think before you share.
Hi, I'm Ajete Annan. During elections, emotions and tensions usually run high. Unfortunately, this is also the time when people choose to create and share information that is abusive, divisive, and emotionally charged. Refuse to be an enabler or victim to this. Media content, especially on social media during this election period, may contain dubious facts, abusive and hateful language, which seeks to trigger an emotional reaction from you. Chances are the information is false, or the complete picture hasn't been presented to you. So why don't you take a second or two and calmly investigate the claim before you share or act on it? If you find the information to be false or inaccurate, speak up, report it. Don't be a silent enabler of misinformation online. My name is Ajete Annan, and I think before I share. Do you?
This message is brought to you by the Department of Communication Studies, University of Ghana, with support from the Canadian High Commission in Accra.
Misinformation is real, so think.
All right, welcome back. It's day 2 of the 2024 general election here in this beautiful country, Mother Ghana. And we're actually getting the results, certified ones coming in from the Electoral Commission. And that's what we'll be projecting for you on our screen as and when they come in. And so far, we've had about 9 of those certified results coming from the Electoral Commission out of the 276 constituencies. Also to remind you that the Electoral Commission has called on the political parties to get their supporters off the coalition centers, just to help them to collate these figures so that we can quickly have all just in the record time as promised by the Electoral Commission within 72 hours. Also to remind you that this election coverage is brought to you by Verna Water, the official water brand for 2024 general election. Verna Water wishes all Ghanaians a peaceful election. Moving on, I'm going to have a conversation with a political marketing researcher. He responds to the name Divine Akwensive, and he's joined us. Divine, good morning.
Good morning.
I hope you're well.
Yeah, I'm very well.
I noticed you've been with us throughout the night.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. Grateful for your time and your patience, at least taking time off your family and all that and being here with us at GBC. We're grateful. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Well, first of all, are you really surprised about the things going on, your general takes?
Is yes or no?
Okay, let's start with a yes.
Yeah, yes, in the sense that if you look up the situation in the country leading up to the election, you expect that the economic situation and the extent to which people were complaining about the hardship in the economy, you expect that the voters will express that in the ballot box through their thumb. They will express their disagreement, their dissatisfaction with the state of the economy. So things that are coming, there are no surprises. But then again, looking at the current government coming from being in power for 8 years, there is a general feeling that once the party have been in government for a long time, people feel that naturally there should be a need for change. That length of time that they have been in government to also plays a part to it. So there are various factors that is accounting for what is currently happening.
All right. Yes, maybe there's a need for change.
Yeah.
Yes, because of the economic challenges, and but should that be so telling that you could see the widening of the gap in there? You could see the difference in the figures that are so big. Yes, you get to understand that people are not happy. People would think that, well, after 8 years we need a change. That's fair enough. But the rate at which you're seeing that difference between these two major parties, does it go beyond that 8 years that people expected, and of course the challenges that people are also expecting?
But now let's look at it again this way. Now, going into the election, the two major political parties, that's the NDC and the NPP. If you look at the two, NDC went into the election very strong in terms of organization as compared to the NPP.
Oh, really?
Yes, because if you look at more united, if you look at NDC, they were coming from opposition. So they had a lot of time to organize their primaries and all that. And we didn't have a lot of people contesting at their primaries. So we didn't have a lot of disagreements to resolve conflicts after their primaries. But in the case of the NPP, there were a lot of them that went into the contest. And then after the contest too, there were fallouts, particularly if you look at the case of Alan. That was a big fallout from it. They didn't have the chance to heal their wounds, their differences. And eventually what happened? He left the party, he went to form his own movement. That movement in itself was a shocker to the party. So he has his own followers, and he had specific regions, constituencies that he focused his attention on. So going into the election, if you look at this scenario, it was clear that the NDC as a party was more united, more stronger than the NPP going into the election.
Okay, all right. Yeah. Earlier you said that when I asked whether you're surprised, you said yes and no.
Yeah.
You gave me the yes, so what's the no?
Like I said earlier on, there were no surprises because some of the utterances from some of the incumbent members of parliament and all that, they were clearly not attractive to the voters. Yes. The speeches that some of them make, once they are there for a long time, they feel it has become their bona fide properties and all that. So the utterances were not that much attractive to the voters any longer.
Okay, all right. And I'm sure there are a lot of lessons in here for all of them.
Of course, for all the political parties, there are good lessons to be learned from it. One of which is the fact that the voters in Ghana now have become more wiser, more understanding of the electoral process. There are so many ways that they can decide to punish you if the need be. Some may decide to stay away from coming to vote, as we are seeing now. Clearly, if you look at the low turnout that we see now, it clearly tells you that there are a lot of people who didn't move out to go and vote because there was apathy in the system, not only towards the current government, but towards the political system in general. So that fatigue, that voting fatigue, was something that was really contributing to a lower turnout. But again, this low turnout is a global phenomenon within the political system. It's not only restricted to Ghana. If you look at the Western developed countries too, more people are not turning up to vote as they used to be.
Expected to.
Yes. And then if you look,
I mean, same reason, losing confidence in the political system?
Yes. That has been the general feeling across the global literature. If you look at it, people are having dissatisfaction towards the political system, what they expect to get from the politicians.
Okay, all right. So, but I mean, of course, the confidence they are losing within the political system, but that's what we have. It's the same political system that we have. So what can be done to actually get these people regain the confidence in the political system?
It has to take a lot of work from the political parties. First of all, the political parties themselves will have to realize that they have to realize it as a problem to work towards it. Now, if you look at all the political parties, they all have their strong, extreme loyal supporters. Yes. No matter what you do, they still believe in it. It's a tradition. Okay. And most people will always favor tradition more than novelty. Something that comes new. So that tradition is there.
So it's a human thing.
It's a human thing. So the both parties, they are 40% or 42% is guaranteed. And if you ask most of these people why they vote for party A or B, they don't even know. They just belong to the party.
To the party, yeah.
Yes. So the real thing is about that 15 to 20%.
Okay. All right. Just hold on for me. Let me go to Ablekuma and talk to Humu, who is ready for some reports for us. Humu, good morning to you. Good morning, Humu. Hello, Humu. Good morning.
Ablekuma Central Constituency. We've been here since 5 p.m. when polls closed at this particular constituency. The EC had to work with about 304 polling stations from the Ablekuma Central Constituency. Throughout the night, the EC have been trying to tabulate results from both the parliamentary and presidential elections at this particular constituency. Unfortunately, the process has been slow because we were informed by the EC officials that they only had one computer that they are using for the tabulation processes. So throughout the night, what the EC has basically been doing is guiding the party agents to cross-check their figures on their page sheet as well as tabulate those figures onto the computer. Now, what's happening here currently is that there's a projector outside for the supporters and voters who were not allowed into the premises of the collation center. And inside here in the collation center, we have some selected party agents, we have some EC officials, as well as the media who are here to give coverage to the entire process. Because the EC has to work with only one computer, the process has been a bit slow. But what it did initially was to try to tabulate the results of the parliamentary elections. If I can just take you back a little bit, the parliamentary elections in this particular constituency is between two candidates. The NPP Jeffrey Saki, who is a former journalist and a presidential staffer, and the incumbent in parliament, who is the NDC MP Abdul Latif Dan. We cited Abdul Latif Dan a few moments ago, who is ready to address the media once the results are released. The EC has informed us that because the process had been slow, it has completed the processes in tabulating all the results of the parliamentary elections. So what the returning officer, in a moment when he takes his seat, is going to do is to announce to us the results from all the 304 polling stations within the Ablekuma Central constituency. Once that is done, it will now go ahead to begin tabulation of the presidential elections. The returning officer is yet to take his seat, but if you can see in your shot, we have some selected media houses, we have party agents, we have some interested individuals, as well as the EC officials who have gathered round and ready to receive the parliamentary results from all 304 polling stations within the Ablekuma Central constituency. Behind the gate outside, enthusiasts, supporters and voters who cannot wait to finally get the result of who gets to win the seat for this particular constituency. Is it going to be the incumbent who is currently and still in parliament, or is going to be the NPP journalist, former journalist, who have promised to turn the fortunes of the people in this particular constituency around? We are still waiting for the returning officer. We'll have to just wait a little bit more. Very soon, the returning officer is going to take his seat, and once he takes his seat, he's going to announce the result from this particular constituency. That's it for now. We're still waiting. We still have some pink sheets that the EC will be working with once the parliamentary results are released. If we look around, we can see the attire of some of the EC officials who had already completed their job and they have left for the house. In between those windows are the enthusiast supporters of probably some of the candidates who represented them in the just ended parliamentary elections. These are the ballot boxes that were packed here once the elections were done. So everything is packed here. We have the ballot papers inside the ballot boxes sealed appropriately, and out of tiredness, we have some EC officials who still have a long day, but had decided to take a little nap. Just across the table where the returning officer will be announcing the results of the parliamentary results. These are in your shot. The pictures we have in your shot. The returning officer will be taking his seat shortly. The returning officer will be taking his seat shortly, and once he takes his seat, he's going to be announcing to us results from all 304 polling stations within the Ablekuma Central constituency.
All right, so that was Humu, and coming from the Ablekuma Central Coalition Center. We await the returning officer there to quickly make that announcement, and when he's set, we'll take you back to that Coalition Center for that particular announcement. And as he said, to the NDC represented by Abdul Latif Dan, who is the incumbent member of parliament there, and then Jeffrey, who is also the member of the NPP, trying very hard to unseat Abdul Latif Dan. When we get that feed and the returning officer is ready with that particular result, we'll announce that for you. We'll take you back to Ablekuma Central. But you can send us a WhatsApp on 026-4000-996, 026-4000-996, 026-4000-996. Information just coming in indicates that the NDC will be addressing the press at 8 o'clock. The NDC will be addressing the press at 8 o'clock this morning. So we're just about an hour and some minutes soon that the NDC virtually issued a notice out there that will be addressing the press at 8 o'clock. I guess they're still here with us. Divine, Akwesimve, I hope I got it right. Akwesimve, yes. He's a political marketing researcher, and we were talking about events starting yesterday and into today, results coming in, and what he makes of the results, and what we all make of the results, what we make of those who have actually lost their seats, and the performances of the various political parties. We're talking about the trust that people are actually losing in the political system, and you're actually addressing the question I asked as to what can be done for that trust to be regained by the people. Yeah.
Yes, so as I was saying earlier, the parties themselves will have to realize that that is a problem. That's the starting point. So when they realize that problem, that's the only way they will not take advantage of the electorates. Now, because these people support the parties a lot, but when they come into power, they forget the work that the grassroots are put into the nation. They wait until it is time for election before they go back to do last-minute touches and all that. Now, every government since the Fourth Republic, they will wait until some election time, then they go back doing roads.
Start performing magic.
Doing roads, giving and all those things. And if you ask your question, why would they do that? The party or the reason why Party A leaves government after 8 years is the same reason, it's the same pattern. Nothing really changes. The pattern has always been.
So it means the parties are not learning.
They are not learning. They are not learning because once they get into power, the thinking is different. They find themselves in a different planet, detached from the very people who gave them the power and put them into power. So that's a new way of thinking that they have to really work on that.
What is it about power that changes the human being? Power is somebody once seen as very quote-unquote noble, very sensitive, very respectful, good, I would say, suddenly gets power and turns the opposite of those values and attributes that he was known for. What is it about power?
Power is sweet. No, everybody tell you. Power is sweet. It's sweet in the sense that the sort of political power that you have is not only about the money, the followers you have. Everybody is giving you an applause, some kind of respect. Even respect that people do not even deserve before going into power.
That's true anyway. Yeah.
Within an election, within a few days, your standard of living has changed. And that is what makes them have more swollen-headed and all that. So that power, as the saying goes, absolute power corrupts and absolute power indeed corrupts. It's something that is the human nature. Once you get power, not many people become very humble to remember where they came from. That's the problem you have. We are quick to forget about where we came from when we get the power. The very people that you are close with, your classmates, friends, that you deal on daily basis, once the power comes, their behavior changes. Well, it could also be because of the pressure of the workload on them. So once they get into power, the nature of that new position comes with its new friends and relations. That at times also takes away their attention from their base.
Okay. We also noticed very interesting twist here. I mean, so far, with some of the parliamentary results coming in, there are areas that we know is a no-go area for the NDC. Like Secondary, for instance. I mean, after Papa Usankuma left, Japan Mesa took over, and he's held that seat from 2016 to 2020. But suddenly, it's flipped to the NDC. If you look at Ayawaso Central, Henry Cote, after Isikwe, who held the seat for a very long time, Henry also took over, held it for some time, as in 2016, 2020, flipped to the NDC. What are some of the reasons, really, for some of these interesting flips that we've seen so far? Areas that we know that the NDC original or a normal day would not actually win at all in those particular areas. But this time around, they've actually won those areas. And not just winning, but winning convincingly with a good margin, I'll put it as such.
Yeah, it boils down to the same argument. And this is not only new to the NPP. The same pattern happened to the NDC as well.
In 2016?
In 2016. So normally what happens is that those people, they will not come, or they will not come and vote for the other party. But what they will do is that they will abstain from voting.
From voting, yeah.
Yes, they will abstain from voting. Unless something seriously happens at the last minute, that's when they will go and vote. The frustration, instead of going to vote for the other party, they would rather prefer to stay at home and not vote. Because as I've said, it is a tradition. It's a long-held tradition that they are not supposed to exchange it for a novelty or whatever it is. Now, which is as a result of the parties or the MPs not giving them that due recognition when they win the power. And because the parties also at times believe that whoever is put there will win because it's their stronghold, that feeling also takes away the seriousness with which they should deal with their constituencies. Don't be surprised, 4 years' time, you might come back here and have the same conversation.
Same conversation.
You see? So when you look at it, you also notice the pattern that those constituencies that were strong NPP constituency, that flipped to NDC. Most of them are going back to the NPP. Yes.
Okay, all right. Let's talk about the Electoral Commission. The Electoral Commission is also in the news here. People are expecting that some of the certified results will come in as quick as the Commission promised. But the Commission is also saying that it's blaming the large crowds at the various coalition centers for the delay in the coalition and the declaration of results for the presidential and parliamentary election. But before we come to that bit of it, what do you make of the entire system, the entire process from yesterday into today, and how the EC has actually fared in all of this?
Yeah, coming into the election, the EC as a body has had a lot of negative publicity, especially from the opposition party. And this has always been the trend of the EC. Opposition parties always give them that negative publicity. So they had issues of credibility issues to deal with. So they've been very careful to not to deepen that perception. So if you look at, for instance, they open up a lot of the polling station. They increase the numbers of the polling station to reduce the crowding at the polling stations. So the usual crowds that we see at various polling stations, we didn't see much of that in this particular election. There were one or two issues, but that is to be expected in any election. But on the whole, I think they've done their best. They don't want to rush with issues, come and release results, and then come back and do a press conference to correct mistakes and all that. Because the EC has had that record before, where they came back to issue a press statement to correct a mistake they made. So they're also very, very careful, looking at the sort of lens that is on them, how people are watching to see how to handle this process. But so far, it is looking very good.
You know, they promised that they were going to give world-class performance for this particular exercise, although the earlier challenges with some of the processes that they started with. But would you say that the performance so far has been, I won't say world-class, but to the best of their description, better?
Yes, so far, I think I made this point earlier in the day, where I voted. What I saw there, the party agents, they were all there. So when you are giving your ballot paper for the presidential, before you go and cast your vote, all the party agents were tallying. They were tallying to make sure that anybody who votes, they tally and they they cross-check to see. So by the time you get your parliamentary voting slip to go and vote, they compare that again against the parliament to see that it tallies with all of them. So if there is any discrepancy, they will stop you. They will make sure they correct it before they go. So that has been an improvement in the balloting process. Yes. So if what I saw at where I voted, if there's something to go by, if it's something that has been replicated all over the country, then I think on that score, the EC has done very well on that score.
Okay. What do you make of the performance of the other political parties, apart from the NDC and the NPP?
That has been disastrous.
As usual.
Very, very disastrous. These other parties, I think they've just been wasting everybody's time.
Oh, really?
Yes.
Why? It's a democracy. Why describe it?
Yeah, but we have to practice democracy with a bit of common sense. Because if you look at the money we waste accommodating all these minor parties into the electoral process, we need to think about it and have a serious conversation.
But democracy is expensive.
It is expensive, but as I've said, we also have, it doesn't mean we have to allow everyone. Now, assuming we had only 5 presidential candidates for this very election, if you look at the size of the
ballot paper,
half of that could have catered for 5 days. If assuming you had 5 presidential candidates, half of that resources, the paper, printing of the paper, would have catered for them. Look at the figures. What are they getting? They don't get anything. And they come and waste everybody's time. I refer to them as noise parties. Yes, they make a lot of noise.
They would not be happy with you this
but that's the fact. We need to face the fact.
They will not be happy with you.
Let's look at the figures. What are they getting? Nothing to...
0.2, 0.3.
Yes, zero,
you know.
And all that. Even getting into the election, Alan that people thought could make a difference.
I actually was going to come to him.
Something about that. What is he getting? He's getting nothing. Zeros in places that we thought you could make a difference. So these minor parties, they are just a fighter brands, or what you call destructive brands within the political system.
Destructive brands.
Very destructive brands.
Very interesting.
Yeah, they are destructive brands.
Should we do something about it?
Yes, I seriously think we should do something
what do you expect, or what would you want us to do something about?
If the number could be all of them, if as a country we decide that this will be the number of political parties that will stand for this, all the other ones should find a way. If you believe you have a policy that will work, you should be able to put that policy within the 2 major political parties. You should find a space within it. Or so if there are,
wouldn't that be difficult? If they have people to just 2,
if there are not necessarily 2, but if we have 5 political parties, if you cannot fit into 5 political parties with your ideas, then I don't think where else will your ideas fit? If you cannot fit into that.
Okay, all right.
Because the result they are getting is not justifying their existence.
Yeah. It's not justifying their existence.
Yes, it does justify their existence.
What do you make of Nana Kwame Bediako-Cheda? Because he was one person that pulled a lot of support, especially coming from first-time voters and the Gen Zs. They loved him. I mean, when he's moving around, they love to hear from him. They love to hear him speak. And he's got that strong following. I remember I hosted him on one of our programs, and I mean, the following was that big compared to the other political parties that even appeared. But his showing is not so much stronger in this whole process.
Yeah. There's a difference between attitude and behavior.
Okay.
And between attitude and behavior, there is what you call an intervening variable. So people will express the intention, the likelihood to follow you as we see during political rallies and all that. Let me take you back to CPP, Dr. Pakwesi Indusem.
Yeah.
The crowd we had following him to rallies and all that, did that translate into voting? No, it wouldn't translate into voting because people were already expressing, people were looking for a space to entertain themselves, to release tension and all that. That is what they do. But when it's time for voting, that is where the intervening variables comes in to influence their decisions. So people will follow them for the fun of it, propagating their decisions, personal benefits that they'll get out of it.
Right. So you don't base your decision on
rallies, on rallies at all.
Oh,
but
really?
the people who go to rally, who are they? They are party loyalists who go to rally.
Yes.
They are not floating voters. Floating voters don't run up to people's rallies and all that.
Yeah.
So when you see people going to rally and all that, first of all, you have to look through. All the people that are at that rally, do they all have votes? No, because when you look at these rallies, you see people as little as 6 years, 7 years, also put on party t-shirts at rallies. That swells up the numbers.
Yeah.
At rallies. But they don't have votes. And at those rallies too, there are also business women, people who sell food items and all that. They are not there on party colors, they are there to make business. So they are there to sell. So whether you belong to NDC or not, they will still go to NDC rally because they are there for commercial activity. So we need to, in fact, if you take all those out, before you can see the true value of rallies. And how that translates into the actual voting intention of people.
All right. Let's talk about Alan.
Yeah.
Again, he was expected to make some incursions in there, especially even from the Ashanti region.
Yeah.
All right. Would you say that his presence was felt in this process because you look at the performance of the NPP? Or, I mean, you just didn't feel anything at all coming from him?
Definitely, he had an impact on the overall performance of NPP. But we have to look at the quantum of that impact. And if you look at the history of breakaway individuals to form parties and movements, they always impact on their parent party. They take something away from their parent party. But it has never been strong enough to have a significant impact on the parent party. So that was where Alan's case was coming from. Now, initially when he moved out, he had a lot of sympathy followers, disgruntled members following him. By the time he pulled out, and by the time he pulled out and the time the voting this in, by that time, most people anger would have sublimed up for these things. So most of them, even though at the time you read this, were following him and all that, it was not expected that that would translate into voting for him.
Oh, really?
No, it was not expected.
Oh.
They were only sympathizing with him on the surface and all that.
Because it sounded very positive too.
They have always sounded positive. All the other parties, apart from the major political parties, they've always sounded positive. But when you put some of them with the sort of confidence they have, and you look at the results, it does not match the confidence they have. They don't even get up to 1% in most cases. So when you put all of them together, I'm just waiting to see at the end of the polls what will be the percentage of all these other smaller parties.
The 10 of them.
Their percentage. What percentage they'll get out of it to see if it justifies their existence in their political system.
Okay.
If they are not wasting our resources and everybody's time.
Okay. We're going to the board there to get the other results also coming in, the certified ones coming in from the Electoral Commission. Doreen will be joining us shortly, but if you're just joining us, this is our coverage, day 2 into the 2024 general election. The polls actually ended yesterday at 5 p.m. and from yesterday to speak now, we are getting in the results, and this time around, we've moved away from the sorting, moved away from the counting. We are now actually at the coalition stage, and then the certified ones coming from the Electoral Commission. So far, we've had a number of them coming in. We have about 12 of them coming in. We've actually dealt with 9 so far. Doreen will be taking over into the other results that are just coming, and let us know exactly what those numbers and those figures are saying. Also to remind you that the NDC is set to hold a press conference at 8, which will be only some minutes away from now. The NDC is set to hold a press conference at 8 o'clock at the party head office, and when we get signals at 8 o'clock, we'll take you over to their head office for that particular press conference. And this election has actually produced a lot of surprises. I was speaking earlier with my colleagues saying that it has produced surprises that has actually surprised us, because there are some areas and some constituencies that are strongholds of the NPP, and the NPP is actually held onto that seat for some time now. Unfortunately, those areas have actually flipped to the NDC. Sekandi is one of that area. I think Ayawaso Central is also one of them, and other areas too, which is known to be an NPP area, is now actually flipped to that of the NDC. So let's quickly move over now to the board to join Doreen to get the other results and what those numbers are also saying. These are certified ones coming from the Electoral Commission. Yes, Doreen.
Well, George, welcome back to the board. Now, from our board, the NDC now has 11 seats, parliamentary seats. NPP now has 4. Previously, they had 2 that we've spoken about, but now their numbers have increased to 4. And I think we've had an addition in the central region. Like we mentioned earlier, Esikwa Dobin Brakwa, the NDC candidate, won. Masin Central NDC, Masin North constituency NDC, Cape Coast North, Cape Coast South constituencies NDC. We've had some results from Bolgatanga East, which we've already spoken about. Volta we've spoken about. Western Secondary we've spoken about. So yes, it seems that we've spoken about those for the NDC, and the NPP in the central region, they pegged Heman Lower Dentra constituency, and the candidate was Lawrence Ajinsem. I think he's an incumbent. Then in the Ashanti region, Old Tafo constituency, Vincent Ekoesefua, he also won. I think he's also the incumbent incumbent in that constituency. So basically, these are the results we've had now. 16 out of 276 constituencies across the country. And if you look at the presidential results, provisional, the NDC now has 210,217 of the votes. So John Mahama is leading with 210,217 of the votes, representing 56.6%. And the NDC presidential candidate, Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, currently has 154,551 votes, representing 41.6%. Now, the third person is Nana Kwame Bediako, also known as Cheddar. Now, he has 3,147 votes. Now,
that's 0.8%.
0.8%, but it's not bad at all, considering he's a first-time candidate. You would have thought that maybe Alan Tremantin, who we know has a lot more, we know a lot more in the political circles, would have at least been the third candidate on the board, but that's not happening. What do you think could be doing it for Nana Kwame Bediako?
Yeah, Alan is a party person, so most of his supporters are already attached to a political party. But he is coming in as an individual person. He has no party affiliation and all that. So those who ordinarily do not belong to a party will be going for him as compared to Alan. because Alan's party is called voters. They will either vote for him or will vote for his party, and that's what is exactly reflecting in the figures we are seeing. So Alan is not expected to get more votes than Nana.
But if you look at the crowd that always followed Alan when he went out, the butterfly movement, the walks, I mean, and all of that, the exercises, the Afafranto movement and all of that, you would have felt that, I believed that at least considering the crowds I've seen around him, he would have made an impressive show at the polling, but I mean, we are not even getting because you're saying first three.
Would it be fair to say that Alan actually was not in the game to win? And I mean, he also being fair to himself that he wasn't in there to win.
I've heard those arguments that maybe he was in to just split the vote of the NPP, so that
to be some bit of a disruption.
Yes.
Like I told you earlier, there is something you call a fighter brands or destructive brands. He belongs to one of those. Those fighter political brands, they only go in to cause a harm to the parent political party. That's exactly what Alan's movement is all about. I don't think Alan within himself believed that he was going to win this election. Neither Nana Bidiat or any of the smaller political parties. Within them, if they will be true to themselves, they will know that they were not in this to win the election. But they've achieved the purpose for which they went into
that objective has been achieved. To get whatever
they want to
the party actually out. All right, that's
so
okay.
No matter how small the vote they get, it is meant to achieve a certain objective, for which reason, at the end of the day, they've achieved that.
Okay.
Now we've not had any more additions, but
I'm seeing rejected ballots.
Yes, I'm seeing rejected ballots counted. Already 7,813.
Which is more than Cheddar's votes.
Yes, more than Cheddar's vote.
Yes, rejected ballot, which is more than Cheddar's.
It boils down to the education. You see, if you don't tamprint very well, and it flips into another person's destiny, it will be counted as rejected ballot. And this normally comes from the elderly people. Some of them, because they are not accompanied into the bus. So all they go is to go and tamprint. And some of them don't do it very well. So the parties must make a conscious effort to teach voters how to vote and vote well.
All right. Darren, can we have a look at the other political parties, the others?
Well, we do not have any. Our board just shows the top three for now. So we do not have those that the other political parties are getting. But we'll try
in the last election, GUM did very well.
Yes, GUM did very well. Yes. They came third.
Yes.
They came third.
But in this one, he's also not pulling the numbers.
Because in the last election, he actually got 106,000. No, I think that should be. He actually got 10,000 and.
He was the third.
Yes,
he was third. So that's
106,265. Yes, 106,265. That's 0.80%.
And now it's flipping to
Cheddar.
Yes.
Okay, let's quickly go to Tema and talk to Michael Dawonu, who's standing by. We'll just get back and continue the analysis here. Michael, good morning to you. Good morning, Michael. Hello, Michael. Michael, can you hear me? Okay, we're not getting Michael there. We'll work on his line and see how best we can reestablish contact with Michael Dawonu, who is going to reach us from Tema. Let's move further. Any more results, Torin, yet?
No more results
yet,
so we're still waiting.
We are back here in the Tema Central constituency, precisely at Chemu Senior High School, where the Tema Central constituency collation is ongoing. Last night, when we reported, we told you that Ebi Bright were raising some issues with regards to her pink sheet and some missing pink sheet that she has not yet gotten from the EC and other complaints. And so throughout the night, the coalition has been going on, and for the presidential, some figures have come up, and that is for the MPP, we have 17,644, and then for the NDC, we have 19,356. That is for the collected results. But what the issue is currently is that the results for the parliamentary is not forthcoming. It's not forthcoming. So the supporters are getting agitated every minute. And currently, as I speak to you, the National Women's Organizer is addressing supporters to calm down and are waiting that they should just take it easy whilst the results come out. We'll speak with the National Women's Organizer. We'll speak with the National Women's Organizer to find out what the issues are. So he has to calm the supporters down to ask them to go back a bit. And then so let's engage the National Women's Organizer who has been calming the supporters down. Honorable, thank you so much for joining us. You are live on GTV. I hear you speak to your supporters to calm down. And we are just waiting for the result for the parliamentary. Some figures have come in for the presidential, and it's obvious that that's like John Dramani Mahama is leading with in this particular constituency. And what are the issues with the parliamentary? Are they?
We don't know the issues with parliamentary. We think that there's been too much unnecessary delay, and that is what is agitating the supporters. Over the years, much of the delay, pinches are swapped, things are done, so they don't trust the system anymore. And this time, we don't want to sit down for anybody to rob us of a single vote. It's out of experience. That's why they are behaving the way they are behaving. But we will be here. We have the whole day till tomorrow for them. This seat, we have taken it, and we make sure that wherever a vote is hidden, it will be brought out. President Mahama has won Tema Central. He's won Tema West for the first time. He's doing over 30,000 votes. And a parliamentary candidate, Lawyer Eno, the difference is over 20,000. And so Ghanaians have spoken. We are watchmen. They've given us something to watch over their votes, and will not allow anybody to rob us of our votes.
We are looking at the presidential results that we've gotten so far: 17,644 for the MPP and around 19,356 for the NDC. Are we sure that the parliamentary is also going for you?
Yes, I'm very sure. Absolutely, I'm sure that parliamentary is also going for us. I'm sure.
You're speaking with your supporters to calm down. Initially, they are getting it uneasy. What have you been telling them? And I think now the response is they've calmed down a bit.
Yes, I've been telling them to calm down because we need to watch, open our eyes and watch. We don't want anybody to also use that excuse and do anything and say, oh, because of them. And so we want our agents, our officers who are collating. We have our candidates also seated. Some of us are backup supporters so that we'll be able to observe, see what should not be and see what should have been and make sure that the right thing is done. We need that space to work. I mean, they can do all the adjustments, but we just wanted them not to come around the table where we are doing the collation.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. So that is the National Women's Organizer, Honorable Hannah Bisu, speaking with us. And so let me tell you, Tema Central was created in 2012, and since its creation, it has been the beehive of the New Patriotic Party. The FPP has won it back to back until this particular election, where we are seeing some results in favor of the NDC. For now, the results we are getting from the EC, already they've mentioned to us the presidential result, where the NDC is somewhere over 19,000 as against the MPP's 17,000. 6,000. Both the NDC's parliamentary candidate, that is Honorable Ebi Bright, is seated here, and the MPP's candidate, Honorable Forsen, is also seated here, and they are all going through the collated results to make sure that picking is that for Tema West, the NDC is also making so much gains out there, and is also winning that particular seat for the first time in Tema. And because for Tema, as we are aware, it's been the background. It's been a major place or a stronghold for the MPP. But in 2020, we saw Shai Odampton winning it in Tema East. And that has given a lot of impetus for the other candidate to also come in strongly in this particular election. And so it wouldn't be surprising at all to at the end of the day see that the whole of the 3 seats in Tema is being taken over by the NDC. Already we are told that Tema West lawyer James Enu is also making so much strong inroads in them, and Tema Central is what we are left for being contested by the Honorable Ebi Bright, and other party executive and all party functionaries are here to make sure that the right things are done and the results that must be declared are declared. So that is what is happening here in Tema Central. They have to speak with the supporters to calm them down, and then let's try and get to speak. Let's try and speak with some of the supporters and find out from them what their issues are, because it looks like they are really uneasy. What are the issues? The coalition is still ongoing, and it doesn't look like you guys are patient to wait for the coalition.
Oh, thank you. As you can see, everything is showing clear that my candidate has won. So I don't even see why by now we have to be sitting here.
Yeah, but the right thing has to be done.
Everything is clear. You can see the figures, and everything is clear. So what are we waiting for? What we want now is to declare our candidate so that we can jubilate. That is the only thing we are waiting for. We don't have any patience again because we want to jubilate. You can see all my guys, the women and the men, children, all of these and other things who are waiting for us outside. So they should declare that we move.
Your National Women's Organizer said that just take it easy. Their eyes are fixed on the ball, and they will make sure that the right things are done. Is that not enough?
Oh, we will still have a patience, because you see, when something is for you, you don't have to rush. But the youth of today, they always want to jubilate. That is why we are here. So I will urge the EC to speed up things so that we can start our jubilation.
So the supporters are really in a hurry to begin their celebration, and so that is what is going on here.
And yes, Harry, Fitinura, you're talking about police station. You're talking to them. You're saying you're winning. Yeah, but I'm saying this time. You're trying up to now. But this time, you're trying. I'm going to delay time, sir. You're winning. Every brother winning. They are central. Every brother winning. So I'm going to say, it's a fun of one. I'm going to say, somebody. That's what I'm saying. It's a man by the end there. But I go Mussolini there. And they are not quite there. 1 hour. I'm by the way there. Yes,
it's into what say. So that is it. What I